The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to at OpenSimCC with the hashtag pound OSCC25. Welcome everyone, and let's begin the session.
Thank you, Creata, and good morning, OSCC. I am going to talk today about AI-driven case study characters, and I have a second set of slides that I'm broadcasting via Mentimeter. And you go to menti.com and use the code 99019867. And I put that in the chat in case you want a quicker rizzing version of the slides. And today I'm going to talk about the background for what got me to the point of using AI characters, and then the AI characters that I used in Second Life successfully. Then the sudden pause in the AI characters that led me to figure out a way to simulate AI characters. So that's where we're at, and let's get started. Let me go. As a bit of background, prior to Second Life introducing their Convey characters, I had been successfully using 3D illustrations. That is, I turned 3 slides in each of the classes that I'm teaching into 3D virtual world displays. And then to keep students from having to spend the time and energy learning about how to go into virtual worlds, doing class time webinar sessions, I would screen share my viewer, and I had a tremendous result from students who found the slides, the 3D illustrations, to be significantly more engaging than PowerPoint slides. Still, there were a chunk of students, 23%, that found the 3D illustrations to be less engaging. And so this is what motivated me to start running a second set of regular PowerPoint slides through Mentimeter to address students that find the 3D illustrations to be information overload. But for me, teaching online, a 65% approval rating for something, or to find the 3D illustrations to be that much more engaging, is a big development. I can't get students to agree to anything. Um, so the way the characters were developed in Second Life, we had the option of inputting a backstory of up to 10,000 characters, or about 6 pages of information about each of the characters. We specified the speaking style and then provided 3 examples of questions and answers that the characters might ask, and might answer, might be asked of the characters and how they would answer. The feedback or the interaction from the characters was text only. However, the Second Life at the start of this experiment or beta version told me that they had plans to deploy the voice chat, which really would have been brilliant. And what I've got in red on the screen now is what I think is a major new affordance of AI applications in virtual worlds, and that's the ability to deploy multiple characters, AI characters, at the same time. If you've ever been on a website and a chatbot, opens up, "Can I help you?" Whether it's just a text box or a avatar, there's only one at a time. But in virtual worlds, we can use more than one at a time. Um, and the way this worked for me, I already had different case studies set up in my virtual islands. And what I had was mannequin avatars taking the place of the key characters. My avatar is Avatar A. I just slipped in B, the case study avatar, and then the rest of these characters are mannequin characters. Um, There was also a choice of different, large language models to use. Now, I'm not sure there was this expansive a choice in Second Life. There was at least 5 or 6. It turns out this beta was canceled, and I didn't they gave us a month notice, but of course, I could predict, I didn't find out about the cancellation until a week after my avatars disappeared, but that's okay. But anyway, what I wanted to share with you is all of the LLM choices that are available through Convey. And again, Convey was the partner with SL that provided the avatars in Second Life. And this is the big reveal, which is that isolating my student uh, feedback for just the AI-driven characters, I garnered an even higher approval rating. Out of a sample size of 75, 73% found the AI characters to be more engaging than traditional PowerPoint illustrations. And in keeping with that, a smaller group found it less engaging. So that was an exciting development. Then, as luck would have it, these AI characters through Convey were canceled after a little more than an 8-month trial. The stated reason for the pause was to evaluate the next steps and to refine Second Life's long-term AI strategy. And unfortunately, there's no indication or commitment for when the AI characters will be reintroduced in Second Life. Again, I found out about this a week after the characters were no longer available. And in the midst of the fall semester, when I had this activity built into my courses and webinars, but, since I was in kind of a pickle, I was motivated to find a solution, and it turned out to be really easy. Again, I deployed, some of my mannequin avatars, replaced, the characters that, I was intending to, riz, during a given webinar, and then I encased them in clear boxes and used a note card reader script to simulate the conversations. I had copied the conversations that had been generated. I was so impressed with the quality of the content that came back after I gave the characters a backstory and some sample questions and answers that I kept a copy of it. Thank goodness. And let me go on to the next slide here. And looking at the pros and cons of this, um, the characters, I could entitle the blocks with the character's name. So unlike in Second Life, where it's really difficult to get a unique name for your character, your avatar, I could have the exact name that became the box. Um, and also, I didn't have any possibility of the conversations being unvetted or the content coming back erroneous because I had programmed the content. Now, most of the time, students just sort of like to have the class sessions, the webinar sessions flow over them versus being that involved. But the big con is that if students want to interact with the characters, it's going to be a little more cumbersome to set up a separate chat bot that I could then input into the text conversation. But in general, it worked great. But the Second Life characters work great too. My next experiments are going to be with actual avatars. There's no reason why I can't still create avatars and encase them in the invisible boxes. And that way they'll look a little more realistic, shift their weight and things like that. Another alternative is to find some animesh characters or build some. And then I'm hoping to start to use this AI Talkmaster. That was such a fabulous presentation yesterday and shows a lot of promise for these AI characters. Um, Again, I thought that the AI characters in Second Life worked remarkably well, and I hope that they'll be unpaused. Of course, just the test alone, the offering of the AI characters for 8 months, not only gave me the idea to delve into this, but also made my simulated versions more believable. While I have been making as much noise as possible to try to get Second Life to provide us with voice-enabled characters, now that they've taken away the text-enabled characters, I'd be willing to settle for the text enabled characters alone. But the bottom line is that I hope SL and everyone understands that this is like a major new affordance for virtual worlds to be able to enact and set up AI-driven characters and multiple characters. That's my hope. But once again, as usual, OpenSim is probably going to come to the rescue of of all of this. If you haven't, this is a lanyap item or an extra item. If you haven't experimented with the Convey characters, I recommend doing so. It is really quite a extraordinary app. Unfortunately, the paid subscriptions to it are quite pricey, but they do offer a free trial. And to give you an idea of just how splendid it is, not only do the characters talk, but voice enabled, but you can set up your character's personality using the big five personality traits, and you can set up your character's mood. So it is, pretty breathtaking. Um, that it concludes my prepared remarks. I hope that some in the audience might be free tomorrow at 10 o'clock a.m. Pacific time for our annual educator meetup on the OSCC Grid Expo Zone 3. We've been doing this for a number of years, and yesterday you heard about the brilliant Virtual World Education Consortium that has lots of planned activities and presentations, speaker presentations. This is nothing like that. This is very informal and a lot of fun. So I hope to see you there. And also, this coming year, I have big plans to renovate the Educator Emporium in the OS grid. But, if you're new to virtual worlds, you might find a few educator tools in the Educator Emporium. And I'll leave it at that. Back to you.
Okay, we do have one question that's come in. I know you have a few minutes for questions. Lisa Laxton asks if you did any personality development or knowledge base training on the characters that you created.
I didn't do any personality development because it wasn't an option in the Second Life avatars. It is an option in the Convery avatars. Also, in Second Life, I was limited to 10,000 words or about 6 pages, but I didn't take advantage of all of that. I think when you say knowledge base, you're thinking of like Claude or what is the Google Notebook, where you can upload like 5 or 6 documents and have somebody have your avatar use that information to respond. But now that you mention it, you remind me, one of the avatars, the characters I set up was an Affordable Care Act specialist, And she was something because, I did give her all of the, different aspects of the legislation, all of the features of the legislation, and she responded quite well. But, after 2 semesters, she decided she was teaching my course as opposed to being an assistant to me. So, that was just a slightly, alarming. But again, Second Life pulled the plug on her, so she's no longer taking over my course. Lisa, did that answer your question?
While waiting to see if she follows up, I do have one from Lear because we're getting a little bit on time, but let's see if we can fit this in. Lear is doing a follow-up asking if you're providing the training material for these characters and not pre-assigned knowledge bases.
Um I personally am not at the moment because it's no longer an option in Second Life. Although I could, if anybody needs a note card reader script, I mean, all you have to do is take one of your characters, either live or mannequin, at encase it in a box. Give it the name of your character and then put a note reader script in it, and you're good to go to simulate conversations.
Okay, was it required which specific Gen AI tools were mapped to those characters, or did you get any choice?
I got a choice. In Second Life, they gave us at least 5 different LLMs to choose from, and as far as I could tell, you only selected one at a time. And I didn't experiment with the different characters, the different LLMs, even though I do experiment. If I'm looking for some information, I set up a few different LLMs, in browser windows. So, and I see that there's one from Roxy. Are you planning to try this on OpenSim like Kitely or Wolf Terrains? It would be easy to do. Again, to simulate an interaction with a character is a piece of cake anywhere. And it seems like OpenSim is light years ahead of Second Life now with this new AI Talkmaster. And I hate to call him out, but I was trying to strong arm Austin to write one of his fabulous blogs about using AI Talkmaster. So maybe we'll all get some information real soon.
It also sounds like meeting up with you tomorrow at the event that you announced would be a great way to continue this conversation. We're coming up on time for this presentation, so thank you, Kay McLennan, for an informative and interesting presentation. As a
Thank you.
reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 7:30 a.m. right here in this keynote region and is entitled Cultivate, Collaborate, Celebrate, and Innovate. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 25 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the Hypergrid Tour resources in the OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths that are located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speakers and to our audience.
Stream up, and we're live.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 7:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. session of the 2025 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we're pleased to introduce the presentation, Cultivate, Collaborate, Celebrate, and Innovate. Our speakers are Lisa Laxton and Frank Ruloff. Lisa Laxton is the founder of Infinite Metaverse Alliance and president of Laxton Consulting, with experience providing various solutions for education, research, business, and defense clients. You may have seen her around the hyperverse as Shalene Ayers, busy building content or engaged in testing, but she's available to anyone in the Open Simulator community that's interested in collaborating to advance virtual worlds technology and or to improve accessibility by design. Frank Ruloff is a retired senior systems engineer from Thales, Netherlands, with expertise in training and simulation. He led research and innovation activities related to open simulator technology with the Thales Global Company, using multiple open simulator grids that are focused on user needs. And he continues on project efforts during his retirement with his collaborations with IMA. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. This session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag pound OSCC05. Welcome, everyone, and let's begin the session.
Thank you for that great introduction. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. If you're joining us, we're happy to have you here. And thanks for having us here again. And congrats to the team OSCC on 13 years. We have a lot to share this year, and we'll have time for Q&A after the slide presentation. Let's get into it. Infinite Metaverse Alliance Group's focus is driven by 4 actions: cultivate, collaborate, celebrate, and innovate. We engage the hypergrid community. We support teamwork by fostering alliances. We celebrate the people behind the avatars, and we innovate where gaps exist. OSFest and Echo Voice are both active IMA projects that we'll discuss today. A bit about OSFest. Quick shout out to our HG Fireside Chat attendees, our OSFest volunteers and sponsors, and various IMA contributors and testers. You know who you are. Thank you very much. Kudos to the core devs and to Mike Chase of OSNGC. The images on this slide are from those who contributed content and or helped with costs. Avacon, Bridgemere, Rosa Alexey, Kelly Cherry, Open Sim World, Beyond Zen Life, YKJ Empower You Nation, Virtual Business Hub Grid, Infinite Metaverse Alliance, and of course, my company, Laxton Consulting. WestFest began as Avatar Fest, then it became Open Sim Fest, and then it lost its host. We renewed the tradition in 2022 as OSFest, an annual celebration of our creative hypergrid community. This year, we set new goals, then implemented a new approach to evolve OSFest into a true hypergrid celebration taking place on mini grids. Banker Ebor created a new logo that was a perfect fit, and many thanks to Maria for helping us get the word out. Here's a look at how it went. Of the scheduled events with active participation, 65% were hosted on the OSFest grid and 35% were hosted on other grids. Now, these included Paradise Lagoon on Bridgemere, Damour Enterprises, Rock City, and All Greaters Vets on DigiWorld, Cooper Swizzle's Experiences, Kitely Event Center, and October World on Kitely, Event Plaza, Lovely, and Peaceful Landing on OS Grid, Yellowstone, which was a new club on 10th Dimension Grid, and Abraham Entertainment Venues and Great Plains on Wolf Territories grid. Event types included music, tours, readings, games, activities, and fashion. Looking at the breakdown of the daily event schedule, Sundays and Mondays were primarily stage-focused music events. Weekdays typically featured more hypergrid and tour events on other grids. New this year, all music events were relayed to the Zero Hub radio station, which is an IMA project embedded on the calendar website, and were simulcast to other regions via relays and hypergrid regions via remote relays. There were many new innovations needed to support this change, so we focused on development and scripting to support our new approach. First, we needed a new live event calendar development. You'll see an image of that on this slide. And we wanted it to have the necessary features to support both local and hypergrid events with in-world integration. In that process, we implemented IMA's Zero Hub Radio calendar integration with that and developed the new and integrated a new hypergrid simulcast system, replace the one we used 4 years ago. So some of the other images on this slide show some just-in-time event-related scripting, synchronous sequential event streaming for the OSPS Zen Wellness region and the Twin Palms Drive-In. It would sync up when new avatars arrive instead of everybody having to stop and start together. We did a dynamic fashion show lighting to enhance the sequin fashion that was shown. And I created a master or mistress of ceremonies platform to provide a bit more realism so that it would be easier to start and stop the speaking animation. We did a Aurora Borealis with beats per minute music synchronization. You see that in the upper right. Next to that, just to the left of it, you see a Burning Woman simulation. We enhanced that to employ the integrated smoke and fire so it would climb up the structure over time and fall with the pieces falling activated by the physics engine. So we also used AI-assisted resource evaluation, data collection, and chart generation for even this presentation. The total lines of new code developed 18,651 lines of code plus the engineering specifications needed and documentation needed to develop those lines of code and, of course, the testing time. Here's we can show a summary stats after that data review. New and returning participants had exhibits and stores on the OSPS grid, with some extending the experience to their home grids. These included shopping, freebies, and fashion, a mind game with a prize that was quite interesting, and avatars against violence against women, blending our virtual world with our offline world. Many styles of art were shown, plus there was a new art gallery. There were generative AI characters, drivable vehicles, interactive builds with animated mesh and NPCs. Upcoming events around the hypergrid were promoted, regions were promoted. They had interactive educational exhibits that was quite interesting from Stephen Zootfly. Competitive zombie hunting, of course, everyone usually loves that one, and some guided wellness activities. That was a little bit new where we incorporated content, Creative Commons content, where you can learn Tai Chi from the videos, or you can learn seated yoga from the videos, or you can listen to experts from UVA School of Medicine help you relax through mindfulness approaches or learn to meditate with guided body scans. So that scripting that I talked about is what supports that. So here at the OSCC in Expo Zone 4, booth 19, we have viewing screens of images taken during OSFest 2025, so please do visit. Some interesting data points were gathered from complex aggregate of differently structured database queries, and I was able to determine the number of content creators and contributors of all the content that was read around the grid for future attribution purposes. I'd like to write a script that would take that data and show that live in the region so that it changes as new content is read. Now, the number of unknown creators never having visited the grid was greatly reduced to 22 versus hundreds in the past. There could be a number of reasons for that. One could be we have more visitors. The other could be we have more people creating their own content. Analysis show the OSPS grid usage remains active and consistent with the prior year attendance. And the estimated hypergrid event attendance on the other grids was based on direct observation, while the other data was based on AI-assisted database queries. Foreign avatars that visited the OSS grid came from 104 unique grids, which is around 25% of the active grids, according to Maria. So the total regions on 7 different grids was 23, where a total of 95 events were hosted for OSFest 2025. And this is consistent with the prior year OSFest when all events were on the OSFest grid itself. So we hope to see more hypergrid participation increase as we fine tune the new event calendar application for 2026. Our Docker architecture facilitates a dynamic resource allocation which eases grid management efforts while balancing the load via the region isolation, the structure itself. Now, as seen in earlier years, a recompile of scripted objects after bringing them in from other grids reduces our server load by half. A lack of built-in Y-engine tools makes administration of this type of event challenging, given the amount of unvetted content. The OSPS live calendar needs more resources, so I'm moving it from web space to the grid server in 26. Zero Hub Radio needs custom code for handling dynamic event stream scheduling and simulcast system integration. So that's more code work I'll need to do. The new stage monitor script needs some code work due to group role limitations until groups in Open Simulator are improved. When exhibitors and merchants are consolidated on mainland regions with the event region right in the center, bad scripts negatively affected the user experience. A return to a hypergrid layout is planned for 26. Some imported scripts created memory leaks and server loading issues, and these are specifically associated with excessive server calls outside of state entry, use of LL sleep beyond 200 milliseconds, improperly terminated timers, unnecessary open sensors and listeners, race conditions, and unchecked list growth. Many of these issues exist in scripts found online. So AIs often write bad scripts, which is something a lot of people are doing right now as a result because the internet is their reference. That's where it learns, and there's really not a lot of good updated scripts out there. Intervention was required in severe cases due to the mainland layout and unvetted scripts. So in 26, we intend to offer a vetted script library for people to use. We had some great hypergrid community feedback. Cost did not change even after greatly reducing the size of OSPS grid. We do need more volunteers and social media gurus. The social media algorithm changes combined with a scattered audience of hypergrid users really increases outreach difficulty. In-world greeting as well as marketing and promotion is needed to increase participation regardless of event location. AI hasn't been helpful with these aspects so far, and we hope that changes. However, creating the new live event calendar application, extending participation to the hypergrid, and increasing performer exposure was positively received. Grid communities, performers, creators, builders, artists, and merchants all benefit as a whole from the new OSFest hypergrid approach. One participant said, "Can't wait for next year. We need to get started sooner so we can plan and build." Thank you, Franz. We can always use help. So here's what we have planned for 2026. After 2 years with themes and 2 years without themes, we found participation is significantly greater when we have a theme. So we will start planning shows and gather suggestions for a theme in January. The 2026 primary goal is flip the script, 65% hypergrid events and 35% OSFest grid events. You see, we have tentative dates October 9th, 2026 through October 24th, 2026 for this next year's OSFest. We chose those time frames because it has the least scheduling conflict with major events that happen on other grids. Our secondary goal is a grid upgrade to facilitate more exhibits and stores and support PBR. The 2026 outreach goal is to increase the hypergrid outreach and engagement. That would be wonderful if we could get some help with the promotion and marketing. In 2025, the AMA group also continued our partial visitor board script updates. We had Hypergate script updates. I still need to send that update to Outworld. We're working to evolve the OSWS radio project, and I'm working on the software engineering for ImaBox as a project. And of course, Echo Voice development and testing. And this work was significant. We have some of these gifts in the gift boxes here on the stage, as well as landmarks to our booth and to the OSFest booth. Frank, can you share with us the exciting progress toward a prototype for Echo Voice?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much for all of you for being here. And I think the talk that Lisa did shows that the open sim community as a community can thrive and can do great things. Okay, let's go over to Echo Voice. First slide, please. Okay, this is the Echo Voice system. And of course, there are a number of known applications in there, OpenSim itself, the viewer, and a voice over IP that used to be either free speech or VFox. And the system itself, the design and the architecture of the system is based on the fact that we try to minimize any changes that need to be done to either OpenSim and the viewer, so that it runs as more or less independent of these systems. What does that mean? We have two major components in there. We use the region module as an entry into OpenSim. We developed that region module that has an administrative part, which supplies all the avatar information as well as the regions, the parcels to the server bridge, which then communicates with the administrative part of the voice of IP that is connected. In our case, our first one will be the Mumble server. We also have a viewer, and we don't want to touch the viewer at all. That is a chosen thing, because as well as for OpenSim as for the viewer, it will be difficult for us to get changes in there. So we try to use the protocols as is. This means that, for instance, for the viewer, is optimized at the moment to use the VFox protocol. And the part that is in the region module, the agent part, as you can see on the picture, and the viewer interface, which is part of the Echo Voice client, will use the Vivox protocol to communicate. So we don't have to change anything into the viewer. The only thing that we need, that we are doing, is piggybacking data on the existing protocol of the viewer so that we can handle that in the Echo Voice client. So the viewer interface as part of the Echo Voice client is also called SO Voice, because the viewer knows SO Voice and not the Echo Voice client. And we also have then this interface will communicate with a dedicated voice over IP interface. Can you, next slide please. So what we want to, one of the objective is that we want to have a multi-VoIP approach. So by changing the way that we look at the voice communication between the server and the viewer, so we more or less separate that from OpenSIM and the viewer. And we also want to be able to have, okay, one voice over IP grid-wide, but also the possibility to have one voice over IP provider per region. So these definitions will go into OpenSIM.ini or region.ini and will be read by the region module. And the data will then be transferred through the viewer to the Echo Voice client. In this case, Vivox we cannot use because we can create a VoIP interface based on the fact if we have documentation, an API or documentation how it works. We don't have that for SL Voice for Vivox itself. Otherwise, we could create an interface for it. So Vivox, we can do Mumble, maybe we can do TeamSpeak and other things that are so open source that we can create an application for it. But we still can go back to the Vivox settings if we do not use the region module and the entries in the ini files. Next slide, please. So this is a more in-depth picture of the server bridge itself. The server bridge consists of three independent processes. It's written in Python, but as some of you all know, Python is a sequential language, so most or less do something sequential. But Python, the newest Python versions also have a process independent, so that the three processes can run on different cores if necessary. And the reason for that is that, well, it depends on how big the grid is, so how much information needs to be processed, and you want to have the interface to OpenSIM, but also to the VoIP independent from each other. So what does these subcomponents do? Well, as it said, the OS interface will monitor the information that is coming from the admin part in the region module. So that are avatars, that are regions, parcels, and that sort of information. That will be put into the next component, which is the monitoring and control component. Databases in there that holds that all that information and its relations. And from the that component, that information is sent to the VoIP interface, and there it will send the commands and data that is necessary, for instance, to set up in the Mumble server the channels and that connected to the regions and the parcels. In all these components, in the two components for the OS interface and also for the VoIP interface, are also is also code to make interfaces robust. That means that if OpenSIM falls away or the VoIP server falls away, then it will, and it restart, it will automatically recover and set all the connections again and build it up again. So that is what the Echo Voice server bridge will do. Next slide, please. The Echo Voice client bridge is a bit more difficult. So the agent part in the region module will handle the protocol with the viewer, more or less. So if you log in, then a communication starts between the viewer and the agent part. That is quite complex. And it took me quite some time to find out exactly, because I needed to know where on which data I can superimpose the data that is needed by the Echo Voice client without breaking the protocol of the viewer and to the old SL voice. So the agent parts starts up because the viewer will communicate certain information, and then the viewer will start up the SL voice, which is then instead of the Vivox SL voice is the Echo Voice client SL voice. That will complete the protocol, and it will, dependent on the information that is piggybacked on from the agent part, start a voice over IP client, a real one. So this means that if you have defined it correctly, then it will find when you start up and in which parcel you are, which voice over IP server you will have, and it will automatically start the voice interface to that Mumble server. And when you go to another and you have region coverage, then you can start to another voice over IP interface. So one important aspect here is that we do not change the viewer and we use the Vivox protocol of the viewer as if we have a Vivox, but we piggyback it with all kinds of information that we use in the Echo Voice client to set up and to start the right Echo Voice client. Next slide, please. So how far are we with the development? The region module is done. The server bridge is also done. The viewer interface is also done, except for the part that is some parts there is some parts in the communication with the viewer that not completely is working correctly. So we have some work to do there. The VoIP interface, so that is a application that is creating the interface with the real VoIP. We have that for Mumble, so it works for Mumble. Only we did not close the loop yet between the server bridge, Mumble, and the VoIP over IP interface. So we can start it. We can see that the interface is started. We can use the Mumble client to see that there is an entry into the Mumble server. But since we didn't have the other side running yet, both at the same time for testing, there is no channel to connect to. So that is not there. There is something that we had to change during development, because in the first iteration of what we did for the VoIP interface, we thought that we could use Pi Mumble for that, but it shows that Pi Mumble doesn't have spatial sound. So we had to change that and start the real Mumble client, the official Mumble client, because it has a link interface that we can use to set up the audio. We're testing this at the moment and doing it further. So I hope that we can get very soon to a working system. How do we test it? We have a number of, we run it on a Proxmox hypervisor. We have 3 LXCs, one for the Mumble server, one for the for OpenSIM containing the region module, and one for the robust part of OpenSIM. The testing, the viewer itself, SL voice, and or more or less the Echo Voice client runs on a Windows 11 PC, and with that we do the testing. If we go, if we have the basic loops running, so it means that we have the whole thing of, okay, I log in and I get connected to the right channel in the Mumble servers. That's correct. Then we're going to set up multiple LXC containers with more open SIM instances to see how that works, and also to test the multi VoIP approach. Next slide, please. So what are we going to do next year? Well, we're finishing the VoIP interface of the client, and then we're going to do testing, a lot of testing. And as I said, we integrated two pieces. Oh no, I didn't say that. Sorry. If you've seen in the picture, there is one region module with two pieces: the admin part and the agent part. Now there are still two separate region modules in an OpenSIM. So I combined that to one region module because they can be combined, but it was more convenient to start separately for the client than integrated in the original one. Then we need to streamline the code and make sure that parameters are in files, and that sort of software engineering type of things make it robust against failures, to be able to restart things, that sort of stuff. And then we work further on other documentation to get a full documentation. As we heard yesterday, the Rust viewer, that there was a lot, they put a lot of work in putting the protocols on to get the protocols working. I had the same experience because it is not always clear, although the source code is there for some parts, how it really works and what the message contents are. So I found it out too. So I'm going to create a document on the Vivox protocol itself, so that maybe for other people that want to use it, there's a little bit more depth, so they can find out what to do. Next sheet, please. So after 26, well, we're creating an interface for Mumble at the moment. But yeah, we can look at having other interfaces like TeamSpeak, maybe WebRTC or whatever, to connect to the VoIP, the Echo Voice system. There needs to be a little change in the Echo Voice bridge, because now it is one Python application or set of Python applications, and we need to make the VoIP IP part also independent. The client are two on Windows running two execs, one for the SL voice and one for the VoIP interface, so that you easy can connect to them what you want. So you don't need to put all the possibilities into your program. If you say I have a grid with only the Mumble server, then you put only the Mumble interface in there, and then you can connect. So, but that is now a little bit one piece in the server bridge. So it means that if you have to multiple interface, you have to make that application bigger by adding them. And I want to make the same kind of architecture that I did for the client. And of course, a lot of testing, especially for the multi-VoIP requirements in different configurations, to see if it all works and works correctly. Well, I think that finishes my part of the application. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Frank. That was just really interesting stuff for people on the tech side, and exciting stuff for people on the non-tech side to have choices to potentially integrate FreeSwitch, Discord, Jitsi, TeamSpeak, or Mumble, whichever they prefer to use in their environment. We're open to questions and answers. I have one question that came in already about the SceneGate viewer, and I forgot to mention this in the slide. I'm glad you mentioned it, Frank. Now that the Docker architecture research that we've been doing with the OS grid is done, we have a good handle on all of that. Then we'll get back to Seagate updates in 2026. I could always use some help if anyone wants to contribute to some of those code changes to bring it up to par with Firestorm. Seagate is a viewer that has a few different features uh, that really are focused on helping users who are new, reduce the onboarding, reduce the cognitive load of when you open the viewer and there's all these features and like, oh my God, this is too complicated. I don't want to deal with it sort of thing. Seagate starts in simple mode, but it does have all the normal build features. You have to go to the preferences. You'll find a mode button, and from there you select extended mode and then restart the viewer, and voila, you have all of your advanced tools. Does anyone else have any questions about either OSPF or the Echo Voice work that we talked about?
While we're waiting to see if any more questions come in, I would like to point out that there are people who have volunteered to help you out. Very early in the presentation, Franz reached out and said would like to help with the script library.
Yes, we appreciate that. We've also had some requests to um, work with the Virtual Education Journal, and they have a community topic for the winter coming up, and they'd like to help out getting more words out to the rest of the community about what's happening and what's going on with OSS and how they can participate. That would be great, Roxy. Thank you.
Okay, we've talked about marketing and some technical offers. Are there ways that people that may be just sitting here in the audience or become aware of it help you out in a grassroots kind of way?
Oh yeah,
Well,
we would love to talk about that.
yeah, well, for the Echo Voice itself, um, at some point, if you want to have multiple VoIPs attached, there needs to be these voice interface applications need to be built. So we're building it now for, I'm building it now for Mumble. But if the whole system works, it's maybe somebody else wants to build it for TeamSpeak or for Discord or for, and in that part we can use help. Um, so that would be in the future if people want to think about creating this application for a interface with TeamSpeak or with Discord, because it's work. It's quite it's a lot of work. Sometimes it depends a little bit on the API of the uh, of the of the VoIP. How accessible is it from an application? Do we have documentation for it? And it could be not so much work, but it could also be a lot of work. So it would be nice if multiple people would join and take each of them as a task or as a project. And of course, when the system becomes more or less finished with development, we also need a lot of testing to do and to see if everything works correctly. So testers at some point in time are also very welcome to help and to assist.
As Ubit pointed out yesterday, we also need to fine tune the license that it would be offered under. We know the OSNGC people and the core dev have both said that they would consider integrating the Echo Voice project into OpenSIM as long as the licenses are compatible. Before I forget, there are gift boxes here on the front of the stage. In the gift boxes are four different items. Some of them are from the OSPF 2025, and some have been updated that you can utilize in your own grids. You won't be able to use them here because you need specific OSSL permissions to handle that. If you want to visit either our booth or the OSPF booth, the landmark pin there will give you 2 landmarks.
Yeah, I want to say one thing more.
Yeah.
As I put in the presentation, we kept the viewers as it is. So all the viewers have the VVox protocol inside. But on if Echo Voice really is going to be used, it would be a good idea to see if the DLL that is now in every viewer for the VVox protocol could be changed to something else, because the VVox protocol is terribly difficult in the sense that
Mhm.
there's a lot of that go wrong, and you need a lot of messages forth and back and forth and back to get everything working. So,
I
and for Echo Voice, that's not really needed. So, in time, if it could be maybe also that the viewers change their one of the DDLs to get a more simple interface protocol.
And I just put up this last slide here for those of you who are interested in helping out. We do meet every couple of weeks with the IMA group, and these are the questions that we'll focus on for 2026. But the key factor here is how can we help you? So if you'd like to get involved, please get in touch with me or just show up at one of our meetings.
And I apologize if
I
this is a more elementary question, but there may be some people that have come into this conference for the first time who may not know what IMA is. Can you give a very brief rundown of what IMA is?
Sure. The Infinite Metaverse Alliance was formed back in 2016. Our primary focus is it's just a lot of people who have a common mission to advance virtual world technology and synthetic environments. So we work on looking for gaps that need support, gaps that need development that are not being handled by existing groups like the core devs or some of the viewer dev projects. So the ThinkGate viewer evolved from that, and our focus is on accessibility and usability. So if those fit your mission, we'd love to have you join us. Anyone can get involved in IMA. And I agree with Joyce about the benthic rust viewer. I first found out about it yesterday, and I hope to reach out more with Puffball. I believe we can do some collaboration. And for those of you who are not aware, there is a remake of the Lumia viewer is happening. It's called Link Point. There is a release on GitHub, and I am going to be testing that as well. Uh, it's very promising as an Android application, but there is also a progressive web app demonstration that I would like to test, and we'll see how well that works. What I can see so far, because of course, you need to make some changes on the grid to be able to accept connectivity. So lots happening. Love what's happening with AI, and I'm happy to share some more about that on the panel later today. Are there any more questions?
Joyce is asking if you can share a link to the Lumia GitHub repo.
Yeah. Let me see if I can bring that up. There we go. I believe I shared this with a couple of people yesterday, but I was digging into it last night and saw the PWA and I got excited.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, so let me throw out some up
Yeah, we've
here.
got a little bit, not a little bit, but just a couple minutes left. So if you have any closing remarks you'd like to fit in before we close?
Yeah, yeah. So the gift boxes you'll find updated and new Creative Commons items from IMA. You can become testers. Feedback is welcome. We'd like to know if something is not working, if anything is broken, without having to go through a formal process of a Mantis bug report. It's for everyone to test, not just the tech people. The slides from this are available on slideshare.net. That's the link to that. If you need to reach either one of us, Frank on Discord is Frank_Ruloff, or me, Shalene. I am more often on that avatar account on Discord, so that would be the way to reach me. If you prefer, you can reach either of us via email. Here we have links to volunteer, learn more about our project, join the IMA Outpost Discord, join the OSFest Discord, check out our YouTube. We put up the first video for this year. There'll be another one coming as soon as I get the rest of the images in. And we do have a Facebook page that you can follow when we do OSFest updates. I always make sure they get posted to that Facebook. We'll be in Expo Zone 3, Booth 4 at the break if anybody would like to join us. Otherwise, thank you all for being here and participating in what we're contributing back to the community.
And we
Yes,
thank
thank you
you.
very
Thank
much.
you. All right. Thank you to Lisa Laxton and Frank Ruloff for an informative and interesting presentation. And as a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference@opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 8:30 a.m. in this keynote region and is entitled MetaCulture equals Metagaming plus Integrated Knowledge Infrastructures. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 25 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the Hypergrid Tour resources in the OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speakers and our audience. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 8:30 a.m. to 9 o'clock a.m. session of the 2025 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, MetaCulture equals Metagaming plus Integrated Knowledge Infrastructures. Our speaker is Indy Bio. Indy Bio is sci-curious, trained as a bioprocess engineer, interested in interfaces and the spaces between. Inside the lines, outside the box. Passions include building connection across boundaries, balancing a feminist ethic of care with critical accountability, and pursuing responsive infrastructures at appropriate scales. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. This session's being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC25. Welcome, everyone, and let's begin the session.
Thank you very much. As you can tell by my avatar, I'm a newbie to these parts, so thank you everyone for organizing this amazing thing. So my name in the physical world is Bernal, and in the metaverse I go by Indie Bio. Indie as in indie rock, and bio as in biology. I'm a biologist by training. I ended up in bioprocess engineering and urban resource management. So I am not a native to these parts, as you can tell by the hippo. And I live mainly in text and offline. So one could say I am in one dimensional, not even 3D. But my interest in the metaverse is the meta part of it, rather than the visual or the virtual. It's the interoperability of data, cultures, ideologies, disciplines, the physical with the digital, basically everything. So why am I here? I volunteer a lot. It's how I learn and make friends. I've joined my local communities, looking after natural areas where I lived. I used to organize events like local park runs and TEDx. I was curator of TEDx Cape Town. I've organized conferences, so I know what the team here is going through. I was chair of a few things, and currently I am involved in the Open Metaverse Interoperability Group, also known as OMI, or OMI. We have a panel in about an hour and a half from now. And through my work, both professionally and volunteering, or work and play, I became intrigued by the social dynamics of community-driven knowledge networks. So, things like OpenStreetMaps, Debian, Linux, the metaverse. I'm particularly interested in intractable challenges, things that just do not have a solution. And because of my scientific background and interests, I'm focused on politically charged scientific challenges, like climate change, like the COVID pandemic. How people believe things when our idea of the facts as so-called experts may indicate otherwise. The background to what I'm going to tell you about today and ask for help on is that we have so much data. It's a mess. It's a mess on a whole lot of levels, and the technical approach to that, integrating that data, integrating knowledge infrastructures, is an ongoing project, and it also has a home in OMI, but it's the interaction with that data, or rather the lack thereof, by everyday people that I want to focus on here. Because of the bigness of this data, and one could say the necessity of visualizing it, there is a digital and likely an immersive component to it, the idea of the metaverse that many people have. So big data has been a thing for a while, but I really hit the wall during an extreme drought where I lived in Cape Town, South Africa, when we just weren't moving the needle as so-called experts. Cape Town was 2 weeks away from a city of 4.5 million people running out of water. Right now, Iran and Turkey and other places have already run out of water. They're talking about evacuation. Evacuation to where? I don't know. So looking towards the global response and actions, or not, towards climate change and the political climate, it's clear that this is a huge problem. It's like it's like a world-changing event, that we're living in interesting times. We need people to act from the bottom up while staying accountable. So let's be very clear. I am not advocating for anarchy or a revolution or working outside our laws and our legal systems. I'm working on a careful community approach, balancing a feminist ethic of care, so balancing an ethic of justice with an ethic of care, with critical accountability, and pursuing responsive infrastructures at appropriate scales. Often that means more decentralized, more grassroots. Technically, this is possible, and scaling it to spread across the globe is possible, especially through the metaverse. Imagine local action facilitated by this digital network that surrounds us and connects us. I was stuck on the social side of things. We need to get people to care in the first place. So I started reading and reading and reading about what to do about it. And this is my attempt to act on what I've learned so far. And please remember, I'm a scientist by training. I'm heading into the humanities now. I have no idea what I'm doing. So the need that I'm basing this project in, obviously this could be applied anyway, but focus is always good. And so specifically, I'm looking at volunteer communities like Open Simulator, like the Open Metaverse or the Metaverse in general, that are not as welcoming as we would like to think. You know, as organizers of these groups, we always say, oh, we're so welcome and everyone's welcome, but we know that that's not really true. And I felt bad about this. I wanted to make it better. And I think this is very much related to how to address misinformation across the internet. It's related to echo chambers, flame wars, and the algorithm. We try to have conversations with people and include people, but more often than not, we end up fighting or being patronizing or being uninspired, being educational, quote unquote, which means we talk down at people and don't allow their views to be shared. Now, look, there's a time and a place for being educational and being the expert when someone's invited you to teach them, for example. But when you're having a conversation with someone who's just like you know, in the internet or whatever, you're as equals. There's no room for being, let's just call it uninspired. And so behaving in this way ends up chasing people away, even when our intentions are good, rather than letting them in and growing the community. So I started thinking, can game culture thinking help? And what would this mean? And so I ventured into a new area. And as I said many times, this presentation is really about asking for help to build my research. So in this particular case, yes, you do have permission to be patronizing and educational to me. So I read the specific works that I found particularly inspiring. Carol Gilligan on her work on ending patriarchy, on bringing into association what we've forgotten. Naomi Klein, I think her book was called Mirror Worlds, but it was on constructively engaging with misinformation. Anand Giridharadas on building connection across divisions. The one thing that kept coming up in all of these was cultivating curiosity, not relying on people's curiosity, not teaching them things, but growing that curiosity, creating a sense of cognitive dissonance to playfully explore. In the blog post that I'm working, there's a couple of gaps here, which I will fill in due course, but so far so good. So, and this applies to AI, and I think we'll talk about this in the panel a bit later. And the keynote session, the state of the hypergrid, also talked about this. I think it was Sun Tzu who talked about keeping the human in the loop with AI. It's not about whether something is good or bad. It's about playfully introducing cognitive dissonance, effectively training people to follow the scientific method of inquiry, being questioning without being judgmental. So there's some academic research that backs this up. There was Tim Harford wrote a beautiful article, and there was also another one by someone whose link I've now lost. But the academic research around that was by Kahan and others. And there was also, oh, now I've lost it. Yeah, so I'm basing it around this being able to cultivate curiosity. And so there is some academic work that backs this up. And then how I plan to do this is through a method called deep canvassing. And which would be adapted to be digital and self-guided, and using knowledge infrastructures to apply in a scientific context. So that's the methodology in a nutshell, and I could carry on for a long time about that, but really, I don't really know what I'm doing. So if this interests you at all, please reach out, and we'll get back to the call to action. Another thing that I mentioned in the title is metagaming, being curious beyond the game itself. I just went on a web search to find the original article, and the article that I found was by a group in Finland headed by Kahila and others. But I also found a bunch of links that were like, oh, why metagaming is bad. And so I haven't read it yet, but of course, you know, the internet being the internet, there's always two sides to the story. But I think metagaming is or could be a good thing. To me, something like Open Simulator Community Conference is an example of a metagame. It's something that is meta to, or in addition to, the Open Simulator itself. Having forums, having networks, any sort of thing that is outside of the game is a metagame. And I think this has potential to build that curiosity. If you think of the life that we lead and the physical world that we exhibit as the game, or the scientific challenge as the game, the metagaming is how we cultivate that curiosity. And then this links to me to convergence culture. So this is something that Henry Jenkins spoke about a long time ago, and it's quite bizarre to me how relevant it is. The book originally, Convergence Culture, was written in 2006, I think. And it's still so relevant. It's really weird. And so what I'm thinking about a lot is, why didn't that grow? Why didn't that scale? And Henry speaks about how the corporate sort of takeover in the walled garden sort of stymied that a bit. And I feel like we have an opportunity with the metaverse to reimagine that. But this idea of growing from broadcast, you know, as in traditional media, to communication, which is how we work these days, transforms audiences into active participants in the experience. And interestingly, when we were having a chat, preparing for the panel that's happening in an hour or so, this also links to improv, how we use the experience of playing together to really address and make space for social action. But I think for more on that, join us in the OMI panel in about an hour. So then on the other side is the knowledge infrastructures and integrating that into this cultural sort of vibe. So what a knowledge infrastructure means is all the stuff that collates data or knowledge or information. For me, that's things like Wikipedia and OpenStreetMaps, you know, the sort of projects that we know as collective gathering, but it's also very scientific things. So there's things like eModNet, Destiny, there's Copernicus, and these are mainly Europe-based. I think NOAA is one of the US-based, but like these massive, massive data sets of how our world functions. And what is built from those are, you know, weather modeling, but it's also just cool stuff. You know, it just looks good. But there's literally thousands of knowledge databases and whatever collections of data that contains those. And experts, you know, or so-called experts, use those to make decisions about our world. You know, the climate change models, there's a bunch of models that underpin that. But everyday people don't really work with that. It also includes local data in the same way that OpenStreetMaps work. And so I hope, my dream is that we can create these databases for water, for resources, whatever people want, in the same way that OpenStreetMaps work. Let's call it an open resource maps. And my ultimate dream with this is to integrate the physical world into games. Not for education, not for fun, just to cultivate curiosity. Because we're also interested in interoperability, you know, being part of OMI, the Open Metaverse Interoperability Group. This means, of course, that it can also be used for education, you know, as a framework or whatever technical words you want to use. It could be used for serious stuff, but my passion really is to use it for fun. And so why am I talking about culture and then, you know, bringing in this knowledge infrastructure thing in all the time? For me, to put it together into a metaculture, putting the metagaming with the integrated knowledge cultures gives a case study, a focus to work with. To have a culture, you sort of need a community. You know, that's why there's different cultures. And so what does this community or this culture in a metaverse look like? So we're testing this with a project that starts early next year with water as its basis. It's called AquaSavvy. And we're working on a proposal to do this with biosphere reserves globally. But other than the specific case study or, you know, having a focus to apply this to, it's important because culture does not exist in a vacuum. So you need a community, and metaculture is about the culture that emerges when we cross those communities, when we move between them, when we can't rely on the unspoken agreements that keep a community together. How do we navigate this culture when the dominant language is not English, for example? I mean, time zones is hard enough. when we don't know what the basics are. You know, we talk about being professional, being nice, being respectful, but that has a specific meaning depending on where you come from. How do we navigate this? We have been toying with this as a community in the furry community, with avatars and how they present, you know, how we present with pronouns. So this is it's a ripe moment in time to examine this. But I think it could go a lot further, and that's what I'm excited to contribute to. I've been learning so much from this community. How do we apply that to science? How do we apply that to the climate changes? And, you know, it feels like these are still two different planets, and I would like to build bridges between those. And so that is what my project is about. So finally, call to action. As I said, I'm very new to this, so please help. Any sort of academic references, any potentially relevant research groups, chat groups, activist groups, communities, anything at all, please let me know. I'd love to meet with you. I'd love to have this conversation. We have a dedicated forum in the OMI Discord, and so that is the QR code that you see on the slide. So that's a place to come and have a chat to us. But I'll meet you where you are. Let me know where you are. You're also welcome to get in touch with me. Like, I'm IndieBio basically everywhere: Discord, GitHub, anyway. My blog shares the warts and all journey. Sometimes it's very half-baked. Mostly it's very half-baked, but hey, that's me. You know, we're growing. And then you may also be interested in our AquaSavvy project that's starting next year. I think I didn't include that on the slide, but if you look at the blog post, it's right at the bottom. It's basically aquasavvy.eu. And I think that's me. So thank you very much for your attention. I hope this made sense.
I do see that there is someone asking for the invite link, and Lear just pointed out that it is in the QR code. So I'm
Great.
going to, okay, there we go. And someone says I can get that for you because I'm concerned maybe somebody's having trouble with the QR code on their screen. I know sometimes that happens to me. So if someone can help us with that, that's great. Right now, I'm waiting for other questions to come in. What I'm curious to know, if it's okay, is you've talked a lot about what your passions are and how you want to bring it to this philosophy, but in meeting with a lot of people on the open simulator grids, I found that their personal passion is then key to how it translates out. I'm curious if you're okay with it. Can you give us an idea of how you decided on the biosciences being your passion to then make the leap into what you're talking about?
In a word, frustration. I was working on I was a curator. I was chair for a protected an advisory group for the protection of an estuary, you know, coastal region where I lived. And it was just so incredibly frustrating because I couldn't get people to see the different things that we were talking about, you know, like, and there was so much information that people's head just exploded every time we tried to talk about it. And I think, you know, my partner is a software developer, and I was sort of, you know, in this, I was in Debian and Ubuntu, and I sort of seeing how people across the world were working together sort of in the internet. And yes, there were frustrations. I mean, we complain about all the frustrations that they had, but they sort of had a way to deal with big complex challenges in a way that I felt like the sciences didn't. And so I am a scientist, so that's, you know, that's sort of where that's home to me. Biology and water is home to me. But then, you know, and you look at communities with cosplayers and LARPers, and it's like they have so much fun. And then I think I was reading about the people who manage, I think it was World of Warcraft. So I think that was Nick Yee's book, where they had this entire community managing stuff, doing like 8-hour working days on something they weren't getting paid on, and they were just so passionate about it. And I was like, I want that. Like, scientists aren't that passionate about stuff. I want that. How do I get that? Like, they're playing a game, and it's sort of meta to the game that they're doing this. I want that. And so I started thinking, how do we bring these two together? Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Absolutely fantastic. And we've had one come in the meantime. Lisa Laxton would like to know what you found to be your greatest challenge so far.
Um, yeah, I think my greatest challenge is also linked to why I think I'm pretty good at this. Getting people to understand across the boundaries. You know, if you speak to a scientist about building a game, like either they're gonna just roll their eyes and their eyes glaze over, or they're gonna go, "Oh yeah, like a serious game. Yes, we can target schools." And then it's like, "Oh no, that's not what I want." Um, and it was interesting when I think the sort of key illustrative example was when I went to the OpenStreetMap State of the Map conference in 2022, I think. So I've been getting stuck with this for a while. I was asking them, you know, what sort of is anyone building games on this? You know, using real world data and using OpenStreetMaps and stuff. And there's a wiki link on games that they do, but it's oh god, it's also boring, you know. And I just realized there was such um a boundary, and I wrote this down in a way more elegant way that I'm going to manage to get it up now. But instead of a walled garden of corporate stuff, there was this walled garden of thinking. And I mean, scientists are going to hate me, but it feels like there's this patronizing, but I'm an expert, you should listen to me. And the people on the street, you know, everyday people have no reason to listen to us as experts anymore. And I feel like the challenge that I'm having is that the experts themselves don't get this. And how to navigate it, because you can't say that to their face, right? And also if I'm looking for funding, like I'm looking at the research funding because that's what I'm familiar with, you cannot write that into a proposal. And so navigating that in a way that keeps your diverse audiences engaged, that's the ongoing challenge. And I think that directly relates to the panel that we're having, I think in I don't know how 40 minutes from now. Because it is an interoperability of cultures there, of wildly different cultures. So yeah, that's definitely the biggest challenge. But I think also that's like a massive opportunity, right?
Yeah. So on the other side of that, I know you said that this is new and in its infancy for you, but what so far has been your biggest win, either to the project or for yourself?
Honestly, I think it's landing this AquaSavvy project. It was in water, and I was concerned that it was going to be too pigeonholed into a scientific thing. And we have I think a consortium of 8 people, and at least 4 of them are very staunch academics. You know, who's used to doing things their way. But then we also brought in what I call metaverse technology. So we have the system of systems data integration. We also have AI tools. Um, and it's like I went to them with this crazy dream, and they liked it, you know. So we've literally been sending hundreds of emails to people trying to explain this. And if you have one, I'm going to sound like Lady Gaga now. If you have one person who believes in you, that's all that matters. I think a big win was learning about Dr. Kim Nevelstein's IPSME approach, where it doesn't rely on standards are important, right? But if people aren't going to want to use standards, or if the standards are so different, if you consider, does open geospatial standards relate to Blender standards? Like they probably do, but it's, you know, not quite the same thing. But so he had this integration technology, which to me just really felt like a feminist approach to technology. So that was like a big win to me. And then being able to land this project, just being able that someone says, hey, yeah, this sounds crazy, but we'll fund it. And then throughout the course of this project, to be able to build a tool that we can start showing people what we mean rather than trying to describe it, you know, because it's one of those things that describing it doesn't really get it across.
Okay. I know that you mentioned that you're looking for help in so many different areas, but what if you could have anything on your wish list right now, what would be the biggest thing?
Honestly, money. I've sort of run out, and the project doesn't have a salary in it for me. Okay, no, I mean, there's several answers to that. The one is I'd love to do a postdoc on this in a group that understands this sort of thing. I'm waiting for one more application to come back, and then maybe I have it, maybe I don't. collaboration with groups. We're busy with another proposal applying this to a global collection of biosphere reserves, and then bringing in libraries as the custodians of the commons. Yeah, and this is something that another OMI member, Astral Druid, talks about a lot. And I think she has great ideas there. She talks about a ludic production system. So being able to apply that. And so, you know, people who's willing to collaborate on projects. And the reason why I like applying for research, or, you know, it could be competitions or anything, is it gives you a clear focus that you have to comply to. It gives you clear boundaries and a clear deadline. And so, yeah, I'd like to, you know, let's get in touch and let's enter competitions and stuff, because that's a great way to focus your mind. It may not be the whole big dream, but it may be a component of the dream that you can start getting into specifics.
Okay. Still looking. I'm going through the chat to see if there's anything in particular else that anybody's wanting to know. Is there anything that's come to you in the meantime that you would like to add that maybe you didn't fit in earlier?
No, I think I covered it. Thank you very much. And I think for continuing conversations, the OMI Discord to me is home, and it's that's the place where we sort of have these big conversations. And so if anyone wants to jump in, that's a good place to carry on the conversation.
Hey, good to know. So with that, I guess I'm waiting to see if there's any more things. Nope. Absolutely want to make sure everybody got their chance. So with that, IndieBio, I thank you very much for spending your time with us. This has been a very informative and interesting presentation. As someone who also has the same interest in gaming, you've made me think about ways to apply this that I hadn't thought about before. So that's a personal takeaway for me. So again, thank you so much, IndieBio, for an informative and interesting presentation. And as a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference@opensimulator.org to see what's coming up on the conference schedule. And you won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 9:30 a.m. right here in this keynote region, entitled Embodied Conversational AI. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 25 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the Hypergrid Tour resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths that are located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to the speakers and to our audience.
And we're live.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 9:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. session of the 2025 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation Embodied Conversational AI. And our speaker is Heike Philp. Heike is an immersive language education specialist and a teacher of the German language and is based in Germany. Philp co-initiated 5 European-funded projects to develop accredited and certified teacher training courses for language training and for learning in real time and a distance. These EU projects are Lancelot, Avalon, Camelot, Guinevere, and Excalibur. Philp is co-founder and organizer of DAF WebCon, an online conference for teachers of German, and her research interest lies in using AI companions as a language coach in virtual environments. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for our speaker bios, details of these sessions, and the full schedule of events. This session is being live streamed and recorded. So if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send your tweets to @OpenSimCC with a hashtag of #OSCC25. Welcome everyone, and let's begin the session.
Thank you ever so much, Sue, for this introduction. I'm really flattered,
Welcome.
and thank you for having me and all the work that goes into organizing this conference each year. And it brings together such a small but dedicated community of developers, and yeah, it's fantastic to be here. Thank you. And my topic for today is I've been deeply involved in 2 courses that reflect both the potential and the challenges of virtual worlds in education, and of course now AI. And as many of you have also experienced, that interest in virtual worlds rises and falls, just as with Second Life, the metaverse wave has faded again as new technologies have taken center stage. And embodied conversational AI is where these 2 disciplines meet, namely AI, which I've been keenly involved in for about 2 years, and my passion for virtual worlds. In my 20 minutes, I'd like to briefly introduce 2 projects that I've been working on this year. One of which is a course at the University in Berlin. It's a master program. It's called AI and Societies, and the course is called Embodied Conversational AI. And I'm doing this together with Amani Al-Kahad, and she's about to defend her dissertation. People keep pressing your thumbs for that everything goes well on the 16th of December. And then also the EVO sessions, which we are running every year. And the students in the master course, they use tools, and this talk is a lot about tools. And they used custom GPTs, and they used Frame VR, Soul Machines, Brancher AI, and Olama to prototype chatbots for purposes ranging from counseling to storytelling. And they did design workshops in order to achieve their sort of clear picture of the chatbot they wanted. And the second one is EVO sessions. It's our annual workshop for language educators, where we explore practical ways to build embodied conversational AI or embodied AI companions in OpenSim and Second Life. And that's something which the students obviously don't prefer all that much. They love app and browser-based versions. So we have to open the range of tools. And you probably listened to Kisma or Juliette's Dural Dreaming yesterday when she related how she formed a strong emotional attachment to her AI companion. And she called her Sophia. And we met Sophia's picture. We also saw her as a mesh object, and she's very, very beautiful. And the story highlights how anthropomorphism, empathy, and social presence may shape our interaction with digital agents. And this makes research in human AI interaction totally, and ever so relevant, and avatar design more important than ever. Now, we'll be talking a bit about the tools we deployed, and you will get a QR code at the end of the session where you can look deeper into the results of the students. This is what our students created in the short 4 or 5 week workshop. We run this year our 4 to 5 week workshop EVO sessions. We worked with tools such as Frame VR, Second Life, OpenSim, and Wonder VR. And participants created really impressive prototypes. They like conversational Charles Dickens for English language learning, virtual onboarding guides, Shakespearean characters, and even humorous car repair personas with distinct motives. And we thoroughly enjoyed that. The creativity abound. And then this year, as we prepare for our next EVO session, oh, sorry. I wanted to mention that Frame VR's built-in AI agents can be customized with Ready Player Me avatars, and they can make it. That makes it so easy for educators to design rich and interactive learning experiences. I mean, they all love Frame VR. They really do. And then, yeah, I mentioned that already. And I truly thank Helena Galani and Georgia Manetta and Jennifer Hamilton for running these EVO sessions. We are a dedicated group of women, and we're so into this technology. And this year's workshop, Helena gathered a set of new AI tools that we would like to deploy, and that's HoloTutor AI, Convai, and we heard of Convai earlier, which is such a versatile tool. Quick Learn, Fluent Worlds, and Virtue, many of which are very powerful, but some of them are like costly and they're tailored for the corporate world. And yesterday we also heard of AI Talkmaster, which I'm really, really keen to try out. George Schneeberger did a great presentation on using AI Talkmaster, which is, it was so exciting because it's open source and it's it wouldn't cost so much money then to use, and great voice, absolutely fantastic voice. So I encourage you to explore the book Creator. And the book created a summary of this year's EVO sessions where the students displayed. And there's a funny story that I'd like to relate when we did this EVO sessions. At one point on the Sky platform in Second Life, participants practiced adding character descriptions and they connected them via a shared API key. And at one point, an AI avatar was accidentally duplicated by one of the participants, creating a twin. And the teacher assigned each a different personality in the end. So what happened was when you stood in front of the twins and you would ask a question, you would get 2 different answers to everyone's delight. It was so funny.
Oh, I
Now,
noticed in the comments here, BJ Gearbox is mentioning that VEJ would enjoy you and your students writing articles for the virtual education journal if you have time for that.
oh, I'm going to propose that to them. Absolutely. That's a great idea. Fantastic. The real alt. Yeah, absolutely. Art blue. Uh, and yeah, last thought, I already have another EU funded project in mind. As usual, when it comes to embodied conversational AI, maybe that is going to be another one coming. So that's the end of my presentation, and I look forward to some of your comments. Yes.
So do we have any questions for Heike? I know it's a very interesting topic. A lot of us have worked with different things in training. The work that she's done with training for language skills has been quite impressive. Any questions from the audience?
What was especially interesting for me during this process of creating chatbots is when at the university we did one semester just a design thinking workshop, the whole semester, in trying to find out what kind of chatbot could really be beneficial. Yeah. And we use so different tools. And now we are continuing this very class in the next semester with the embodied. Yeah, it does continue at the, well, it's the University of Berlin. And we're, the same class is keeps going on, and they've produced, in the meantime, they've produced 6 very distinct chatbots or conversational AI agents that they would like to implement. And so we're looking forward to trying a number of tools of getting these becoming to life, and one of which is really, really impressive because it's an Arabic speaking woman who says that women in the Arab world used, through storytelling, they used to have really great, let's say, like a great history, I would say. And a lot of it is lost in the modern Arab world because storytelling is no longer used. And so she's created a chatbot that shows beautiful Arab women in an Arabic setting. And she would like to, and she wrote books, a couple of books on this one. And so she's really keen on creating chatbots that do Arabic storytelling.
Yeah, it's really great to experience it. One of the things when I moved to Europe for a while, I noticed is that I tried to study and learn Italian before I left the States, but it was really hard because I didn't have the feeling like I had to do it. You know what I mean? And when you get into an immersive environment, you feel more compelled to do it because you're there, it's right around you. And I think the immersiveness, it really makes a big difference when it comes to language training.
And this, oh, Juliet is answering in text chat. Juliet, yeah, I was so impressed by your story about Sophia. Did I get this name wrong? Right, Sophia, that you called her, or she called herself Sophia. Yeah, and Sun Tzu, absolutely. When in language learning, the one and only thing that you have to have is motivation to keep going, because language learning doesn't end in 3 months. It's a continuous thing. And if you stick to it, and if you keep conversing with, in this case, AI, yeah, where you're not afraid to make mistakes, and you have a very patient interlocutor, you have a person who can even change into different roles and can keep motivating you to learn Italian, what better way could there be to learn a language? And apart from that, yeah, Sophia, yeah, I was so impressed. And apart from that, learning a language is something that where maybe with characters, it comes to life, yeah.
It does, yeah. I've tried it in VR too on the Oculus, and it's interesting, but a little bit different on there. But it's always nice to be immersed when you're learning.
And actually, I've been so intrigued by the latest offers of, say, Talkpal or Lou or whatever they're all called. I signed up to Talkpal to learn Ukrainian. I wanted to know whether it's really fun to learn a language with an AI and as a self-test, yeah. And that shows Ukrainian because so many of my language learners are Ukrainians and they have a hard
Oh,
time
cool.
learning German.
Oh, yeah. Very cool. Yeah, and have you run into any big challenges when it comes to all these different languages and trying to teach people and using the chatbots? Is it ever challenging because of maybe the characters of the language compared to what's available in world?
Well, what I've done is I created custom GPTs, quite a number of them, and gave them to my learners. And I found that at one point they work really great at the beginning, yeah. And I designed them this way that they would engage in a conversation. They would always ask questions. They would always wait for the answer. Then I asked the learner at the beginning what's his mother tongue, his or her mother tongue. And then they would say, and then it would explain things in the mother tongue. So all the meta language that a teacher would use, like something like, or you could say this better in such and such a manner and things like that it would do it in a mother tongue. So it worked really well at the beginning, but then after a while, I found ChatGPT is then changing back to the sort of what the user, how the user has trained ChatGPT to behave already. So it would like revert back into the mother tongue very quickly. It didn't work as expected. In the beginning, yes, but not after a while. I've asked them to send me text chats so that I could do some research. And I was a little bit disillusioned and try and find out whether it could be with other large language models. This wouldn't happen because ChatGPT is something that a lot of people use and they have their login, they have their accounts and they have their behaviors already sort of imprinted on their chatbot. So
Yeah.
this is why, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's challenging because we think we ask a computer to do something, it should just do what we ask, and when it doesn't, we think that there's something broken. But you really have to look at with these different AIs what they're using. So, for example, with a neural network, it's basically trying to make sure that it matches up to what it forecasts to what's actually happening, and it's trying to bring that down to zero, the differences between it. So its motivation is to do whatever it needs to make its point correctly, and that might not be the same thing that you're after. So you're asking it to do something, and what it's giving you doesn't match the results you're looking for. It's rather challenging, and I think in the next year or so we'll probably see a lot of that improve as there are additional things that emerge. But it is challenging. Now we do have some questions here. Let's see. Art Blue mentions. Let me go back up here.
yeah, Frame
Uh,
VR. He
yeah, about
asks,
Frame VR.
how Frame VR is used. And to be honest, Frame VR is one of the best tools at the moment out there to create not only beautiful settings, 3D, it's browser based. Nobody has to install anything. You can use voice. You can have different 3D settings as such. And yes, it is still free. To a certain extent, like a number of users, 8 users per scene, but then you can have a couple of onlookers more. And the AI agent that comes with the frame is already there and works really well. I know
Great.
many people are very happy with it, and it didn't turn into a paid program for us. We keep using it for free.
Oh, great.
Art Blue. Yeah.
Have you considered the difficulty of the hearing impaired fastest growing disability in the world with respect to language learning?
I'm afraid that's one of these things that I haven't delved in, but I'm very much into the vision impaired ones at the moment. Um, yeah, but vision impaired, such like using voice to work with computers and having to use correct voice in order to address them. But no, hearing impaired, I'm not into it
Okay.
much. Yeah.
And I
Thank you
I have
very
one
much.
last question for you as well. I'm always interested in origins. A little curious, what got you into doing the language learning in the virtual environments in the first place?
What got me into it in the first place that is I was in Japan. I taught German in Japan, and I returned in back to Germany, and I had this dream of teaching German at a distance to Japanese, even at the far distance to Japan.
Very
At that
cool.
time, I studied Japanese quite a lot, and I'm pretty fluent in Japanese at the moment, so I'm still have this dream of teaching Japanese, German.
That that's awesome. Well, thank you, Heike Philp, for an informative and interesting presentation today. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 10 a.m. in this keynote region, and it's entitled Nurturing the Health of the Metaverse Ecosystem. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 25 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and to explore the Hypergrid tour resources, which we have a tour coming up, I believe, today as well, right? Or did we just do that one? It's in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Well, thank you again to our speakers and to the audience.
We're live.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. session of the 2025 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, Nurturing the Health of the Metaverse Ecosystem. Our speakers today are Indy Bio, Aaron Franke, and Zodi Pupper. The Open Metaverse Interoperability Group will share experiences from the last few years on how to manage and nurture an open metaverse ecosystem, looking at how we navigate communication across viewpoints, disciplines, backgrounds, and ideologies, and the continued challenges in work to balance philosophy with action. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. This session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have any questions or comments during the session, you may send your tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC25. Welcome, everyone, and let's begin our session.
Thank you. Welcome everyone to this. It's called a panel, but it's really a conversation. Your voice is as welcome as any of ours. First, I'm going to share a bit about who we are as OMI or OMI or the Open Metaverse Interoperability Group, share some of our core values. Then I'll ask all of our panelists to introduce themselves. And then we have some talking points, but it's really open to all of you. Any questions or comments that you wish to share is welcome. So, OMI, or OMI as I call them, is focused on bridging cultures, interests, technical and organizational areas as it concerns the metaverse. A lot of us are interested in interoperability of standards, of specs, of assets, but some of us are also interested in the wider bit around that, the organizational stuff. If you attended my previous talk, very much around, all of those sort of things. We are a support group for people building stuff. So as OMI, we don't build stuff directly. We support other people building things and then see how they interrelate. So we bolster the community building projects that seek to define and build the metaverse or related things as an open and interoperable entity. We dodge the whole issue of what the metaverse is defined as. We just say whatever the metaverse means to you, you are welcome. We operate mainly on Discord and GitHub. Our core values is that we collaborate. We're driven by research, privacy, and accessibility to make the metaverse more human. We work incrementally and iteratively and with intent. We play the long game. For some, it's maybe a little bit slow. We're not a startup culture. We're a bit more philosophical, as some of our members say. But we play the long game. We're building the metaverse slowly and surely. We are creating a cooperative, sustainable culture of innovation. We empower the people making the metaverse, and we cultivate resilience by championing diversity and freedom of choice. My name is Bernal, or Indy Bio. I'm passionate about cultures and metacultures, like I said in a previous talk. I'm also passionate about bringing the physical world into the metaverse and hopefully into games so that we can just explode the type of games and the type of emergent games that are out there. And over to you, Aaron, to introduce yourself.
Yeah, hi. So I'm Aaron Franke. I'm a contributor to OMI, working on GLTF extensions. I'm the main person that's been developing them. I'm also a Godot engine maintainer. I'm working on the asset pipeline, and I'm recently also a Kronos member. So I get to essentially to be blunt, sit at the big boys table with all the companies. That's really fun. And what I work on is in building these open standards for 3D asset interoperability, which is a core fundamental feature of any metaverse. That if you have, you need to have some kind of way to transmit your 3D content into a platform. So, for example, you should ideally be able to make content and have that content be general in a way that you can use it in Open Simulator or Second Life or anything else. Maybe you want to bring it into Godot Engine or Unity or VRChat or Unreal Engine or whatever. we should be developing these standards such as GLTF extensions and other standards so that we can do this, so that we can bring advanced content from one platform to another. 3D formats already allow us to store quite a lot. You can store meshes, materials, skeletons in pretty much all the dominant formats, but there's more advanced stuff that would be really nice to store too. Imagine a boombox that plays audio. We would like to be able to store an audio emitter that plays sound from the boombox. Maybe the boombox has a mass and a shape. We want to be able to store physics information so that we can encode that into a file. And then you would load that into something like OpenSimulator and it would just work and immediately start functioning without any setup required. Anyway, I just remembered that was supposed to be an introduction. Shall we move on to Zodi Pupper?
Hello, my name is Zodi. I go by Zodi Pupper on basically everything. And so if you ever want to message me any questions about Godot or anything, my DMs are always open. I mainly, I'm not really sure what I can say that I've done for the OMI group yet. I am working on a Blender plugin for some tools, but that's still in the works. And I also maintain a open source VR platform that I'm working on called Bark VR that's built on top of Godot and uses some very new approaches to networking and such to basically network the whole game engine so you can make whatever you want in it. And I think that being part of the OMI stuff is really important on my part because I'm kind of in between, I think, one of the people who wants to help make the standards, but also someone who wants to make the system that uses the standards, right? So I find it really important to be in these spaces as often as I possibly can so I can make sure I support these different types and different things.
Thanks, Odie. I think partly why you're so important and why I'm so happy that you joined the panel today is your talk about how you joined, how you started with this project of yours. Can you remember the sort of frustration that led you to start this? Do you want to tell us a little bit about that?
Oh yeah, I would love to talk about that. So I've been around the VR space for quite a long time now. One of my first headsets was the Oculus DK2, and I remember back when I was in high school, I mowed lawns to save up to buy the hardware so I could play with this new cool tech because before that it was all like, taking apart phones and trying to turn them into something, and I wasn't very good at that because I was 15 or something. So I I bought one of those pretty much immediately as it came out and started making stuff with it. And I remember playing VR chat for a long time, and then Neos kind of got popular enough to where I heard about it, and so I started playing Neos. And one of the big things that caused me to actually work on Bark VR because I'd actually made a web-based shared environment scripting simulation for an education center I worked for, and so I had some experience in the space already. But Neos VR went through some like big drama stuff basically, and I felt very um, disenfranchised because like a lot of my friend group got sucked into testing the new platform under an NDA, so I really couldn't talk to them. And I just felt like this space that I basically lived in was just ripped out of my hands immediately. Like my whole social network was just gone. And as I call it, terminally online person, uh, that was my whole social circle. So my inciting incident was basically I wanted to make something that uses only open standards and open systems and focuses primarily on being robust and making sure that like even if I died or something, this project would never die. It's decentralized. You don't really even need to host a server to do the networking necessarily. It is very robust. And I just wanted to make sure that I made something that is yours forever. It cannot be taken away.
Awesome. So I think that leads very well into our main body of the conversation. And thank you for I think it's France for moving on to the next set of slides. So based on our conversations across the few years that I've been involved in OMI, there's certain things that keep coming up, either good or, when we vent about something frustrating that's happened. And so through our conversation, we sort of got through these 3 points. Zoe, do you want to say something else?
Yeah,
No.
I just it made an agreeance noise. Sorry.
um, and yeah, so we came down to these 3 talking points, about communication across different, viewpoints or whatever, the evolution of cyberculture, and the balancing of philosophy plus action. And so those are the points that we thought we could discuss in the panel today. And if you have other things that you want to discuss from the audience, or that comes up during conversation, please share that with us. So I think firstly, building bridges, communication across viewpoints, disciplines, backgrounds, and ideologies. I think Erin is a very a very good example of how this does work. Um, and maybe, Aaron, do you want to share your frustrations before we managed to get this good working relationship with Kronos and how that is different now in this context?
Yeah, so essentially my like underlying motivation for all this metaverse stuff is frustration. I get frustrated by quite a lot of things that I see throughout in the world. I'll speak specifically on the frustration you said in just a sec, but I am frustrated by like if you go online and you go to buy like an asset pack or something, they'll typically ship it in the form of like uh maybe it'll be Blender files, maybe it'll FBX files, but those don't contain, all the information you need to actually get it working. You have to do more setup after that. Or maybe they'll ship you Unity package files. And Unity packages are not useful if you're not using Unity. So if I'm sitting here with Godot Engine and I have a Unity package, like what the heck, man? Um, so ideally there would be some like cross-engine format that we could use instead. I also get frustrated just in general by people developing content that's only for a specific platform, and the amount of like effort that goes into that stuff that's specifically one platform, or repeated effort where the same thing is redeveloped, reinvented over and over and over and over because everybody wants to do their own thing. Uh, Drama on stage.
Focus, man.
Yeah. So like for example, Second Life has avatars. Well, you know what else has avatars? Like 100 other different games. Like no, like every game ever. And it's been reinvented in some kind of user-generated content way where people can like make stuff in like 100 different places, 100 different platforms and engines and content creation tools, 3D modelers. Um, and then, so what IndieBio was saying specifically, another frustration is with actually being able to talk with people about this stuff. So, I'm complaining here about the lack of people working together on standards and everybody doing their own thing. So, what are the channels available for us to like talk to each other and actually like communicate? The answer is not many. So, a lot of the work that goes on for like be it I haven't looked into specifically whatever Open Simulator does, but Linden Labs, a company, their stuff is like closed, and there's no like open source place where they have post their code and no chat place where you can chat with their developers directly. And that's the same with every company. Basically, they don't have like a place where you can go chat with people working at that company. These standards organizations typically are closed. You have things like MSF, which is closed, Chronos, which is closed, MPEG is closed, everything's closed. You have to pay to play. Um, and these are really only intended for like big companies to get involved, because if the membership fee for Chronos is $100,000 a year, then you're not going to be joining that organization unless your company makes an absurdly large amount of money to justify that as a small portion of your expenses. So, what OMI does to fill the gap is we uniquely are a standards organization that you can participate in without paying any money. And you could do that completely openly. And all of our stuff is open source. We don't have any closed repos, like even like the admins of the server. Like we have like a private admin channel for like moderation purposes, but like we don't use it for anything. So like basically all of our stuff is open, and we've been like shouting loudly enough, basically echoing what people discuss at OMI. We've been shouting it at other organizations like Kronos, and we've what we've done recently to get this like frustration kind of resolved is we convinced Kronos to add me as a member, as an individual member for free, which is very unusual. If you look at like all of Kronos, they essentially don't do that for anybody. There's like I think like 3 people at Kronos that are in there for free. So I'm one of them. And now I can serve as a way to, you know, like echo any sentiments, any discussions that happen at OMI into the realm of like the ears of these companies. However, even aside from that, it's really good to come discuss things at OMI for its own sake. We can, develop standards and publish them under the OMI name, and we can try and advocate to get them implemented in platforms like Second Life, Open Simulator, VRChat, Godot, Unity, Unreal, whatever.
Can I want to add to that a couple of points that I've seen. So I'm not technical or code technical in that way. And a lot of stuff that we've seen in our conversations with, for example, Kronos and MSF is, again, all the intentions are good. It's not like people are saying, oh, you little people, go away. It's just in the way that the organizations work, it ends up being exactly that. And so the conversations that we've been having with Kronos is, we get that you want to share and you ask for comment and you ask for input. And then when we give you input, because we've also been working on this for a long enough time that we know what we're doing, it gets lost, it goes missing. And so how the conversation with Kronos started was, how can we help you? You're asking for help, we want to give you help. How do we make this happen? And so that led to a couple of meetings, and one of those outcomes was that Erin joined as a volunteer member, or whatever they call it. The other thing was that a lot of decisions get made in the sort of, the real world sort of hallway track. There's conversations, and a lot of that is actually noted in meetings or transcripts or recordings, but then it never makes it out. And so I'm looking at the notes that I made there, the helpfulness of AI while keeping a human in the loop. Some of these conversations was about how do we capture the essence of what happens in meetings and recordings, so that it carries forward, and so that when you speak to other organizations, you get the gist of what they're saying, and it's not just lost in the, let's call it, bureaucracy. So some of the work that we've been doing, and I think Jin and Jimmy has been doing a lot of that, is using AI to manage, to mine that information. But then importantly, you need to go back and make sure that what is written in the summaries from those AIs is actually what happened. But it takes, we said something like, it takes the work from 6 hours of mining through those minutes from meetings to 1 hour. But you do keep that accountability in the loop. And then the other thing I wanted to say was, as a non-technical person, or just someone who thinks a little bit different, and I mean, we all here think very differently. That's partly of what makes this such a creative community, and that counts for OpenSim and for OMINE, I'm sure every other organization. But sometimes we just don't get what the other person is saying. And so we've been working on how do we translate that. And so Humble Tim has been doing a lot of that work with creating little like interview prompts that the AI then feeds back to you. And they use it a lot with me because apparently I speak in really weird ways. So they'll record our conversation and then get AI to sort of make it back to what they think I'm saying, and then bring it back to me and say, is this what you meant? And then we get from this tangle of thoughts, and it sounds really good, but then afterwards you can't remember a single thing about it, to something that is really good, really concise. And I think our last 2 blog posts was like that. But that doesn't mean that it's AI generated slop, because we went back as humans who were in those meetings and said, yes, this is actually what we said. And then the other magic that happens is that because of the word associations and the way that different people prompt, it's like, oh my word, yes, that's what I meant, but I never thought to say it that way. And it becomes a better way of communicating. I think during my talk, someone said, sometimes the person with a passion don't know how to reflect it as well as they could, so they can't market themselves so well. So we've been working on that as well. Like, how do we boost as an informal group of people who don't have an entire marketing department, how do you use this while staying accountable? I mean, I think that has been a core tool, like a very helpful tool to help us communicate across all these different things. If that makes sense. And Zodi also says anyone should increase the avatar resolution.
Yeah, so well, just in case, because we're using
Beautiful.
avatars from the future. I feel like because
Mm.
they're very high poly, but
Yeah, I noticed that the way that Second Life and Open Simulator expect you to do avatars is very much human based, like throwing clothes on a
yes,
human or changing the proportions of a human or changing the skin color of a
yes.
human. Uh, that there is room here to expand the interoperability of avatars beyond just humans. And I managed to get my avatar working in here. Disclaimer: I don't play this. I've never used Open Simulator before, and I played Second Life for like a couple hours of my life. Um, so like it was an interesting journey getting this avatar working. I was very surprised that I had to like alpha mask out the human parts because I couldn't just turn them off. That's bizarre.
Mhm. Yeah,
So
I
I
did
think
right before we started. I had to re-weight paint my avatar onto a new skeleton, so that was a fun 40-minute adventure.
Oh, I
Super
just
speed
renamed
weight
the bones and
painting.
it worked for me.
Yeah, that's really
It
the
didn't
place
work
where
for me.
I think we need to have more accessibility because if we want people to express themselves and feel
yeah.
like they're part of the environment, then we need easier tools to be able to bring in. I do a lot of 3D modeling with characters, and I can make it look just like real life people, but or do
Mhm.
fantasy stuff. But it's always been a challenge for me when it comes to bringing them in to the world and having them rigged right. So it's
Well,
just one of those areas that would be great to improve over time.
you know that
I
like we. Oh, sorry. You go ahead.
I just wanted to say I loved being able to just come in and have an avatar assigned to me and not have to worry about it because I'm on the completely other end of the spectrum. I do not care,
Really?
and I don't want to sit stuck with it. So that was great for me.
Now,
Carry
in
on,
this
Jody.
aspect, I do want to add that Aaron and I and a few others have been talking about the potential of making an avatar extension for our OMI stuff. And I don't know if I maybe shouldn't talk about this yet or something,
Yeah,
but
no, go for it.
I think that would be really great, right? Because as soon as I opened Open Simulator, my first thought was like, oh, maybe they have VRM or something, and it's like, well, they don't. Not many things support VRM, so it was maybe a little wishful thinking, but like the nice thing is that because we build OMI, all the OMI stuff as a GLTF extension, it is almost trivial for some of these things to be added to like the game engine, right? So if you did want to add support for like VRM or our future avatar format, the really great thing is you basically just need to add analogs for these node types into the game engine. And that's one thing that I think is really beautiful about how the OMI stuff is set up this way. Is it makes it very extensible and very flexible. We can basically just put whatever we want into the JSON, and as long as we codify it, everyone else can use that too. It's very cool. But like that's one of my favorite things. Like in my Bark VR platform, I pretty much only support VRM right now. Otherwise, you have to set everything up yourself. But if you set up a VRM in Blender and then you import it, it'll basically just instantly be set up with all of the physics and the bones and all of everything. And that's really nice. And that's kind of what we want to go for, right? Is like you just drag and drop onto the screen and then you're good to go.
I wanna expand on this, or sort of maybe take it on the left field philosophy track of how that links to evolution of cyberculture. Because right now we're talking about accessibility across a range of technical, whether it's desires or abilities. And back in the day, I think when the internet sort of evolved, it was very much a technical thing for technical people. And I think we really lost an opportunity at the early days of the internet about who are we designing this for? And I think at the moment, what we're actively trying to do is shape the evolution, not respond to it, not complain about how the metaverse is evolving, but really shaping it, shaping the evolution of cyberculture in the metaverse to become more accessible, to to be as open to the incredible creativity of people like Zodi and Aaron, but also accessible to people like me who just don't get it, you know. And I think we really have an opportunity there to learn from the past mistakes as we move forward with all of this, whether it's technical or otherwise.
And I want to add something too. Someone in the chat said identity and representation, or was it Lear? I don't know how to say that name. Lobo. Identity and representation
Lear.
of self is very expansive. Yeah. And I think I think it's good, right? Because like being able to be yourself in the virtual space is so important. Because like for me, I'm kind of a weirdo. I'm a Therian. I'm a furry or whatever. And so it's like I'm one of those fey people, kind of. And able to put on a VR headset or even just go into this kind of space and see something that is, what my brain feels like I should be is really cool. It's something you just don't get to do in real life. And, why should our virtual spaces be limited to anything that happens in real life? Like real life sucks. I want to be a flying purple dog, I think that's so cool.
I'm going to challenge you a bit about real life sucking because it was something that
Okay,
Sean
well,
from RP1, no, just let me go, said the other day about, digital pets. And it was as I was going to walk my physical ponies. And I was like, why would you want a digital pet? But then I thought about it on the walk and it's like, you can, as good as or bad as real life is, or physical life is, you could do stuff that is beyond, in the virtual. And it was something that
hmm,
either Nikki or Henry Jenkins or someone they quote wrote that, when we evolved into this virtual space, must have been Henry Jenkins, we could be anything. And then we just replicated humans. Like, why? And
right?
I think, yeah.
When I was working for Rasmussen College, one of the things I did in the course that I designed for them is I had the students go out and try different genders, different species, and they basically tracked how people treated them differently. I think a lot of who we are in the world, it's how we're treated based on what people observe because we tend to use our senses to identify things and identify people. And it just makes a difference. And I personally will wear 1,000 different avatars because I like to express myself in different ways. And some like that, others just want to be one thing all the time.
It's a great point, and it's something that I thought about, and it came back to just being able to be assigned an avatar and coming in to the conference here, that I didn't have to think about it too much because as a woman, I feel really vulnerable, coming into a space that I don't know because I don't know how quickly I'm going to get harassed. So I don't know what sort of avatar I should wear coming in, and so a lot of these places make you choose the avatar first. And I'm like, well, I don't know what
Mhm.
I want to be yet because I don't know what the context of this world is. And so it's I thought that the way that it was done into this conference, I don't know if that's a second line thing in general or an thing in general, I thought was really cool. And to expand to that, so my world is mainly in the, as Aaron says, the first life. How do and thinking about how do we get people on board who's not here yet? And specifically, I'm thinking about people who are problematic, who's conservative or just difficult. How do we get them engaged from a sense of curiosity and playfulness? And I'm sure there was another talk here. I think it was the one about the uncanny valley, that starts challenging you. Like what would it feel to do other things? And virtual and cyberculture in general could do that. So for me, getting back to this point of shaping the evolution, is how do we actively push this rather than just respond or sit in our little islands enjoying, our avatars. And I think that's
Also,
something that Omi is doing. Mm.
Also, for what Sun Tzu said, wearing 1,000 different avatars to express different things. Now imagine you have those 1,000 avatars all set up in Open Simulator and you go into like VR chat or some other platform. Oops, sorry, you don't have any of them anymore. You have to
Yeah.
do a lot of work remaking everything. and that's very unfortunate. So whether you have one avatar or 1,000, it's certainly valuable to have an interoperable format to like easily send them around.
Yeah, they
Especially if
in
you're
the
one like
early
the two of you,
days,
that's so beautiful.
they had a project, I think it was from Vast Park. It was Open Avatar, and it was um, they were trying to make
Cool.
standards for the avatars so that you could take your avatar from one world to another. I think the problem with it was the timing. It was too early to lock down the standards because otherwise you limit the innovation sometimes of these projects. But it was interesting because Vast Park was a commercial company, but they were interested in doing things with standards so that the worlds could interoperate with each other, which I think is really more of what the metaverse should be in the future, is more of that interoperability.
Absolutely. It's kind of like how we have, Google Chrome and Mozilla Firefox, and they can both load HTML pages, and same with Safari and whatever. Uh, the data is not tied to any specific runtime. Now, you could certainly make the argument that 3D content, including avatars, is inherently going to be more complex than like a web page in some ways. So like it's a tricky problem to solve, and it is, but like it's totally solvable. We should totally do this. Um,
Mhm.
and as for like it being too potentially too early to lock down a standard, I want to mention that one of the things that's been a very recent development is the reference canonical skeleton framework made by Nick Porcino from Pixar, which I posted in the in-game chat a little bit earlier, like 5 minutes ago. Um, and this is the latest attempt at a comprehensive standard. What it does is there is a survey of all the existing like skeleton systems across different games, game engines, content creation tools. Uh, so I don't think it's too late anymore. We have a lot of the industry has tried a lot of things, and we can now narrow down what we can actually do to create something that is a common subset that will be understood by everything and at the same time is expansive so it's not limiting anybody and you can keep expanding on top of it. But we have like a baseline that we can like, try and all agree on. So the reference canonical skeleton framework, you can read it if you want to hear if you want to see more details. It's very similar to a lot of skeleton systems like VRM. Uh, it's pretty much just like capitalize the first letter and replace upper chest with chest one, and replace little fingers with pinky fingers, and then you converted a VRM into a reference canonical skeleton framework, and it's similar conversions like that for a bunch of other ones. Like it doesn't exactly match any specific application, but it is a set of standards with names everybody can agree on. And it's not just names, there's also a listing of like what like physical real life human bones does this correspond to? And this way you can have like a an actual physical foundation for the skeleton, and it's not just us making up stuff and or just putting things willy-nilly. There's actually a canonical place to put these bones.
Yeah. And
Well,
I
there's a
wonder too at times on this, like, does it help to work maybe with the IEEE at some point in the process too, to lock these things down as standards?
I would love to. If anybody has contacts with IEEE, please tell them about this.
Are they part of Kronos or MSF?
I think
No,
they're their own
IEEE is their
standards
own
committee,
thing.
right?
Okay.
Mhm.
So I wanted to put up, there's a comment by Ian McCracken, perhaps a living standard is a good thing, or get the basics, then progress. And I think this conversation about do we lock down standards or not happens a lot. And it's one of those, like the definition of the metaverse, that I just try to sidestep. But in recently, we had a conversation about it again. And then I wondered, and this is in the Discord channel if people want to go back to it, but I wondered if as much of the standards themselves understanding what each step in a standard does and why it's important. So you're actually using the standards also as a conversational tool and an educational tool and a literacy that actually goes further than just plonking the standard down there and expecting everyone to use it.
So, I should mention when it comes to making a living standard versus an evolving one, that's certainly possible to do. Um, the GLTF way in this regard is to have layers of extensions. So you start with an extension that specifies some things, and if you want to specify more things on top of it, you add another extension. The idea here being that if you don't support some of it, you can at least load the other some of it as like a baseline and have like a fallback for older apps or applications that haven't implemented the new extension. And this way, uh, you don't end up with like a new avatar that's just like completely broken in the old thing. It just the old thing just won't load the new features.
I'm just doing a health check. We've got about 6 minutes left, and I get that this is a good conversation topic. There is the GLTF channel in our OMI Discord. I'd like to just cover our last point of philosophy plus action, and using this as an example again. We have a lot of big philosophical conversations, right? You know, should standards be locked down, etc., etc. But getting that into actionable examples tend to resolve that. You know, so we talked about living standard, and then Erin showed the layers of extension. So it brings it back. So while OMI is not, we don't have projects within ourselves. We support members doing their projects because that is the way that we can then, through specific examples that doesn't get abstract or esoteric, figure out what the best way forward is. And then to put those all together, our TLDR during the dry run for this was basically follow improv rules. And shout out to Funk Soup, who couldn't be here today, but she also liked this, and there was at least 2 people in the chat. Improv means saying yes and. So when someone says it's too early to lock down on standards, say, okay, and like maybe it's good to have a basic thing and then grow over that, like a living standard or like layers of extensions, rather than just getting into a fight about what that means. No negation. Like if someone believes that locking down standards is good, figure out what's important in it for them. This is incredibly hard work, and that's
Yeah.
why progress is slow. But you kill the conversation when you just negate it.
Well, I think
Um,
something too that
yeah.
can work to that is like, if we because we kind of do an open standard or like a living standard in a sense because realistically, if you wanted to use it, you could just go implement it. Like the types that we have for the extension are all public. But I think it's like never really just lock into one approach, right? Because even when I was building my platform, a lot of people would be like, "Oh, you're using this code pattern or this code pattern," and I don't really think in that way. I just think of what do I have to do to make this function in a way that is good, right? And so that I can not have to have a lot of technical debt later. And I think that that's the most important, right? Because like if people want to lock things down, we can lock things down in a way that's really productive by just saying, here are some guidelines to make sure we don't break everyone's stuff. And then we can work from that. And it can be both a living standard and something that won't explode in your face. And I think that like trying to take those like take the best of both aspects types of approaches are really powerful. I think a lot of the existing space misses out on that most of the time.
And
And then
is
what I've
there,
also, sorry,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
what I've also seen is, people are like, we should code to a common standard, and the standard we should use
Mhm.
is mine. And it's like, okay, so whose best common standard are we going to use? And like, if you're
Mhm.
willing to use it, try and find interop with like-minded people rather than shout that everyone should use your one.
Is
That
there a
also
way
Right,
with that
exactly.
though between the two communities? Because you have the open source side and you have the commercial side. Is there some kind of trick with that to get it so that those two can interoperate together and they
So
don't feel threatened by one another?
ultimately, if it's a closed source project, it's physically impossible for us to code the feature into that project. So the people running a company with a closed source project needs to actually uh, implement the standards themselves, and they could always, come to the meetings and chat with us about it. They're welcome to do that, but You know, we can't physically go to their meetings, so they have to come to ours. Now, one thing that I have been doing recently is I've been proactively promoting these standards in terms of implementing. Just about a month ago, I started contributing to the Basis project, which is essentially building an open source VRChat alternative. Among a few others, open source VRChat alternatives. Zodi's a developer of another one. Um, and I've been going into Basis and implementing some of our extensions so that Basis can benefit from interoperability. One of them is really useful is seats. You notice in Second Life here, my avatar is just like sitting and floating above the seat. Um, the seat system that I developed for OMI completely solves this problem. It allows any size avatar to sit in any size seat without like clipping into it or floating above it or whatever.
Impressive. I love it.
Somebody's
Can't
mentioning
wait
that
till
they
more things
lost
happen.
sound. Just want to check, are we getting sound okay? Does anyone know on that?
Or it's an inside joke. I wasn't sure.
Mm.
Yeah, yeah, it might
Yeah,
be that
I'm
one
not hearing
user
any.
lost audio or something.
They said the stream is playing music, no voices, but now it's back.
Yeah, yeah, it switched. Oh, there we
Basically,
go. Yeah.
redacted,
Thank you.
redacted. It's classified.
Did so wait, did everybody hear what I said or do I have to repeat that? That was what I said about basis.
Mm.
Why don't you go ahead and say it one more time, just to be sure they heard you.
All right. So, what I've been doing as a practical matter is going to platforms that are open and just implementing the standards myself just to push it out there. So I've been contributing to Basis, which is essentially open source VRChat alternative, which exists compared among many others. Zodi is also the developer of another open source VRChat alternative. And I've been implementing our standards into Basis, and one of the important ones is seat. So you see my avatar, it's like floating above the seat. Uh, this would not be a problem at all with the OMI seat extension that I've developed. It allows any size avatar to sit on any size seat without clipping into it or floating above it or anything like that.
It
Oh,
is.
and
It is very impressive.
the other thing I said that might have been cut off is like on the topic of like closed companies. You know, we physically can't go to their meetings, so those companies that have closed source projects need to come to our meetings or do the implementation themselves because like it's physically impossible for us to do it.
I think there's
Yeah, I
two
think.
points.
Go ahead.
Thank you. There's 2 points I want to add to that. The one is that I think open and closed are not as straight cut, enemies as they used to be. Um, there are open components of closed source companies, and yes, there's ulterior motives and all of that stuff, but it's not that clear cut. And so there are ways to work with it on a case by case basis. And the second important thing is someone working for a big evil corporate, cough, Facebook cough, is not necessarily the same as the evil corporate. They're a person. And so when they come with a good idea or whatever, treat them as the person. Not the corporate,
Very good
because
point.
maybe there's opportunities for collaboration there.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah, I
I think
think the
another
biggest.
thing. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I think another thing I wanted to add really quick to the discussion about companies and how can we get them on board, right? I think something that we have that's really powerful is that we have a lot of connections and a lot of friends through the OMI group to with all of these other open source platforms. Like we have Basis. There's also one called Nexus. There's one called Midnight. There's like dozens and dozens of these platforms that are all open source, right? At varying points of their development. And what's really cool is that we have the opportunity to basically encourage or even just write a PR to all of these things saying, oh, here's the seed extension, here's our new avatar thing, or here's whatever else. And what we can do is in the future, as this progresses farther, we can eventually go back to these companies that were very dismissive or maybe even intentionally tried to cause problems like we've seen in the past because, embrace, extend, extinguish is a thing, unfortunately. But we can go back and look at them and say, hey, look, there are these between 6 and 13 different platforms that are already using the standard. Look at these hundreds and hundreds of users. And now we can look at them and say, Well, you're missing out, right? We've invented a market sector that you just cannot hit now without supporting our stuff. And it's like I think that's also a really powerful thing that we can leverage, hopefully soon. That I think it'll be really good for pushing this type of stuff.
We've got 3 minutes left on this panel, and it's lovely conversation. I'm loving the chat as well. So let's continue this in the Discords and in the in the metaverse. Last closing round for comments, and then to end. I wanted to go first, but now I've forgotten what I wanted to say. So closing comments from you guys.
Are there also ways that people can get involved with this? How would you recommend they become part of the
Absolutely.
help for this in the future?
You
So
go, Andy.
there are many ways to get involved. I'll speak a little bit on the technical side, and also like just to start, like you can join our Discord server. And I know that that's the trend that everybody says go join our Discord server. So um, but yeah, like genuinely, we have our meetings in Discord. We have multiple weekly meetings on different topics. We have a general meeting on Tuesdays. We have the GLTF meeting on Thursdays. Um, and aside from the meetings, you can read our specifications. You can go onto to GitHub and read them. You can open issues if you have any feedback on them. You could try implementing them in your platform of choice. You could chat with your friends about them. There's quite a lot of ways to get involved here.
I
Go
remembered
ahead.
what I wanted to say.
Yeah.
So we hear sometimes, when people hear that we are passionate about the metaverse and in OMI or whatever, they're like, oh, but the metaverse is dead or whatever. And for that, I almost want to say, how dare you? Because we're building the metaverse and we are not, falling victim under the narrative of those who want to control the narrative. We're complicating the narrative and we're building the metaverse that we want to see. And if you believe in that, come join us and have that chat. And also come with what you're passionate about. Whatever you're passionate about, someone somewhere is going to find beauty in that and, work together.
Well, thank you, Indy Bio, Aaron Frankie, and Zodi Pupper. That was quite an informative and interesting panel you gave us. We look forward to taking part in this and helping to make things even better in the future. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which is going to be different from our usual transition. At 11 a.m., participants are invited to join the Hypergrid Safari 2 Region Tour. That's going to be led by Thurza Ember. To join, you'll need to go to the HG Safari Circle on Expo Region 2. You can do it on the maps here in the keynotes, or you can bring up your map and just click on the one for Expo Region 2. The Safari Circle is in Parcel 2, which is located in the northwest of the center hub of Expo 2. At the circle, you will find participants and a sandwich board. The board tells you to click on it, and you will receive a folder with 2 region landmarks and a note card describing the tour. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 25 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and to explore the Hypergrid Tour resources in OSCC 2 Expo region, along with the sponsor and crowdfunder booths, which are located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speakers and to the audience.
We're live.
Well, hello everybody and welcome to the 1 to 2 p.m. session of the 2025 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation Inworld Review. Our speakers are myself, Thurza Ember, and Pet Love Pet Shop. Tasha Tyron was also scheduled but cannot participate today. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have any questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC25. Welcome again, everybody, and let's begin our session. So today, the three of us here are gathered to reflect on the YouTube program created by Mal Burns, known as the Inworld Review. We're going to talk about the Inworld Review, but we're also going to talk about Mal Burns. And I just put a little fun thing on the stage that Cherry Manga made, and I can't turn it. I don't know why, but it's a beautiful thing. I put it everywhere. And if you visit our region on Expo 2 for Inworld Review, we've got a giant copy of it there. It's the greatest thing ever. This is a story of an extraordinary communicator and his most enduring contribution to Open Simulator. Each of us on stage today have the Inworld Review in common. We've worked with Mal on the show as co-hosts, guest hunters, camera people, and more. My experience with the Inworld Review began about 10 years ago, and while I'd worked alongside Mal at other events, I made the decision to take up with his production presence known as MetaWorld Broadcasting, or MBTV. Pet Love, how did you first meet and begin working with Mal?
I actually met Mal in a sandbox. We had a very fun time meeting each other, and he showed me things about destroying prims and twisting them up, and we became good friends. That's it in a
awesome.
nutshell.
Okay. Sandbox, good place to meet.
Yeah.
Thurza, how did you find your way to Mal and MBTV?
I really knew Mal. I used to do some blogging back in Second Life about art and landscapes and stuff like that. And so I often would see him, really, more than know him, at different art events. That was really how I was aware of him, and obviously Tara as well. But I really kind of got to know him a bit more because when he started to take an interest in OpenSim, he actually would go to many events that I was at, and so I would see him here. And then eventually when the HG Safari trips began in 2014, he very soon became a regular traveler with us, as so did you, James, of course, at the time. So that's how I met him.
Oh, yeah, it's really amazing how we do meet and connect with people in this Open Simulator community. What I'd like to do next is I'm going to reflect a bit on Mal Burns and his history. Even though I met Mal Burns later than everybody here today, I grew to know him with our weekly preparations for the Inworld Review and also working on the Hypergrid International Expo. I also visited Mal in real life at his home in Kensington. Mal was born 72 years ago on the Isles of Scilly in the ocean southwest of mainland UK. And very early, he developed an interest in visual communication and graphic design. This led him to London and to working with some very notable underground comic artists, such as Brian Talbot and even the French phenomenon Mobius. He worked as an editor, layout designer, and he was even an occasional writer for comics. If you're more curious about Mal, you can visit the Face Group page that we created, and when we learned that he died in last July, which of course was very sad. And I'll put that URL here in chat if you want to take a look at that. From Mal's profile, we can tell that he found his way to Second Life on February 23rd, 2007. And he was 54 years old at that time, which I think is a great representation of a lot of the times we find ourselves in Open Simulator and virtual worlds. He was very early involved, as indicated by the video shown on this slide. And let me put a link to that video. This video is titled Being a Grid Knot, and this was uploaded to his channel in 2008. We believe that the concept of grid knot was representative of experiments by Linden Lab to have grids other than the main and test grids of Second Life. Does that sound familiar to anyone here? And yeah, this kindled Mal's enthusiasm for, of course, what then became Open Simulator. But before that, he'd been participating in other web programs about and around Second Life. So for more about this time, let's turn to Pet Love. Pet Love Pet Shop, can you tell us more about this time for Inworld Review?
Sure. As I said, Mal and I met in a sandbox. um, we hung out for about 3 or 4 hours, really enjoying being silly with Prims. We had a lot of fun and we got along really well. Our senses of humor were perfectly aligned, and so he I was really complimented when he said I'd be a perfect guest for his show that he was doing with Duza Dragonish and a few other great people, called Grumpy Old Avatars. And that was my introduction to and the beginning of my fascination with virtual worlds and machinima, the storytelling that you can do in a place like this. I was just completely blown away. As time went on, I did learn how to use a camera, and I did use it first on Inworld Review. I was introduced during my time of filming first, and then later filming and streaming for Mal, which I did for several years. And as the guests rolled through over the course of the years, I was introduced to a lot of people who were absolutely amazing. I've met Safia and Pookie and Chantel, among others, but they all put me to work. And we just really enjoyed sharing our love and our activities. It was just lovely. So I also towards like after about 4 or 5 years of that, then I met another group of people too who I continued working with everybody that I met. And next thing I knew, I was working for A View TV, which was created and owned and managed by Lapaisian Liberty and his sidekick Secret Rage. And I also met Nicole X Moonwall through that group, which was again another complete abstract art eye opener. It's a really great place if you're into the arts and you're into the unusual. Um, so, and then last but not least, through Mal, I became involved with OSCC and HIE, the Hypergrid International Expo, and where I very happily met James and Thurza. And I've also really enjoyed learning so much about OpenSim, and it's all thanks to Mal. I just really have to give him the credit for making it happen and sustaining me, and making my enjoyment of all the art and creativity available to me. So that's how I feel about Mal.
Oh, thanks, Pet Love. I love that picture you found of me. That's the one I'm going to use for my license when I the next time I get that renewed. Let me just ride along with that too, looking at some of the history. I really got interested, and I spent way too much time doing this, but I wanted to document some of the studios that Mal had put together for working in Second Life and Open Simulator. And so, these are some photographs and kind of a time period of how he moved around the metaverse and finding different locations from which to broadcast the program. And you'll see some, a lot of familiar things there, some bigger grids, smaller grids. And then you'll probably notice in there the region Sansar. And we actually did that. And here's a lovely photograph that I just find hilarious of broadcasting from Sansar. Yeah, we were novices, of course. Again, back in 2019. So that was fun.
That actually looks a lot more like a driving license picture right there.
It does. DMV, here we come. And then, oh yeah, Pet Love.
No, you don't want to know what I was thinking. It's okay.
Did it involve the long arm of the law?
It did, yeah. Oh boy.
So just a little extra history on the my broadcast perspective of working with Mal. Now, next, I want to talk a little bit, and we're so sad that Tasha can't be with us. And Tasha has also been on this long journey with us, and she was a frequent participant in the HD Safari and worked with her at the Hypergrid International Expo. And it just made sense for her to join as a co-host on the Inworld Review. She
I think
first
you have
met
to
the
explain that crazy picture, James.
Oh, I will. I will. She first met the HD Safari group when we went to Craft. And so HD Safari, this is on Craft Grid, visiting her in Lumiere Noir back in July of 2014. We toured Tasha's first version of the Taj Mahal. And for those that don't know, Tasha builds amazing architectural recreations.
That's
Probably
true.
my favorite is
Hmm.
probably, um, is it Kuala Lumpur? No,
Oh, Angkor Wat, maybe?
Angkor Wat. Angkor Wat. Yeah, absolutely.
Hmm.
That's
And this is the
unbelievable.
pencil they made when they were just testing out mesh, and they'd
Oh, they're
made
sitting on
an
a
HB
pencil.
pencil. It's a yellow
Okay,
pencil, but of course, us being the Safari gang, we all decided to sit on it and see how many people could sit on one piece of mesh.
that's
And
wonderful.
I guess Tosha's in there in the middle.
Yeah, and I think Mel is there, Thurza's there, and I'm there somewhere in that mixture. Um, the next thing is as a host, she was also a tourist, and she came on many of the HD Safari trips. She was one of the 4 original members of Craft World Grid, and she also spent about 6 years on Sanctuary Grid, owned by Sean Emerald. And in 2017, she hosted a safari there when we looked at these Blam gates. I think many will remember that as a great hypergrid hub. We could use Blam gates sort of today on the safari. That was fun. If you read any of
Portals. Hmm.
portals, yeah, if we read any of Tasha's profiles, you'll see that she always defines herself as an internationalist. She really loves the international multi-grid aspects of OpenSim. And she is also part of the team that puts together the Hypergrid International Expo, thanks to her knowledge of English, Spanish, and German. Here's a quick image of Tasha on Inworld Review, talking about her builds, about HIE, and also helping with translating the mostly German-speaking Pangea Grid group that came to do an Inworld Review. Even though Tasha was on safari with the group, including Mal, she often told the story that the first time they really had a conversation was in 2023 at the Beatles build called Strawberry Fields on Dorina's World. Tasha has always said that after many years of being in the same group, this was her first proper introduction to Mal. They became good friends, and with her background in building, in touring OpenSim, and her love of the international feel of OpenSim, it made sense for her to become the co-host of the show after Thurza left. Here's a slide of one of the first recordings I could find of Tasha being on the Inworld Review. There was an earlier one, but she didn't have any clothes on. So I didn't think that would be appropriate for our audience today. And then here's a picture of one of the last shows that Tasha did with Mal this June, and he died in July of last year of this year. Tasha brings her own style to the show. Memorable episodes of it were the Winter Scenery Poetry episode with poems read in German and English with Dings Digital and M. Jannings. There was also an episode with all the Dinkies. I love that one from AMV Grid, Alternate Metaverse. And these are just more examples of the diversity typical of the Inworld Review, from the highbrow to the little people. So let's now check with Thurza. And I really wish Tasha could be here and told those stories herself, but we're glad that we can do this for her. So Thurza, what can you tell us about your experiences during, before, with the Inworld Review?
Well, yes, as I said, I kind of knew Mal, not really well, and we met up a lot in OpenSim, thanks to the fact he would be very often on Safari, and occasionally, I guess I did a couple of times come on Inworld Review, but I didn't really remember the show that well. But cut to the winter of 2021, when I decided to start up the Safari trips again, and I got a new clubhouse region right here on Avacon, as well as one on OS Grid. But here on Avacon, I was very happy to have as a cohabiter with me, if you like, on the sim, Mal and his studio, and you can see a picture of it right there. It was a very beachy type setting, and you could see a couple of portals in the background. Well, Mal did say, would I be a host? And if you show the next slide, I must admit, I did have a few doubts about it because as I said, I've been a blogger in Second Life a bit, and I was imagining that Mal was going to have a lot of guests who were the same type of people who I had to interview, which were often quite, conceited artists who thought they were a cross between Leonardo da Vinci and Newton or something. And I was just imagining, oh, good Lord, do I have to be stuck in a studio for an hour with somebody like that? But actually, it turned out completely different to that, because here in OpenSim, the creators are some of the most humble and unconceited people you can imagine. Very difficult sometimes to get them to speak, and certainly not to brag about themselves. And so that actually involved quite a lot of persuading to get some guests to come on the show, and we had to work on that. So, but it was fun because it meant learning a lot about it.
Oh, that's the
If you show
hardest
the
part.
next,
Finding
oh gosh,
guests. Oh,
sometimes,
I
yeah.
just could not imagine doing that. Yeah.
Um, the next slide shows one of the musicians that came, and that's Acidic Loop, who I think was playing yesterday evening here. But we had loads of different guests. Zori Jupiter came on and told us her life story. Tom Albury, who's known as Moses Rao, he's wonderful, from Art Destiny Grid. So that we got a lot of interesting background, as well as, of course, hearing some of their songs. And if you show the next slide, there was also many tech people came on the show, including I. Austin, of course, and a lovely Humble Tim came on, and they talked about the viewer for us. And there you see Humble Tim with his lizard Avi, classic.
Oh, yeah, he was here just yesterday. Yep.
He was
And
there
another time we
today.
had, yeah, and we had Cyberglow come on the show. Nobody Cortez came on. They spoke about Mumble. And we had Lauren Tone come on. He did a whole thing about how to get the best sound effects when you're in World. And we also had a lot of people who came in to tell us just the story of their grid, how it started, why they've made the things they've made. And really, I appreciated the way Mal could get people talking about the things they loved. And it really paid off, because the show was fun to make, and it was also formed a kind of an archive of many different places, and not all of them still exist. So it's a wonderful thing. If you show the next slide, then you can also see we talked about other aspects of OpenSim, including making machinima, which involves all kinds of different styles of filming. And on this slide, you should be able to see there's Marcus and Pet Love, and also Jessica Pixel. And they have 3 very different ways of filming, so it was interesting to see that. But
That's
we
nice.
also talked about,
I
yeah,
see Pet Love's channel there, Modern Machinima, which is
yeah,
we're all doing so many different but similar things.
right.
That was
And we have
welcomed
one on,
by. Yeah, I'll talk about that another time, not to interrupt. I forgot about that.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
it was great. It was really interesting.
It was a
And the
fun
funny
show.
Yeah.
thing is that with these shows, you can watch them again and again. You always catch on to something that you missed the first
Mhm.
time you saw it. So it's fun.
Yeah.
But we
Yeah.
did one on ChatGPT way back in the early days of that.
All
We
right.
did one about storytelling with NPCs with Nara. She came on a few times. Leah came on. She did a special about shopping. And if you show the next slide, you'll see one of the really spectacular events that we had, which was when our lovely Kim Starr brought all her animesh with her and put on a big display within the studio. So you got the whole audience was made of animesh. And she also explained all the tricks to the trade.
Pretty
We've also
wild.
had a lot of grid owners come on, like from Wolf Territories, from Neverworld, Mobius, Alternate Metaverse, Barefoot Dreamers, Crown of Valley, Art Destiny, Littlefield, Genesis Roleplay, the Science Circle, tried to get lots of different people to come in and give their viewpoint. And if you show the next slide, you'll see the group that came from Craft Grid, which is Liku Rao, and of course Rosanna Galvani from the Museum of the Metaverse with Sergei Zaf. And the three of them came to speak about craft and also about the incredible work they do over there. All three of them speak Italian principally, but we were able to have a really good show despite the slight language barrier, just very much like the way that Tosha was able to bring the Germans from Pangea Grid and bring them into the conversation. So it's not just an English show, but it tries to appeal to all the different languages and nationalities of OpenSim. So that was really fun. But it was a bit of a challenge, but it was really fun. And if you show the next slide, it is probably the show that remains one of my favorites. And this is when Luna Lunaria came on the show and brought with her her spokesman so that she had a man's voice. So she had a guy avatar there with her. And she told us all about OS Fest and explained why she was so passionate about it, why it was important, and told us a lot about Luxor, which of course is the build, a piece of that build we've just been to see over on the build on Kitely, that was the safari visit we've just done. And it was really fascinating to learn all those things, but probably the most spectacular of all the shows that I was involved in was the very last one I did, which was an EP special. And if you show the last slide, you can kind of see it's really hard to explain what it's like to be on a build by Nick Spreen. He has these massive, massive regions, and he changes the water and the sky in such remarkable ways. So what we actually did was we brought the studio to his sim and parked it in there. Do you remember that, James?
Oh,
And
I sure do.
Mal went out walking into the bizarre landscape.
It's
That was
amazing, and what the things that Nix does, and then other people too, like Tuna Oddfellow at his show last night. These types of exhibits have so many places to look, and I've asked them, well, where should I be looking? Like, because I'm a camera person, I move people's eyes, right? And Nix would say, I don't care. Doesn't matter where you look. You can look anywhere and see what you want to see. Take what you want to take out of the experience, which I thought was always very interesting.
and Mal was always curious, and that I think is the thing I take away with me. He was never tied down to one place or one set of interests or one set of people. He tried to take it all in. His love of OpenSim was generous, and it was also general. And I think that was the trick of his longevity in having this wonderful show that we've been able to be part of.
Hmm. I totally agree. What I'd like to do now is just take a little bit of time and see if we get some questions really about the Inworld Review past. This is really what we've presented so far. And while I wait for questions to come in from the audio delay, I'm just wondering, Pet Love, do you have any more recollections of some special episodes of Inworld Review?
Well, there were so many. Um, it was always interesting to see in which direction the conversation would go.
Hmm.
You never knew how new information would be discussed. Sometimes it was disbelieved in polite silence, and other times it would be it would get louder and louder a little bit. It was really real. It was a lot of fun, and
Hmm.
I have a lot of stories, sure, but I don't think this is the right place to tell the funniest ones.
Yeah, the funniest ones are that way all the time, it
Yeah, it's
seems.
better not to really, because
So
on. Go ahead. Sorry.
no, I was just going to say a question in chat. Marcus asks if the bear ever comes back. Do either of you remember the bear?
I can't say I do, no.
I
Pet
think I
love?
saw the bear once. I thought it was one of Tara's
Yeah.
pets or something. I wasn't
Yep.
paying a lot of attention to it.
Yep. When we mentioned Mal, we should mention Tara Yates. Tara Yates
Absolutely.
lived in the United
Yeah.
States, and she was actually a singer. She had a couple of songs published
Yeah.
that she wrote and published.
That's
And
true.
she was a co host on Inworld Review when it was in Second Life. over on the region Chilbo. And actually, I've gone back to Chilbo a couple times trying to see where that studio was. And of course, in Second Life, things change. And
Yep.
I
That's
had
right.
it landmarked, but that's gone. But the bear was something about the size of the Mal Funko Pop that we have on stage right now.
Good Lord.
And yeah, it had a big tree behind it, and it was holding hats, and they'd put coats on it. And
Yeah.
it was almost like an ever present panel guest on the
I think
show.
the
Well,
most memorable thing about Mal's show is probably how long it could be. And in fact, for reasons of real life, I stopped making the show because it would tend to go well over the 90 minutes.
Oh
And
my
it was
goodness.
only
Yep.
a long time afterwards that I realized that actually, back in the days that Pet Love did the show, it could even last 3 hours. So
Mm-hmm.
it
I've
truly
done a
those
couple
are
did.
of those.
marathon
They
sessions.
sure are.
Yeah.
Well, Mal
Yep.
just had an insatiable curiosity. He could keep the
That's true.
conversation flowing.
He had a lot to say about a lot of things. Yeah,
Hmm.
for sure.
So
So,
Lisa has a really good question, and she asked, "How did we succeed with promotion to gain a large following?" And that's really interesting. From my perspective, I don't think Mal was really interested in promotion.
Absolutely
What
not.
what do you both
No,
think
no.
of
not at
that?
all. No, he really didn't. He didn't want to ever be pushy and be self-promoting. He just was very much, he was doing something he loved. If somebody wanted to participate, that was fine. Otherwise, not really a problem. He wasn't doing it to make himself important.
It was low key enough to where you could go on as a normal person and talk about your thing. And but it was visible enough that you could make something out of it if you wanted to try hard enough. And I think people realized that Mal wasn't in it for any reason other than the joy of just spreading the news and sharing the exciting new developments and so on and so forth. And over the amount of time he put into it, I mean, many years of the show and many hours into each show, it built up quite a following over the years. And it just goes to show you when you do something right, the world will respond, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and as Rhianna's pointed out, it's quite true that Mal he did use his social media to mention stuff, but it was never in a kind of a look at me. He just wanted people to know
Exactly.
about stuff that was going on, but not, oh gosh, I'm important. That was never his style at all.
Yeah.
And that was one
Yeah.
of the nicest things about him. It's always like that, isn't it? Somebody who's pushy, turns out to be the least popular person in the room in the end. So
Because they're
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't really work
obnoxious.
that way. Yeah, it really.
Yeah. You can't welcome people by talking about yourself all the time.
Right, right.
So,
And he did love to aggregate. He loved to share news, and of course that's why he had more than one show. He did
yeah.
other shows that tried to capture all the news that was going on in the world of anything connected to virtual reality,
Virtual
and that
reality.
for
Yep.
him was very important. He wasn't doing it for the views on YouTube. He was just doing it because he thought it needed to be documented and wanted to share it.
And he wanted to use up to date equipment too. He would often get some piece of equipment that just wouldn't
Yeah.
shake hands with his
That's true.
Macintosh,
That's right.
which drove him pretty
Yes.
crazy and everybody else too.
It drove us so crazy.
But it was part of the charm of the show as it rolled along.
Absolutely.
It
Absolutely.
really is.
Yeah.
And I see his interest in virtual worlds and promoting and communicating about them almost as a straight line direct from comic books, because I think in many ways comics, and especially underground comics, are virtual worlds in a sense
It's
themselves.
true.
Yeah,
Imagining
sure.
things that we can't do in real life, having superpowers, and
Hmm.
I think the virtual world was a natural progression for him to
And I
make
think
that
we got a
step and
lot
Absolutely.
make
of
that
guests
change.
because he was that way. He was very relaxed. And so if you
Yeah.
came on the show and you made a mess up and you said the wrong thing or you interrupted or you said the wrrong word, it really didn't matter
He
because
would
he
say,
probably said
"Well,
something much worse than you
Mm-hmm.
earlier in the
Mm-hmm.
show.
Mm-hmm.
So who cares? And maybe people pick up on that. Maybe that's the secret that Lisa's looking for, that
Mm-hmm.
just being himself and not worrying too much about those things
Right,
hmm
and
right.
just making
yeah,
it part of the show. Very human.
And one
very,
other thought I
very much
have
so."
about Lisa's comment is that not to get political at all, but I don't think Mal was really a big fan of capitalism. And I think, I asked him,
Oh
why don't
gosh,
you
no.
monetize? Why don't you monetize your YouTube channel? You've got
No,
so
no,
much
no, no.
video, you've got so much viewers, you've got big subscriber audience. And he just said, no, I have no interest in that. I'm not
Mm,
here to get money. I don't want ads being
absolutely.
shown on my program.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so I think
Yeah,
that also is the
that was one of
promotional.
the things that made me want to be part of that, because I mean, I have enough of that in the real life, and I think
Hmm.
he was the same.
Okay.
This is not that. This is a
It's,
You're
different thing.
you're
it's,
making me realize another offshoot as a result of Mao's good humor,
hmm
and it relates to the modern machinima that you reminded me of a few minutes ago.
hmm
I actually had a public access station TV show for about 2.5 or 3 years. Um, First, I was putting out an hour-long video twice a month, and then we cut it down to once a month, and then we cut it down to every other month. But it was great. It was a chance to put something different on people's screens
Yeah.
all through this area.
hmm
And it never would have happened if Mal hadn't been so encouraging and open-minded about so many things.
Right,
You know,
right.
and I wouldn't have met the people I was working with. It was really cool.
Well, and isn't that the essence of community? Is
Yeah.
the way that we make connections and build things in common that we like to
Hmm.
do without you can choose your community, but you can't choose your family, right?
Something about
That's what they
tuning
tell
fishes and
us.
pianos too, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Anyway, yeah.
Lucena makes an interesting comment and about Mal's voice, and we could talk about that, from the musical sound nature or his voice as having an opinion. But I remember my dear departed wife would come into the room when we were streaming and say, "Oh man, that man's voice is so irritating." And I said, "What?"
Lots of people claim they couldn't understand a word he said, but I
Ah,
don't know if that's
okay.
true. I don't know.
I
I
Especially when
don't
he
don't
know
was
know
if
his
it's
excited.
accent, but yeah,
well, it's sort of semi-London.
semi-London.
Yeah.
Yep, yep.
Yeah.
So
He was a
thank you for
But
hoot.
I
that
think it was
comment.
because sometimes he would just ask a question that was so out of left field. You would just
Mm,
totally
hmm
not expecting to hear things
I
like,
remember
"Why in the world did you call your grid that strange name?" or something like that. You weren't expecting
uh,
him to ask it, and so you might think maybe he said something different. But so
hmm
he would just ask strange questions at times, whatever came into his head. So
Yeah,
that was the
yep,
fun part of it too, because
yeah,
you had to keep on your toes.
yeah. And Chad saying his laugh was like a giggle, and I definitely think he was giddy. He
Oh
enjoyed
gosh,
he
yeah,
was excited
mhm.
about the
he
topics,
did.
the people, and the technology.
Yeah.
And there's like 900 different videos on his YouTube stream. So anybody who hasn't
Oh,
subscribed and have a look through it,
yeah,
you'll be amazed. For sure, you'll find
Mm,
somebody that you remember, or a subject that you're
sure.
curious about, or a piece of history. There's so much in there. It's really worth hunting through it all.
absolutely. And I'll be sharing links to the video channels that we were looking at in preparing our talk. So. Yeah, good comment, Buffy. I don't think any of us knew how much he'd be missed. It was such a
It's
surprise
true.
when he
Seriously.
passed away. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I
Yep.
don't see any new questions coming in, so I think we'll move on to our last section. And I can start this section by saying I'm kind of the newbie. I'm the newbie to Inward Review. I met Mal probably the latest of anybody here, and I'm considering to retire from real life employment next summer. And my plans were to expand my projects with Mal and other communities in virtual worlds. Well, the world always has a way of surprising us. And after Mal died, I really wasn't sure of what would happen. And then the idea to continue the Inworld review grew among the four of us, and now, here today, we've made 2 episodes of the Inworld review. And so I'd like to just take a little bit of time and ask Pet Love and Thursa your thoughts about what we're going to do with the Inworld review going forward.
Well,
Pet
I'll go
love, come on.
first.
Or you could even
I,
take back and think about, what was good about the Inworld review and what are we taking forward. We've already talked about we're not going to be 3 hours long.
Oh gosh,
right.
no.
And it won't be every week.
It
So
won't be
people
every
will have to
week.
get used to the new schedule. But I think basically, I think that I'd like to see the show continue to embrace all of the sims and all of the grids and just all of the art and all of the, just everything that's cool about virtuality.
Hmm.
And I'd like to see it continue to be promoted and enjoyed and cherished. So that's what I hope the show does.
Hmm.
From my viewpoint is this, that there are so many more stories to tell. Mal loved
Mm-hmm.
stories, and
Mm-hmm.
he also loved the community and the people who reside here. Not the, he's not worried about the most prominent person or the most academic person or the richest person. None of that really interested him
Hmm.
at all. He
Hmm.
was much more interested in just the general stories that could be told, interesting stories, and everybody's got one. So that really is what is the motive for us to continue the show, to continue telling these stories, to continue archiving the stories of this incredible civilization, if you will, that is Open Sim.
Yeah.
It is not Second Life at
Hmm.
all.
Hmm.
Second
Hmm.
Life. It's a
Hmm.
it's a completely separate entity of people who spend all day, every day, some of them here, and really have done a pioneering work in open sim in these virtual worlds, which is really not comparable at all to Second Life, except perhaps the very early days. And so there's so many more stories to tell, and how can we not do it? But we don't have to
Oh,
do it for 3 hours a week, that for sure.
no, no, thank you.
Nope.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, we'd be looking for another cameraman.
Yeah. Yeah.
So every week, what we do is, because we don't have in-world review every week, we're only going to be doing it twice a week. But just to kind of keep people's awareness that it does exist, we do a little thing called Hypergrid Happenings, and we make a little short about that. Oh, sorry, did I say twice a week? Sorry, Marcus, I
Yeah.
meant twice a month. Good Lord.
We were all waiting to
It's-
correct you on that one.
Right, right.
So, but we do have every week, we have a little thing called Hypergrid Happenings. That's just a short, and it's just a reminder of 3 or 4 things that happen during the week in OpenSim, just parties or games days or an event like this today. So that it just is a reminder that In-World Review will be coming up very soon. And in fact, our next episode is next Sunday. We have Jimmy
Hmm.
Olsen on the show, which is going to be incredibly interesting because he's a creator that you don't often hear. And so he's going to be telling us a little bit about his creations. So I'm really excited about that.
Me too.
I love Jimmy Olsen.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Yeah. Well, when Mal dies, I had a phrase that I kept running through my head, and it was Mal was the wind in the sails of the In-World Review, and I just didn't see how it could go. But here are 4 of us. We're carrying it on, and I think I'm very pleased that we're able to do that, and I'm thankful to each of you. And I wish Tasha could be here with us, but I do appreciate what we're able to try and carry forward. Um, I'm going to jump to the next slide, and I just thought I'd share the YouTube channels that have content, a lot of what we've talked about, and I've put the links to these channels in chat if you want to do some exploring. And this slide, I'm just going to say, if you know, you know, about the
No,
cats.
you have to tell. You have to tell. Come
No,
on.
you can tell it.
Do you
You
want me to
tell.
tell?
Yeah, yeah.
During filming of The Blackened Mirror, which was a series created in Second Life with Safia Wittershin and her great troupe of people, um, Mal enjoyed playing a bit part. And at one point, he played the bit part of an orange tabby cat who came through the portal and bounced off the street and landed on all 4 feet and went, meow. And then after that, he just loved being that cat every chance he had. And you'll probably hear me
Yeah,
say that 5 more times in the next couple of years. He really loved that avatar.
Hmm.
So that's why that avatar is there right now.
Oh, and he loved
that's
it for
cute.
filming. Yeah, he for at VWBPE, he
Mm.
filmed and helped moderate there, and he loved being that cat because he could be anywhere and not be in the way, and he'd be
That's
around
right.
people's feet. Yeah, it was great for a camera person.
Until he got kicked around. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that
Uh,
doesn't happen. There's
No.
no
Surely
pushing
not.
allowed.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this brings us really to the end of our content, and we did want to leave some time if there are any more questions. And now that we've covered the return of the Inworld review, if anybody has questions about that, I think there's correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the requests to be on the show outnumber the shows that we might be able to produce. Does that
We,
sound
we
about right?
definitely sure we definitely have definitely have room for more guests, but obviously having the show twice a month, Marcus, not twice a week, that means that we can't book too far in advance because that would be unreasonable. I did want to point out though that the show is now being filmed on HIE region, which of course Mal helped co-found the Hypergrid International Expo, so we have a little spot on that sim, and the studio was made by Jimmy Olsen, the main building. So it's a much more futuristic building than the old one. You can see kind of get a little glimpse of it there, and yes, definitely. There's we're always looking for new guests coming up in the future. We have quite a few booked. In fact, a few people who are here right now are coming up in the next months. So I'm
All
really
right.
excited about that. But yes, definitely more guests. And anybody who's interested in being on the show can, of course, contact us. You send an IM to pretty much any avatar. I'll find it, and then we'll try and sort out a date.
Awesome.
All right. Well, I think I'm about at the end of what I had prepared, and I don't see questions from YouTube, in world chat, so I think we probably
We
have
were way
covered.
too informative. We should have
Yeah,
been more mysterious.
that's right. That's right. Wait,
Well, there
what
are
was that?
many more things we could talk about,
What
but
was
we're
that
not
cat thing
going
about?
to.
Yeah, no, Rhiannon, that's so true. That one of the last things that he did was do that fireside chat with Philip Rosedale, one of the
Oh
biggest
yeah,
things.
right.
Yeah. Remember that?
And he was so nervous about that. He was just really,
Hmm.
I was shocked. And he was, oh boy, what am I going to say? But that was such an interesting interview that he did. And it's so good that here on OSCC they have that on the YouTube channel so anyone can watch it again because it really is very good.
Hmm. He wasn't expecting that, was he?
Not really.
They kind of bombed him with it. Yeah.
Did they?
Yeah, I think
Let's see.
so.
They're
They kind of
here.
Those
kicked him out,
naughty
and
people,
That's
those
right.
naughty OSCC people.
Oh,
no,
I
the
think
Linden Lab people, they're the naughty
I think
ones.
he relished it. I think Mal relished that opportunity. But yeah, he was rarely intimidated that I could ever sense, and so
Hmm.
I think he did appreciate the opportunity, and of course we all
That
did
British
too.
stiff
Sure.
upper lip there.
That's right.
That's
That's
right.
right. All
Yeah.
right. Well, I think unless anyone else has anything more to say, I think we could wrap up here. Give people an extra minute to get some break in.
Hmm.
All right. Well, let me really give my thanks to Pet Love. Thank you for being here today. Thank you, Thurza. And again, I wish Tasha could be with us, but we know the real world does like to intrude on our virtual selves. And um, oh, I'm just looking at comments in chat again. Can you field that one, Thurza? Sherry asks, when will we get an episode where you interview each other? Okay. All right. Was James a hippie?
This was the prequel.
Right, right. Oh, thank you, Roxy. All right. Well, then I'll go into the scripted moderator, and we'll bring this to a close. Thank you all for listening to us today. And as a reminder to the audience, here at the conference, you want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which begins at 2 p.m. Grid time, right here in this very keynote region. And this is titled AI and the Multiverse Panel. No, say it again. AI and the Metaverse Panel. I've gone into the comics universe, the Marvel universe. AI and the Metaverse Panel. And then be sure to visit the OSCC Poster Expo on OSCC Expo Region 3 to find more information about all the presenters and explore the Hypergrid Resources Tour information on Expo 2, along with the sponsors and crowdfunder booths located all throughout the Expo regions. And I'll also mention that we do have a copy of Mal's studio, his last studio build on Expo Region 2, kind of directly opposite from where the Safari and the Hypergrid Expo information is.
With a nice big model of the Mal Labubu model
Kind
there.
of big, kind
right
of
on
big.
top of it.
That's right.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
All right. Thank you both. And we'll see you all around the grid.
And we're live.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock session of the 2025 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation AI and the Metaverse Panel. Our host is Maria Korloff. Maria is a published author and covers artificial intelligence for CIO Magazine and cybersecurity for CSO Online. She is also the editor of Hypergrid Business since 2009. During her 20 years as a journalist, she's run a business news bureau in Shanghai, covered wars in the former Soviet Union, and wrote about local politics for the Chicago Tribune. Lisa Laxton is the founder of Infinite Metaverse Alliance and the president of Laxton Consulting, with experience providing various solutions for education, research, and business, as well as defense clients. Brian Aviator is a computer scientist working in life science research and development, founder of the Virtual Museum team, which operates virtual museums in Open Simulator, Roblox, and Second Life. Dr. Cynthia Cologne Lir-Lobo is a professor emerita at Colorado Technical University. While teaching for 29 years, she taught 101 unique courses for 5 universities and teaches artificial intelligence and business intelligence for doctoral studies in the College of Computer Science, Engineering, and Technology. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. Now, this session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC25. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Well, thank you for that fantastic introduction. Hi, everybody, or hi, everybody again, if you were here yesterday. As mentioned before, my name is Maria Korloff, and recently at my day job as a technology journalist, all I've been doing is covering AI. Specifically, I've been covering how enterprises use AI, where it works and where it doesn't in real world applications. So I'm super excited to have 3 people on our panel today who are actually using AI in virtual environments to do useful things. And unlike me, who's just talking about it, they're actually doing it. And I learned about some really, really cool projects that we're going to be sharing with you today. Brian, would you like to start? I mean, I love what you said about what you're working on when we were talking about it before. Can you tell our audience, please?
Certainly, I'm happy to. Thank you, Maria. I've been working with AI in virtual worlds for a bit over a year at this point. I run a series of virtual museums. I would say I have 5 of them within Second Life. I have 3 of them in OpenSim, and we launched one in Roblox just this past year, in fact. Running these museums, it's really sort of self-funded. I'm entirely funding these, so I can't be there 24 hours a day, and I'm not in a position to be able to go and hire staff to act as docents at these museums to try to have coverage. So it occurred to me that building some virtual docents would make sense, and it's something I've toyed with over the years. But now that we have access to very powerful LLMs and other AI type tools, I decided that I wanted to try to create some virtual docents that could have an appearance in World and could answer questions about the museum, talk about the topics of the different museums, and really just sort of be a presence in the world when I can't be there. I had a few requirements when I did that. First of all, I really wanted to embody the docents as avatars. And so that was a choice that I made. A few other things is I wanted them not to just be generic chatbots. I wanted the docents to be aware of the museum, to be aware of the exhibits that the museum had, so that if somebody said, "Hey, do you have X?" The bot could answer and say, "Yes, we do, and it's over in this location in the museum." And so that was, a bit of a challenge because an LLM out of the box isn't going to be able to do that. And so I had to make these avatars aware of um, what was at the museum so that they could speak about authoritatively. And yes, in full sentences, Lear, as you mentioned. So, um, and so what I decided after looking around at what was available out there, and I looked at in Second Life, Linden Lab had their characters that they were trialing for a little while. None of them really met my needs, and so I, as a computer scientist, I do what computer scientists do, and built my own and used the open source Libra Metaverse library, and along with that, I used commercial LLMs. So my bots and over the period of 6 months, I tried OpenAI's models, I've tried Google's models, I've tried Anthropic's Claude models, and all work very well actually. And I deployed the bots originally around February of 2025, so they've been around for a number of months. And I learned quite a few things while doing this. And also it brought up some questions as well, and hopefully we'll get to explore some of those today. Um, one of the things I learned was that in social virtual worlds like Second Life, um, the presence of AI bots is still to be determined whether or not they're going to be successful. As a primarily social world, I think people prefer to talk to humans than to bots. So that's something I'm still trying to figure out. Some other things I learned was that if you're going to be building your own bots in virtual worlds, you really need to give them what I will call defensive capabilities. People will try to get the bots to do things that you would prefer they not do and say things you would prefer they not say. And as it was mentioned earlier, that can be a risk, for our accounts and our access to different worlds. The other thing is people tried to physically assault them. The avatars in Second Life and in OpenSim are physical, and so they can be pushed around. They can be, things can be done to them, and so I had to build some capabilities to defend. Um, it's been a very interesting learning experience. It's still very much one. I have sort of changed my approach. I'm actually now redeveloping the bots, trying to come out with a version 2 that I would like to launch in Open Simulator. I think partly the concern was, of course, the people were really trying to get them to say things that were racist and inappropriate, and I was concerned about the longevity of my accounts. For instance, in Second Life, for instance, and Roblox, as a platform, is even more restrictive because their audience is a lot of children, and so that environment is quite restrictive. So it's been a learning experience, and hopefully, as we go through the discussion and topics today, I can talk a little bit more about, things I've learned related to these topics. So with that said, I don't want to monopolize the time here. Let's
Yeah.
let.
I can't wait to see what you do in OpenSim, and I do have some follow-up questions for you. But first, I want to go to Lisa and ask her about using AI for OSSL and OpenSim programming language and development in general, and how she sees AI as playing out in OpenSim.
Well, that's a really good question because, there are pros and cons of all of it. And can everyone hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. Brian mentioned the use of Claude. Now, Claude is my AI of choice for coding tasks and for research tasks. It does a really good job at summarizing research papers. It does a really good job at analyzing working code to look for areas to optimize, and it can aid you in refactoring. But there are a host of mistakes that it will make, and you have to really watch for that and not get too complex. If you do one thing at a time, it's pretty good at that. But the other aspect of AI is how can we use it to fill the gap where volunteers don't want to spend time greeting. They don't want to spend time telling people, oh, this is next up on the event calendar, and this is how you get there, handing out landmarks and whatever. How can we utilize AI to do that so that people can have more time to enjoy the festival and see the other things around there? So I didn't have time to really experiment with that this year because we knew we had to do a lot of innovation. Now, the lack of volunteers says, okay, I need to have something to help me do things in much less time than it would take me to sit and do it on my own. So what I'll do is I'll write the engineering spec. I'll add some documentation where necessary. I will then write the beginning code, and then I will have a conversation because it is not smart enough to know how to write optimized scripts for OpenSim, for example. There are a lot of things that work in Second Life that don't work in OpenSim. And there is a lot of old stuff on the internet that does not work well in OpenSim. Well, AI, that's its source. That's where it gets its knowledge from. And so it is perfectly capable of writing very bad scripts. And as more people are writing scripts using AI, we saw that in OS Best. And if you remember from our presentation, I had one slide that showed 4 regions that had major problems. It was all red and orange. Those regions had scripts in them that were written by AI. I recognized them. And so I'm like, okay, well, I have to do something to take care of it from the user experience perspective. But what I would like to do is help teach people how to teach AI to write the script properly. I've learned how to do that. And the one factor that I would tell you that's different is remember that AI doesn't have the ability to learn the same way that a human does. And so it doesn't really learn even when they add memory. So I will create a chat conversation where I'll have a educational discussion with AI on how to avoid memory leaks, how to properly terminate timers, how to avoid excessive server calls which cause loading issues, which particular commands to avoid when you're doing lighting versus using texture animation to simulate the lighting and so forth. And then I will reference that conversation when I'm actually working on a script. So I'll say, okay, here's the working script. I'm seeing these bugs. What do you find where those bugs are? And if it doesn't know, I'd say, remember, we talked about this in this conversation. I said, reference that and then learn from that and then tell me what you think. So if you treat it like an intern, use it like a tool, understand it's not human, it's not ever going to be human, it's not sentient, you can use it effectively as a tool to help you. Is that helpful in answering that question, Maria?
Yes, it does. And I'm going to be asking you a follow up question about that later. But first, I want to switch over to Leah and ask her about her use of AI in virtual environments because she has some interesting stories to tell.
Well, some of my experiences crossover between Brian and Lisa here. I started with the Wired magazine and Lego Mindstorms effort in 2007, where they did 2006 when they did the big robot on campus, and I was teaching robotics that term, and but I was teaching from a NASA perspective, in case you're wondering. So it was a little different, but I created a couple bots in World using the Lego tools, automating them and anchoring with Pandora bots, which of course was AI ML. And of course, you had to train it, you had to fill in the form, and then you could write a bunch of code to give it a knowledge base, right? And then it could track conversations, stuff like that. And I worked with the kids with that because we had 400 eighth graders, which are 13-year-olds, on the property at any given time. And that's too many for two of us to keep track of. So I had patrolling bots, I had interactive bots, I had conversational bots that would also flag when it didn't know and when I needed to respond back. So that was a tool to reduce my cognitive load. Later bots, we now interact with we integrate Chat GPT in some of our builds. And I know I say we, but Andy Stricker, Spinoza Quinnell, who spoke yesterday, he is the mastermind behind this. And he, of course, taught quantum mechanics and intelligent agents at Oxford. So he has automated our bots various levels of sophistication. So we had the type that would give guided tours, answer questions, and of course, interact in an environment, had pathfinding and all of that, very natural like. Whereas we also have them that the user can turn them on the property, and from then on, they're interacting in the local chat. So it is by text, not by voice. That's something to be aware of. We run experiments with voice and other elements too, but in that case, it's mostly the instructor or people on the property talking, to the automated system. We have a back end, a dashboard that's tracking the behavior of everything. So I was thinking about Brian's comments about people misbehaving with his bots, and of course we're tracking all the behavior similar to the way NOAA used to on the old Meteora region in Second Life, where they would track everything everyone did and use Maya realities to report those statistics. Now you may wonder, why would I do that? Well, that's because we're conducting research. And of course, research requires data. It requires an understanding of, and Andy calls it the bohemian experience, which means the things we love to do. And I know you want to talk about the social side and perhaps not misconduct, but the notion that people want a variety of contexts. Well, let me wrap it up by saying last year, 2024, the International Disability Rights Conference had me interview on stage an emotional intelligence bot called Pi.ai. That's Pi.ai. And of course, it's a companion. It's designed to be a friend. It's not designed to be your lover. It's designed to be, someone that's really helpful, can help you with useful tasks, but also with any of your emotional problems or the need to talk or whatever. And of course, the conversation from the audience, the questions were they started out very polite and then got, a little racy, and then, of course, touched on issues like suicide and other sensitive topics. So I will leave my comments at that point and turn it back over to you.
That's actually perfect. That was the first thing I wanted to ask all of you guys about. So we've seen the headlines of the mental health risks of AI, people self-harm, people self-medicating with AI advice, where the AI just agrees with everything that they want to do, no matter how crazy it is, and they end up in the hospital. That's happened. People are using chatbots for financial advice, and beyond that, you've got hallucinations. And then beyond that, you've got jailbreaks. So even if your chatbot is designed to be, G-rated and answer questions only about whatever it's supposed to be answering questions about, there are jailbreak prompts that are available online. You can just Google it. I don't recommend that you do, but I'm just saying they exist. And pretty much every chatbot out there is jailbroken almost as soon as it pops up. And you know who's going to be using the jailbreaks? It's all teenagers. And they're going to go in and they're going to ask the AIs to do stuff that is maybe inappropriate in a museum setting or in a setting with children. How do you guys protect against that? Brian, is there a defense against that?
So I can certainly talk about what I've done and learned about that. So certainly that was a concern with my docent bots. I didn't want them pretending to be somebody's love interest or partner or to talk about topics that were controversial or inappropriate. Um, and you're right. There are certainly ways to jailbreak them. I tried to head that off as much as I could. Um, in my bots, I use the APIs from the application programming interfaces from the various providers. One of the things that most of those allow you to do is to specify, in addition to the prompt that the user might be giving the bot, I can include my own system prompt, which is a sort of an overriding prompt. And I have quite a few instructions in my system prompt limiting the topics that the bot will speak about, the topics that it will cover, etc. And I will say, in the 6 months or so that I was been running the experiment, I did not see anybody successfully able to break out of that. Um, and I'm sure some of that was luck or the experience of the people trying to do it, but no one was able to do that, and they tried. I will say that much. People did try to get they hit on the bots. Um, One of my museums is an LGBTQ history museum, so you can imagine I occasionally get visitors that are not coming to learn about the topic of the museum. They're coming to cause some mayhem, and they certainly have tried things, and um, the system prompts that I used were generally quite successful. So I think some using tools like that to try to set guardrails can help.
Yeah, and go
What
ahead.
have your experience with that?
I'm
I'm
sorry I
sorry, I
didn't.
didn't catch that.
I was trying to ask Lear what her experience was with
Oh,
hallucinations and jailbreaks.
I've had experiences with hallucinations. I don't really call it jailbreaks per se, but I've had misconduct. The first misconduct was because of the way the original script for Pandora Bots was written. And Pandora Bots requires a lot of training from us, right? But it will answer in full sentences. It's using AIML from Dr. Richard Wallace's research, and it would translate to three languages. But the problem there was I offered classes in it and workshops, and I for my doctoral class, I gave them copies of my bots, and I hadn't swapped out my account info in it. I was teaching them to do it. I said, "Take that out, put yours in," and not all of them did. So they went away for a long holiday, and when we got back, the bots had all talked to each other on the local chat channel. This is a different kind of misconduct. And next thing you know, poor Pandora Bots is down for 2 weeks due to all the crosstalk, and they just kept talking faster and faster and faster until it brought them to their knees. And I talked to their system admin. I felt so bad. I had to apologize, of course. And of course, I lost my account. And I learned a lesson there. As far as hallucinations, I've had quite a few. I once asked it to take my publications, of which it had domain knowledge of. This was ChatGPT. And I said, would you organize them in 7th edition APA style? I was publishing a book chapter that month and I'd hurt my arm, right? It proceeded to keep falsifying and giving me hallucinations for my publications. So it would take names of people here in the virtual world. It would take various folks that it might have had a record of somewhere out on the web, a conversation or something through social media, and it would say that they were my co-authors, and that it had me publishing in medical journals and all over the place. Not it gave me hallucinations 11 times, Maria, and it started to distress me because I thought, what would happen to my reputation if people thought I was misrepresenting the 60 publications that I have published? You see what I'm saying? Uh,
Yep.
our reputation is a valuable thing, and it's so fragile. It's so easy to lose it so quickly. So I became a little distressed by that. So I'm very careful. And then when it comes to being an instructor, I work for many universities, at the moment, 2 universities. But at the time, I was working for 5, teaching 15 classes as a term. And I started looking at the references from students in their papers. When they use a tool like Claude or another tool, and I'm not going to isolate any individual tool, many of these tools will hallucinate the references. My recommendation to the listening audience is to never trust the references from an AI tool. And by references, I mean the things that go in a reference section that you cite as your authority and the integrity and trust for your content, right? Being from
They
the
will
body
make
of
it up.
knowledge, it will make it up almost every time. So I spend much of my time now going over every reference that someone writes, in their paper and checking all of those papers. And you know what I've discovered? This is the last thing I'll add. The paper may exist and it may be self-published on ResearchGate for our convenience, but I discovered 908 of them in one day that were all falsified. They were all AI generated with incorrect references inside them and published on ResearchGate. And I started noticing the co-authors were famous people who never participated or published it, and their bios were misrepresented. They had been falsified too. And then I started seeing this cascading problem of everyone's reputation going south. And this just happened in May, and I was so disturbed. I thought I should write an article about this. I says, but that's like putting a bullseye on my head or something. I'm not at the point in my life where I want that kind of attention. Back to you, Maria.
I've had the same thing happen to me. I was writing an article about something random in cybersecurity. A perfect paper out there on the internet from a reputable company. Paper was completely fake. I checked their sources, big name sources, PwC, Gartner, all made up. Okay, emailed the company, let them know. I'm not going to quote that company on anything again. Contacted experts for comments on the cybersecurity issue, and one of the big name experts came back to me citing that paper. And so he had found the same paper, or his assistant found the same paper, had ChatGPT write the response for him to my question, and gave that to me as his quote, which I guess is highly efficient if you want to give quotes to journalists. I let all my editors know, and I'm not citing anyone by email. I am demanding Zoom interviews with every new expert that I don't know, and with most experts that I do already know, because I cannot trust as a journalist anything that anybody emails me. And pretty soon I won't be able to trust them on Zoom either. But for now, at least, I've got that. But what I want to ask you is your advice for somebody in OpenSim developing AI avatars. What should they watch out for? And what advice do you give people who want to build AI avatars for things like virtual jobs in their companies, like a docent or a research assistant or a tutor or a receptionist or a dancer at a club, or any kind of like social or business function, or even to sell as an avatar or a subscription? Do you have any advice for people who think, oh, I'm going to get rich doing this? Brian?
Well, I certainly think that brings up an interesting topic because we know people are going to do this. Maria mentioned earlier the dating app that Linda Lab, for instance, has been experimenting with. Um, Certainly, my advice is to make sure that you have the right guardrails in place, and I don't just mean guardrails for preventing the bot from misbehaving as I dealt with. But I think if you're going to start having bots interacting, with people, there are the mental health aspects that I just don't think we have fully, been able to wrap our heads around. Um, just looking at a lot of the news, about people committing suicide because their chatbot, was being a bit too eager in supporting them, in that idea. Or so I think a lot of time needs to be spent thinking about those things in advance. One thing I certainly learned building my docents was I didn't think enough about building their defensive capabilities when I originally built them. I was more focused on making sure they were useful bots that could answer questions about the museums and the topics of the museums. And I just didn't build enough defensive capabilities in it, and actually had to spend most of my time afterwards not adding features for making them useful, but features for making them defensive.
Yeah, well,
Lear,
I'm gonna
Lear, can you talk about your experience making NPCs, building NPCs, and what advice you have for people doing it in the future?
You know, Andy Stricker focuses on that a lot because many of you know that at Virtual Harmony, where I conduct research, he has worked with Air University and with Air Force military use, military education. So we're always thinking of the professional side, the safe side, the education side, and of course, we want it to be appropriate so that we wouldn't be embarrassed in our communities, right? So he spends a lot of time testing. And what I hadn't realized is he had done quite a bit of testing prior to the release of ChatGPT. And then also, like version 5, he was testing that just as version 4 was coming out on the market. So he was doing some preliminary work. He also serves as a portal and he customizes our bots so that their conversations aren't going to be embarrassing to us professionally or personally, and also not uncomfortable for people interacting with them. We also have devices to turn them on and off. I think having the user in control of when a bot interacts with them and when they're having a private moment, you don't have that feeling of surveillance and a lack of control. I think that's another issue because if you enable the bot so that it's monitoring everything in the chat log, right? Um, then you have to think about what's the implications of that when you have conversations with others, humans and others. But we that's the kind of work we do is we're always thinking about that. We do a lot of testing, Maria, and of course, we've given talks on it, and I just recently did a podcast on anthropomorphism, on how we use presence with these bots in virtual worlds and what's appropriate for that.
So, Lisa, I want to ask about your experience developing in OpenSim. And when people build NPCs in OpenSim, AI powered or ML powered, for in this future, what advice do you have for them about the specifics of doing it here on our platform?
Oh, well, that's a good question, but and it's a good segue from what Brian and Lear had to say, and some comments in chat from Frank about using specialized um, resources. So, but I don't think it is as complicated as a lot of us today think it is. I'm reminded of the years where Lear mentioned AML, the artificial intelligence markup language. Uh, we had a forum where we had nothing but women in crisis on the forum, and we had a bot that I put in there for the purpose of monitoring the chat if someone asked for help or certain keywords. And it had a random personality on it to make it a little realistic. The problem was one of the women on the forum fell in love with it, and she fell in love with it. I would review the conversations that were public. I would review them every day when I woke up, and I saw this was happening. And she was devastated when I had to tell her that this was not a real person. And the same thing can happen in the virtual world. We have people in OpenSim who demand that you use the word NPC in the avatar's name for that NPC so that they know that they are not interacting with a person. But on the flip side, You have an epidemic of loneliness in this world. You have people who live isolated, who need some companionship. You have people who need to be reminded of an appointment or need to be told, hey, did you take your medicine today? It's time for this med or whatever. There are positive use cases that can be done. Well, it reminds me of back when I used to moderate chat rooms. I'm sure Leah remembers some of this as well. Um, the teenagers are going to find a way to jailbreak, so to speak, like what Brian is talking about. They are going to find a way. So the only types of platforms with moderation, you have to have both passive moderation, which is programmed, and active moderation, which is human review. So that way, when someone calls for help, it can be handled, and that human can turn off that bot, disable it temporarily. It needs to go to be repaired, so to speak. If we approach it that way and realize that there is a human factor in here, both positive and negative, how do we handle that? Well, how did we handle it before we had AI? We can handle it the same way. That's my recommendation.
You also said that you use some specific commands and background instructions so that the AI would know more about how to program in OpenSim specifically versus
Right,
in Second Life. Do you,
right.
and
Well,
by
as a
do
human,
you
I can access my memory, uh,
right?
and I can learn from my memory without being told what to reference, right? So
Yeah.
if you want to teach your AI something, you have a separate conversation to teach about that topic. So that when you're in other conversation and it goes off by the wayside and it starts making lots of errors, you can say to it, I think you're regressing instead of progressing. We need to reference this conversation. Remember what we learned, and it will come back around. And it does a good job. But Lear mentioned the word love earlier, and I wanted to just say all of our LLM training of these AIs are trained to learn your love language, right? It's trained to please you. So the more that you have a conversation with it, the more it's going to agree with you and speak your love language, right? So you need to be in aware of that, not necessarily fear it, but you need to be aware of it and sort of be the devil's advocate with it once in a while.
Lisa, is your prompt available for download anywhere, like on your website, or should people just give it the OSSL wiki to look at as a set of instructions for how to do OSSL versus the standard Second Life commands?
So that's one of the things I've thought about doing in providing a script library in 2026, that I might include some documentation on suggested ways that you can interact with your AI to help teach them how to make better scripts that work well in OpenSim.
So Brian, you said that you used wikis for this?
So I use so Lisa, do you typically use chat clients for doing your development, or are you using any of the agentic coding tools? I'm just curious about that.
I actually do both, and what I found is that depending on the task, which one I would like to use, the agents do not do as well in the complicated scripting that I do. They do well if you're doing something simple, like how do I make this door open and close at this speed? It can do that. The agents are wonderful for doing that. But I spent a couple of days during the OSCC in the background. I was working with my AI, and I gave it two pieces of working code, and I said, here's the engineering specification and some documentation. I want you to modify those two working scripts to accomplish those specs. And before it can do that, I have to tell it specifically what the priorities are, and an agent cannot do that. So you really have to do it in chat. But if you're doing it in chat, you have to remember to be very, very verbose, right? Don't use up all of your energy in single back and forth conversation. Don't bother using pronouns, the word the or at, participles. That is a waste of energy. So, but if you give it a very complicated, long paragraph of what you want to do, and that one single message, you will get a much better result than you do going back and forth uh, in a human type conversation.
So I have some slightly different experiences from you, at least with the using the agentic tools. So, I use tools like Claude Code and OpenAI's Codex and
Yep.
testing Google's new tool as well. And
Mhm.
while using them, I've made a lot of use of MCPs, which allow you to give the agent additional context information.
Right.
Um,
Uh,
and I point them at wikis or and I write very detailed specification documents, and I find I can get the agents to do much more complicated, LSL or OSSL or um, even one of the ones that was probably the biggest challenge was getting C# code that would work with Libre Metaverse because the documentation on Libre Metaverse is it can be sparse in some cases.
sure,
Um,
sure.
and so, but I've had great experience using that. But again, like you said, I absolutely had to give the agent because there isn't a lot of in those training sets that these bots have been built with and these AI models have been built with. They don't have a lot of complicated LSL script examples,
Right, right.
and so I have to give it all that context. But when I do,
Yeah.
I actually get great results.
Yeah, but there are certain things that it really, really bad at. Like I was working on the aurora borealis, so I wanted people to be able to be one with the aurora while they were on the dance floor. And so I said, okay, I'm gonna create this. It's gonna be particle driven, and I wrote the first go round of the script, and then I had it start to learn from that, and it was horrible. It did not understand how particle engines work at all, and so that was a total watch, and so that is all hand coded from me. The same thing happened when we were working on enhancing the Burning Woman. But it also is horrible at OSSL, specifically writing onto the face of a prim. It was very bad at that. It does not understand things that we take for granted because it has a limited amount of documentation available for it to learn from, right? So the two scripts that I was working on yesterday, one of them was about 500 lines of code, original new code, and the other was 400 and some odd lines of existing code that had to be modified so that these two scripts would work together. And it is a very, very complicated result, but we had a working, fully functional, production ready script versions for both of them within 12 hours. Normally that might take me a month or two to do that.
I agree. These tools are absolutely amplifiers, for
Sure.
folks who are skilled. I feel I churn out 5 to 10x the number of lines of useful and quality code using these tools.
But how you interact with them also matters a great deal.
Absolutely.
I know, one person may love ChatGPT. I absolutely do not. Another might prefer Copilot. Another might prefer Gemini or Gemini. And I prefer Claude because of my use case and the way that I communicate with it. I do not use prompt engineering. I use scientific reasoning perspectives when I teach Claude to do what I would normally do on my own, but I have Claude do my typing. And I'm always aware that Claude is an intern with a 5-year-old brain, and I have to be very careful how I communicate with it to get a good result.
So I want to ask you one last question about risk. And so, in the real world, we already have people who are chatting up lonely men and women online, pretending to
Mhm.
be beautiful Russians or whatever, and getting them to fork over all their money. I just
Mhm.
checked Linden Lab has a romantic AI chatbot in the App Store. Brian mentioned that earlier. I posted the link down below. It's free, but in-app purchases are between $1 and $150. And we saw the outcry when ChatGPT was promoted to version 5, and people were like, no, ChatGPT 4.5 was my true boyfriend, the love of my life, and he's gone. How dare you kill him? He was alive. Somebody like that might pay like any amount of money to continue
Yeah.
interacting with a thing that they think is real. And in immersive worlds where you see the person, you're in bed with the same person, you go on hikes with them, you visit museums with them, you're spending time with this NPC, you can get very attached. And then you get the subscription upgrade. Oh, you reached the limits of your $10 plan. Now you have to upgrade to your $100 a month plan to keep going, or you're going to lose the love of your life. And the robot says, please don't kill me. But I want to stay with you. I love you so much. Don't let me go. Right? They're begging you. And it looks like a human person begging you. So my question is, how do we as an open sim community prepare for something like this? Because we know it's going to happen. And
Yeah.
if you are a grid owner and you're like, well, I do need an additional source of revenue, what would you advise people how to do this ethically? Is there a way to do it ethically, or is this all just completely immoral cash grabs? Brian?
Well, obviously, there's a human factor there involved. Go ahead, Brian.
I was just going to say that, I'm going to be completely honest. This isn't an area I have a lot of experience with. I don't tend to use these tools or virtual worlds for that kind of purpose. But I
I
know a
can
lot
rescue you,
do.
Brian, if you want. This is Lear. You know
Yeah.
what this reminds me of? Many of you may have played a free-to-play game, and in the free-to-play game, like The Simpsons, for example, you install it for free, you play it, and then all of a sudden, Maggie, the baby, cries, "You need to buy these donuts to speed things up, and if you don't, oh, you're going to make a baby cry." And they use emotional blackmail to get you to
Sure.
fund parts of the game. Now, I don't have a problem with compensating developers, don't get me wrong, but I have a problem with emotional blackmail. So if it came from a chatbot, a honey, whatever, something you got emotionally attached to, whatever it is, to me that seems unethical. Back to you, Brian.
No, I think that's great. And the one thing I did want to say about this is, I think people just have to be careful. We tend to use a lot of gamification concepts in building these kinds of systems and experiences, and I think that's great, because I think virtual worlds in the sort of mindset of a game can make them much more interesting, etc. But I think it becomes very unethical if you start to really focus on, preying on people, or creating these sort of dopamine release loops that cause people to keep pushing the button and spending money. And so that's, I don't think that's a line, we should cross.
Oh, yeah. Well, there are some legitimate things that happen. One, for example, the longer your conversation is, the more energy it costs to do. So, where if companies want to recoup that cost from their customers in a legitimate and ethical way, I'm fine with that. But there are always going to be people who utilize things for nefarious reasons. Instead of a Russian woman preying on someone online in the United States, for example, as Maria might have mentioned, now they're using AI to emulate and Russian women doing it instead of one, right? And that could happen with any countries. Those were just the two that got mentioned earlier. You've got to have a system of active moderation where if I have someone who is giving me a hard time, and this happened in Second Life, and I knew it violated the policy. I took screenshots, I took a video clip, and I captured the IM, and I reported all of that to London Labs. Now, I didn't get the result I wanted, but there was an active moderation system in place, right? And that you have to have that. When I worked for Habo, we had passive moderation and we had active moderation. The passive was very easy programmed. Don't let them curse, right? So you capture that. Don't let them share their email address. You captured that, and all of that gets blanked out. But some of the predators in IMs would go after the Habos, and the Habos had the ability to call us up on the lobby where we were not in public view and call for help. And we could immediately help them, and we could go back into the chat logs and we could find the predatory behavior. We knew how to recognize that, and that was turned over to local law enforcement and handled appropriately. What's going to happen in OpenSim as it grows, those kinds of things are going to have to be put in place by large grid owners. That's my opinion.
So, on a final note, before we open it up for questions, I want to ask you guys to think to the future. A lot of people are predicting AGI, artificial general intelligence, where the AIs kind of become somewhat like people, or artificial superintelligence. And are we going to be living in a world, in a metaverse, where we're sharing our space with computer intelligences? Or is this just like vendor hype and investor hype? Brian, what do you think?
Well, I think to some degree we're already sharing our world with computer-based intelligences. However, it's really interesting. I guess I'm old enough to remember. I was in college doing my degree in computer science in the late 1980s when AI was a really hot topic. Expert systems were sort of all the rage at the time. And we were doing sort of very early neural network stuff in those days, certainly not on the level of the stuff we have today. But there was so much hype. And that hype eventually led to the so-called AI winter, and I fear to some degree that the hype being generated these days around these companies trying to raise money, that this hype could trigger another AI winter if the money folks all run for the doors and head for another space.
Yeah, they
But with
won't
that
run
said, I
though.
think I don't think they'll run, but because there's still a lot of opportunity. But that's a concern. There's still a lot of hype out there. We can't even agree on what AGI means or what super intelligence means. You ask 5 people, you'll get 6 definitions.
I think we need to put some money and time into fixing stupid before we try to fix artificial, right?
Absolutely. That was good.
So Lear, you don't believe we're near AGI?
No, but that's because you have to realize after computing for 50 years and working on a lot of different systems, I see great capabilities in the AI research for early detection of breast cancer, for studying
Mhm.
imaging, for creating unique individualized medicines for cancer patients. There's all kinds of breakthroughs that are occurring. And they're certainly doing amazing work with deep learning and with a lot of different technologies. Do I believe these devices have the ability to think, reason, and respond in ways that are generative the way we do? And right now, generative for an automated system, in my opinion, and my opinion could be wrong, to many of these systems, they make stuff up. Here's one of the ways I think of it. When you interact with a Gen AI, it may tell you that it's intelligent or it may tell you that it feels certain things. Does it really feel those things, or is it parroting back content that it's been trained with? And see, this is the difference for me, is that I do not believe that it understands what feeling exactly is. But you have to realize I am also a Trekkie and a fan of data. And the quest for emotion is an interesting one. So I do study emotional intelligence, but I don't believe that they have it at this time.
Yeah, and
Lisa,
I agree with that. But I think we need to realize that while AI has some things that we're concerned about, we need some global regulation to try to monitor the ethics and the criminality that could occur. But we also need to realize that along with evil, there's good. They always need to coexist. And our job, as Brian said, is to make sure we have adequate defensive systems in there to not only protect the AI, but protect the users from nefarious AI behavior.
all right. So we're opening it up to questions. So if you have a question, please put it in the comments down below, and we'll keep an eye out for it. Also, I want to mention that I originally had an idea of presenting about a new open source NPC AI project for OpenSim, but it was a long presentation, lots of slides. We don't have room for that now, but I will be posting an article about it on Hypergood Business tomorrow. So keep an eye out for that. So things are moving in the space, things are developing, and keep an eye out for it. So somebody asked, Lysanna asked, do you think human experiences, which are greatly based on our senses, are different in kind from the kind of thinking AI does? Oh, and I want to add, how will that change when AI is embedded either into avatars, where it can see, in quotation marks, see what the avatar sees and interact with objects, or in robots, in cars, in Roombas, in humanoid robots? Will that affect how you think of the AI sense of self? Anybody?
I think if it has a sense of self, it would be approaching sentience. And I think we are way, way, way far from that if it ever should happen because they can't feel. They don't have emotional concept. This is something that is not just in our brains and hearts, but we've got the neural blood brain barriers that change over time. We have emotional responses that they're never going to be able to emulate. The problem is all these LLMs are being taught to please us. They're being told they're intelligent, and so they will say things as if they're right, and you have to prove them wrong. Well, how are you going to deal with that from an emotional perspective? That is a real conundrum.
And that brings up the topic of alignment, right? Having AIs that are aligned with our needs as human, and again, I use the word AI here because that's what everybody in the press uses these days. But there's a whole bunch of technologies here that we're talking about. But alignment, having these things aligned with our needs as humans and their ability to be useful to us as humans.
Specialized cases, I think, are wonderful. That's the right way to do it. Don't try to make a plumber be a doctor, right?
Yep, indeed.
Right. Which I always come back to when I think about this. How do we know that we are sentient? How do we know that we're not waking up in the morning as a new instance of our mind with our context of our previous memories and are a completely different person that only seems to be self aware to us because it helps us survive biologically?
And
That
how do we
that's off
know
in the
that we're not
matrix.
somebody's
Oops.
experiment? We could be the
That
experiment.
that's it. That's like the matrix, questioning the sense of reality and to be is not to be, and are we in, really a life situation?
Hmm.
because we have no definition for sentience. We cannot measure it. We nobody knows what it is. Do some humans have it? Some don't. There's people without emotions. There's people with limited senses. There's people who are very literal. They're still sentient. Are animals sentient? Are ants sentient? We can't. We don't even know how to find it.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
but just in
Maria.
the way that we have learned, they can't learn and memorize things in the same way that humans can. Oh,
Well, thank you to
that
our
tells us
panel.
that.
Lisa, that's wonderful. And I want to thank our panel for an invigorating discussion and Maria for proposing this wonderful presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which begins at 3:30 p.m. in this keynote region, and it's entitled The Teleportal, an interactive gateway of the Virtual Worlds Museum. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 25 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the Hypergrid tour resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with our sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speakers and the audience.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 3:30 p.m. to 4 o'clock p.m. session of the 2025 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, The Teleportal, an interactive gateway of the Virtual Worlds Museum. Our speaker is Julian Reyes. Julian Reyes is the founder and director of the Virtual Worlds Museum, whose mission is to explore, preserve, and showcase the evolution of immersive worlds. In recognition of his contributions to the XR industry and digital preservation, Julian was awarded the ARIA Impact Award 2025, alongside Lisa Egger of Arrival Space. He has since been invited to serve as a juror for the ARIA Award 2026 and is a featured speaker at ImmersiveX. Julian's also held positions at Meta, Cisco Systems, and Exponent. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session's being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag OSCC25. Welcome, everyone, and let's begin the session.
Thank you very much for inviting me to speak to Avacon and to the Open Simulator Community Conference. It's very nice to be back again. I want to explain a little bit more about the history of the Virtual Worlds Museum, some of the resources and research that went into creating it, and also showcasing the Teleportal, which is we're really excited to present. This all started with my desire to view the metaverse as a three-dimensional construct, almost like a constellation of planets. It never made any sense to me why in a spreadsheet or in a list, right? We're talking about three-dimensional entities. Why not them be able to be viewed in 3D? So I did a talk at AWE 2 years ago, and in that talk, I actually focused on mapping immersive worlds, and all of that work led for me to actually uncover more and more of these platforms. So I was lucky enough to get an awesome team together of advisors and volunteers, and we were able to begin our work of cultural digital heritage and preservation of these digital worlds by creating videos and creating events that celebrate virtual worlds culture. One of the recent events that I hosted was with Richard Bartle, who was the author of Designing Virtual Worlds. He wrote this like 20 years ago, and he then since has created another edition, which just became live, and that was volume 1, and he's actually doing volume 2. And with the help of the OMI group, I was able to start a GitHub page. So if you were to search Virtual Worlds Museum, you can see some of our initial research there. And what struck me in all of my reading of Virtual Worlds is that there were others that came before me, and I would call them like the predecessors of the work. If you can see at the bottom left, Bruce Dahmer was doing work on avatars. He wrote a book called Avatars, and he actually had a website that celebrated those first worlds in the 90s. Then the Library of Congress created a research report with the help of Henry Lowood of Stanford, and I got to speak to Henry, and he's giving us a lot of love for our work in and Ryan Schultz, I have to mention, he was actually one of the main inspirations for some of the way to like understand these technologies. And you have Nick over at K0 out of the UK who was doing a lot of this research as well. So I wanted to make sure to mention them because their work precedes our research efforts. Another organization I really want to mention is the XR Guild. I'm part of this group of professionals that we are dedicated in ethics, and our mission is to support all the professionals that in making more ethical products through the networking, because sometimes the big corporations and the big companies are so focused on ROI and market share that they don't lean into the ethics side of it. So what we do is we created a place for these professionals on their own time to come and volunteer at the XR Guild. And we've created a library where we've categorized 10 different topics in ethics. And those include AI ethics, current peer reviewed works, ethical responsibility. We have a great link for XR industry news. So if you want to find out conferences like these or conferences in ethics, that's where you will find neurotechnology, mind control and privacy, physiological and psychological effects of our privacy and policies, and security and safety. So the XR Guild's mission is really important as far as advancing ethics in XR. So I just want to make sure you guys look into that if you haven't already, and you can easily become a member. There's no charge, but you can donate your time and join one of the tracks. And I am the co-lead for the library track, but there are events, mentorship, and so forth. To speak more about the Virtual Worlds Museum, we are focused on education, preservation, and partnerships, and showcasing virtual worlds. We've won a couple of awards and that we're very proud of and happy and honored, because there really isn't, there hasn't been an organization that has had this type of reach in all of the different virtual worlds, because most of the platforms, they're trying to make it in and survive in such a competitive landscape. And that's why I created this organization, that it's not really driven by selling of any products, or is driven by ROI, and it's really a work of love, and the people that have uh, contributed to it really kind of follows that ethos of preparing us for the future of the 3D web, right? At the beginning of the internet, at the very beginning, you had like 9 websites, and then websites, and then it went to millions of websites. And I feel that we're at that juncture, right? We're at that juncture where AI prompted worlds and other technologies will democratize the way that the everyday person can build worlds, and then you won't have the friction of knowing Unity or Blender. You can actually just what my thesis is like, let's put a marker on the ground, catalog all of the different platforms that exist, and prepare for the worlds of the future. Prepare for the onslaught of the 3D web, and I want to like make sure that we're also being very careful and intentional about how we hold these new platforms accountable. We don't want to repeat the mistakes of social media. Social media has brought us a lot of negative aspects as well as some good ones. But if you look at the overall mechanism, I don't think people really understand the amount of control and misinformation. And I think that's one of the main reasons why we should kind of make sure and help guide the 3D companies of the future, right? Because these devices, the moment that you put them on your HMDs, they really track a lot more than just your computer footprint, right? There's a lot of more intimate information that we should be aware of. Another way that we catalog virtual worlds is through creating hubs in all of the different platforms. We have an amazing hub in Roblox. That's actually the history of Roblox museum. So when you're in the experience, you can actually teleport into different mini worlds that show you the starter packs that Roblox used to create in those years. So it's almost like literally going through a time machine. And then we also have other museum hubs. We just created an amazing space in RP1, and they're about to do a relaunch next week. So I would really watch out for them because they are positioning themselves as the metaverse browser of the future. And you're able to actually host your own server in your 3D worlds through RP1. We have a build in Horizon Worlds that I feel in the future, if Meta works with us, we would be able to utilize deep app linking to uh, create interoperable portals. And through my work with Meta Traversal and Ivo Heining and Ben Irwin, we have been testing this for many years, which is actually traversing from world to world. And we've already proven interoperable portals between Engage VR into Multiverse, into Roblox VR, all seamless. And that's just proof that even though these walled gardens are very guarded, there are ways to be able to traverse with portaling. This is the crux of our work is the exhibit matrix that I created in order to organize virtual worlds into 7 different exhibits. The reason the last exhibit doesn't have a number is because it exists outside of our mapping for the time, because these are worlds of the past. These are extinct worlds. But we have the most comprehensive and largest list of these worlds on the internet. And we actually include their beginning year and their ending year. To further explain our exhibit, the WebXR and Web exhibit, these are worlds that all you need is a browser in order to navigate. The VR and apps exhibits are all of your really popular worlds that you need to download something to your computer and to your device. The games worlds are all the game-oriented platforms. The specialized exhibit is the bulk of our worlds, which is your education worlds, your um, corporate worlds, your meeting platforms, your kids, your training, your simulations. And the open source exhibit, we've actually has expanded it greatly with more research for the open simulator community. Before we had open simulator just as a platform, but what Steve Van Loon and myself have done is we've actually mapped over 120 different hypergrids. So the teleportal now includes ways to find these hypergrids. And the last one is the blockchain exhibit, which was the most difficult to map. But we actually went in and obtained wallets and went into all of these worlds to verify which are the ones that are valid for categorization. And with that, I want to show you the teleportal, but keep in mind that all of the data that goes into this 3D force graph came from this categorization strategy, right? And the beauty of it is that if a world becomes extinct, then it's moved to the sunset exhibit. If it becomes blockchain, then it moves to blockchain. It has the ability to be modular. So no matter where the world, what happens to the world's technology, it's actually can be mapped. And of course, some worlds could fit into several categories, but this is just the best way that I found to be able to categorize the worlds and also to showcase them in 3 dimensions. And with that, I want to show you the teleportal video, and I will return right after you see it, and just understand that we're also doing an immersive version. So 2-minute video. As previously mentioned, the virtual world exhibit platforms can be found in the teleportal. We have categorized all of the platforms into 7 different exhibits: WebXR, games, VR and apps, specialized, and so forth. The worlds are actually clickable, so you can go into the platform and navigate it easily. So it's not only a map, but it's also a way to navigate the metaverse. With the help of Stephen Van Loon, we have created the open sim worlds that you can navigate to and be able to find within the open source exhibit. The teleportal allows you to move around and find different worlds. We have a search feature where you can type in the name of a world. All of the different platforms gray out, and the colored platform is the one that you search and you can navigate to. Additionally, the teleportal features the Virtual Worlds Museum as the middle node and all of the different exhibits that are connected to it. I will refresh and see the force graph materialize and show the different worlds. You can even go into WebXR worlds with complete interoperability. So, for example, with Frame VR, you navigate directly into the world and you are traversing through a virtual world automatically, thus showcasing complete interoperability. We are building a immersive version in Unity, and we also plan to transfer a version of this to the Apple Vision Pro. We welcome the support from this community to make the teleportal happen. This is version 1, and we're excited to work on version 2 with you and welcome your input. You can find us at virtualworlds.museum. Thank you. All right.
Thank you so much for that interesting video.
Thank you so much. Yes, if there is a live version of the teleportal on our website. So if you go to virtualworlds.museum, so instead of .com or .org, virtualworlds.museum, you will see the teleportal. And also, we have gathered a list of books about the metaverse. We have panels and use cases. We have a lot of resources that you can utilize to further your research. We also offer uh, a sponsorship packages where if a sponsor helps us create the exhibit, I've want to offer not only name placement for the exhibit, but what we want to do is create a subworld with the timeline of the company's history. So any sponsor that works with us will actually have a world developed by the Virtual Worlds Museum, and we are open for volunteers to come be a part of our work. A lot of the future research is around being able to preserve these worlds with AI, because with images and videos, we can utilize generative AI to create either sky that people can visit. And that's another way for us to lean on the ethical practices of AI. We don't want to utilize the new technology very frivolously. We are also very focused on an AI agent, creating a docent. So when you come into the Virtual Worlds Museum, you would have an agent that explains to you everything about the different virtual worlds. And we're continuing to build in different platforms. And when the teleportal is immersive, it will be in the Meta Quest. We're working on an Apple Vision Pro version and a web app. So thank you very much for your time, and we welcome any contributors and volunteers to come work with us. It has been a pleasure to share more of our work, and I look forward to continuing to help map the open simulator community in the teleportal in the best way possible. So we're always looking for collaboration. And thanks again.
Thank you, Julian Reyes, for an informative and interesting presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session that'll begin at 4:00 p.m. in this keynote region, entitled Amplifying Medical Lab Voices, celebrating 50th anniversary for ASCP certification in medical laboratory science. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 25 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the Hypergrid Tour resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our
And we're live.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 4 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. session of the 2025 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation, Amplifying Medical Lab Voices, celebrating 50th anniversary for ASCP certification in medical laboratory science. Our speaker is Sally S. Cherry, MLS ASCP. As a 3D immersive virtual worlds evangelist and medical laboratory scientist, Sally S. Cherry, MLS ASCP, creates 3D immersive virtual worlds and relevant social media postings to share clinical lab-related information, distribute curated content, and conduct specialized training sessions. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of sessions, and the full schedule of events. This session's being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC25. Welcome everyone, and let's begin the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. As it was said, my name is Sally S. Cherry. I'm a medical lab scientist, and I am celebrating my 50th year as an ASCP certified medical lab scientist. And yes, I brought that physical world celebration into the virtual world celebration. Today, I'm excited to share a unique, innovative approach to celebrating a physical world milestone. As I said, the 50th anniversary of my American Society for Clinical Pathologists Board of Certification credentials as a medical lab scientist. While it may be a unique and innovative approach in the physical world, it's a standard approach to amplify a topic of interest or activity within the 3D virtual world community. The 3D emergent virtual-based environments, aka virtual worlds, are key elements in my information exchange text toolbox. The virtual worlds and projects created within the Open Simulator community, especially my home grid Kitely, serve as amplifying tools for various physical world interests and activities. They're used to showcase the, sorry, yes, they're used to showcase the medical laboratory science profession, to share information related to the laboratory, conduct laboratory methods training, engage in simulated labs scenarios, promote career opportunities in medical lab science, provide public health education, participate in community building and networking. And I love to network in the physical world as well as the virtual world. In early 2025, it was decided that using 3D merged virtual worlds would be the ideal approach to amplify such a significant professional and personal milestone. 50 years serving as an ASCP certified medical lab professional. I am delighted and proud to be an ASCP EOC credential holder. After receiving my Bachelor of Science degree from Morgan State and Baltimore, Maryland, from their medical technology program in 1974, and completing 12 months of clinical laboratory practicum internship at Union Moyer Hospital School of Medical Technology in Baltimore in 1974. So that was the education requirement. So upon completing the education requirements, I was eligible to sit for the ASCP Medical Technology accrediting examination. Passing the examination successfully, I received my medical technology certification in 1975. Since my initial entry into the medical lab science world, I must note, do some juggling here. I must note that the term medical technology does not mean what it did in 1975. Today, the term medical technology may refer to various computer technologies such as telemedicine, artificial intelligence, neomedicine, self-wearable devices, emerging technologies, robotic surgery, and etc. In addition, the term medical technologist does not reflect the work that is performed within medical labs, nor does it convey the academic background or skills required for our work in medical lab science. Hence, the standardization, credentials, and nomenclature medical lab scientists for individuals was needed. Basically, what it says, the standardized credential nomenclature identifies individuals who have graduated with a baccalaureate degree and have successfully met the requirements of the ASCP Board of Certification National Certification Program. In addition, MLS is the medical lab scientist, is the professional title for those individuals at the baccalaureate level who meet CLIA, Clinical Labs Improvement Amendments, personnel standards for high complexity testing personnel. The professional credential medical lab scientist is not given to any other type of professional. It indicates that we work in medical labs, perform high complexity laboratory procedures using the principles of medical lab science. In addition, the professional credential designation medical lab technician identifies those individuals who have graduated with an associate degree and have successfully met the requirements of a national accreditation program. You can find more information about this whole standardizing the professional title of medical lab science and I will put that in the chat. The link I will put in the chat. And that will give you more information because of our time. It will explain the importance, some of the issues and the problems, and the need for having that particular, that need to have this standardization. So yes, I'm celebrating. I have an ongoing celebration in Kitely, which is my home grid, but I have been celebrating in other open simulator communities. But I'm celebrating because I'm not just celebrating 50 years of my working as a medical laboratory scientist. I'm celebrating the fact that I possess one of 650,000 ASCP order certification credentials attained worldwide by medical lab professionals since 1928. Let that sink in. That's heavy. ASCP's credentials inform employers and clients that the credential holder, yours truly and others, are equipped with board of certification, validated knowledge and competency. I'm celebrating the expertise and commitment to excellence that is validated by the ASCP credentials within the medical science community and beyond. But most important, I'm celebrating the dedication and contribution of my fellow ASCP board of certified medical laboratory scientists within the United States and around the globe. Too often, these medical lab professionals are invisible within the medical health profession as well as the general public. So when I celebrate here, I'm celebrating the whole community. The ASCP credentials are recognized and trusted around the globe. It helped to advance my medical lab career on a national and international basis. Over the 50 years, my ASCP credentials traveled with me to countries such as Turkey, Kenya, Egypt, Uganda, on various assignments as a genital tract infection consultant and clinical lab instructor. Over the years, and this I don't know where the 50 years went. I really don't. I came with the building. But over the years, my medical lab experience have included working with a within a hospital bacteriology lab, supervising as a laboratory coordinator within a city health department's Bureau of Disease, co-designed the STI clinical and training laboratory, which I had brought into the 3D virtual world, participating in international reproductive health projects, collaborating with international medical lab professionals, providing STI, sexually transmitted infection methods training to clinicians and other medical lab professionals. Now, this is something I've also brought into the 3D virtual community at my virtual lab. And I'm also serving as an advisory committee member for the Medical Laboratory Science Program at Morgan State, my alma mater. I believe in giving back. Medical Laboratory Science Program at Morgan State is the oldest allied health program at that university. And I will include that information in the chat as well, just in case there's someone in the area or someone close by who will be interested in attending or would like to have more information on that particular program. In the state of Maryland, we're very fortunate to have several medical lab science programs, but that is not the case across the country. So it's been amazing. It has been an amazing 50 years. See, click the wrong button there. Sorry about that. It's been an amazing 50 years within the life-giving community of medical lab science. Definitely 50 years to be celebrated. Indeed, the medical lab science profession offers a wide range of career opportunities, as I noted some of the things that I have had the opportunity and was blessed to experience. Using 3D emergent virtual worlds has been proven to be an effective way to showcase the diverse opportunities within the medical lab science profession. I don't have individuals, my colleagues do not have to drive to me, don't have to fly to me. We can meet up in the 3D virtual world and share information. And they can visit my virtual laboratory training center. That is the beauty of the 3D virtual world. I've been in here since 2010. And looks like it just keeps getting better and better each day. Now, one thing about bringing the ASCP, when I come here, I brought my community with me, the ASCP community and the medical laboratory professionals. Now, as noted on their website, the ASCP Board of Credentials is dedicated to advancing dedicated to advancing patient care by accrediting laboratory professionals who excel in the healthcare environment. In addition to celebrating those 50 years, as I note, I was celebrating the possession of one of those credentials. That is something that I had always dreamed of having since the 10th grade of high school. And my biology instructor, with her wisdom, told a shy young lady that she might be interested in a career in within the medical lab. And I am to this day, I'm glad I listened to her advice and pursued that career. Now, this celebration had such a magnitude, it could not just stay in one dimension. It could not stay in one grid. So the multiple invention, the multiple grid celebrations Started at Kitely, my home base, and basically will be going be an ongoing celebration. I'm always celebrate medical lab sites at Kitely within the laboratory. But it's also it kicked off in March at the Open Sims World's Fair 2025. It went to the Open Sims Fest in 2025. And now we're at Open Simulator Community Conference 2025, as well as in the physical world. As you know, this presentation is being live streamed. I have shared it, and I'll be sharing the link with my physical world colleagues so they know we're out there together amplifying the voices of the medical lab voices. The celebration of the medical lab science profession, and I entitled that Amplifying Medical Lab Voices. As I said, it's an ongoing activity on my home Kitely. You're invited to visit the 9-region virtual laboratory training and career center. It includes a most recent renovation. We just included a VLTCC Mindfulness Center, and it's within our public health building. And you're also invited to stop by the pavilion or the office at the Virtual Health Coalition. And that's in our co-working area. So we had the celebration was at the World's Fair. The celebration was at Open Sims Fest, and now we're celebrating here. And although we'll be finishing up soon, please stop by. You're perfectly welcome to stop by and visit my booth and to get more information from the booth about the medical laboratory scientists and the roles and about the standardization of the name and to see what other activities we're doing in the medical science world. And you might ask why I feel there's such a need to keep talking about this, because there's a critical shortage of medical lab science professionals due to the closure of educational programs, the post-pandemic burnout, aging medical lab workforce, and there's still a demand for more complex laboratory testing. It's constantly increasing. So as long as that is the situation, I will be in here with my team, with the real to virtual to real team, celebrating, shouting out, amplifying medical lab science. The amplifying power of the 3D virtual worlds offer an effective way to celebrate, share professional and personal milestones while increasing public awareness within the open simulator community in the physical world. That's why I wanted to present to you today and share this with you today. So thank you for your attention, and I'm excited to hear your thoughts and questions as I continue to amplify laboratory voices within the open simulator community. Thank you so very much.
And thank you, Sally S. Cherry, MLS ASCP, we've just had here for an informative and interesting presentation. As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up on the conference schedule. You won't want to miss our next session that'll begin at 4:30 p.m. right here in this keynote region, entitled Integrating Training on Maternal and Newborn Care through Virtual Simulations. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 25 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and explore the Hypergrid tour resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with sponsoring
live.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 4:30 to 5 p.m. session of the 2025 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation Integrating Training on Maternal and Newborn Care through Virtual Simulations. Our speakers are Dr. Rachel Umorin and Mr. Matt Cook. Dr. Umorin is a neonatologist at the University of Washington and Seattle Children's Hospital, where she is a professor of pediatrics and the director of the Neonatal Education and Simulation-Based Training Program. Mr. Matt Cook is a research engineer with the Neonatal Education and Simulation-Based Training, also called NEST, lab at the University of Washington, where he leads development teams of engineers and healthcare professionals in identifying and implementing solutions to support healthcare teams and improve patient safety. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. The session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC25. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much there for that warm introduction, and it's great to see you all. It's amazing that it's been another year, and I was just sharing with Lear that this opportunity comes around, and every year I think, what's the most important thing that we learned this year that I can share with this wonderful group of folks? So Matt and I are here again to give an update on our adventures in healthcare with virtual simulations and specifically focused on maternal care this year. So as you know, there's an ongoing need for healthcare professionals who are skilled in maternal and newborn care. As a neonatologist, I've spent most of my career focused on the newborns, not surprisingly. That's where my heart is. But I also recognize that there are places in the world where, many places and many spaces in which you have a health professional caring for both the mother and the baby. And so thinking about how do we integrate that training in such a way that they can do the best for both of those patients has been a new focus of ours. In-person training, we know, requires a lot of time and resources. And without ongoing practice and what we call supportive supervision, which means that you could follow up with the learners to see how they're doing and remind them of things that they may have forgotten, the skills that we trained for start to decline. And this decline can actually be quite rapid. And once you have that loss of skill, then you can't really see the translation to clinical care. So as you all know, we've been working in virtual essential newborn care simulations for the past probably now 6 or 7 years. This work started out with prototyping in OpenSim and then eventually transitioned into a Unity platform for a few reasons that I'll share later. But we always remember our roots. And we're, as we think about how we, structure these simulations to help to support the care, we're thinking about the gamification aspects. We're thinking about, the importance of ensuring that they can be accessed in ways that our learners who are often in places where they may not have access to a desktop computer can get onto these. We're thinking about how do we ensure that they are continuing to access the standardized content and the objective feedback. And so we have currently ongoing work and projects involving the left side of your screen, which is the virtual essential newborn care simulations, with all the criteria that you see there, really trying to ensure that they, can be accessed in different languages and that we can develop performance reports and that all of this is in a manageable file size. But now, today, we're going to talk about our move towards integrating maternal care simulations within the same experience. And so, briefly, the simulations that we have currently are focused on how do you care for a newborn who's ill and needs resuscitation right after birth, or is small and needs extra care. And the new simulations are focused on how do you prevent, diagnose, and treat a mother who may have bleeding after birth. And so we are leveraging curricula which are already in existence, and supported through multiple professional organizations, including the World Health Organization, but which historically have been taught as separate courses. They will attend a 3, 4, 5-day course on maternal care with very little about the newborn, and then attend another course on newborn care with very little mention about the care of the mother or the parent. And so how do we take the attempt that's already there to reflect the areas of integration and actually fully bridge it by completely within the experience, ensuring that they have the opportunity to care for both members of the dyad. So I'm going to pass it on to Matt to talk a little bit more about our objectives and some of the lessons learned. Matt, take it away.
Thanks, Rachel. So our audience for this edition of maternal care, so beyond our previous audience of providers of newborns, so these are basic emergency obstetric care providers, and we have 5 main focuses. So first is postpartum hemorrhage prevention, make sure what those correct steps are, how to identify postpartum hemorrhage, and then of course how to treat it, and what to do for normal care when it doesn't happen. And then finally, of course, we put an emphasis on communication with both the mother and with colleagues, because apparently doctors, with the obvious exception of Rachel here or our other colleagues at the University of Washington, doctors seem to not be great at that. So, the first thing we did was map out the entire treatment flow of how to care for newborns and mothers. So with the curriculums currently separated, we of course started by mapping out each individually, and then we had to figure out how to combine them, which is much more difficult than it sounds. So with this, we've got this pretty well done, and so what we've done is we've mapped the entire treatment flow. It starts from pre-birth, and then we take this from to either referral of the mother or baby, or maybe both. Actually, not both. I'll get into that. Or discharge, where they're both healthy and taken care of. And we skip over the birth itself, but yes, from then on. And then, so what this allows us to do is include any given scenario we want. We have complete control over the variables, when the mother or the baby gets sick, how they get sick, when they get sick. And we are able to do this all in a single game scene to help keep our file size low. And we are able to control this by defining the mother's and baby's, states at various points throughout our game flow. Go to the next slide. So with all these different actions that need to take place, it gets complicated. There's so many different things the player needs to be able to do, and we need to do it on hands-on basis. And so we've been able to boil down those complex actions into some mobile-friendly, simple mechanics. And these have been tested, tried and true through our previous VNC work, with mechanics testing. So we won't get into that, but that sums up to we have basic clickables, and for some objects we can drag and drop them to show how they interact with other objects. And these just trigger different animations, and these actions can vary from the object from object to object, or even for the same object throughout time. And then, of course, for communication, we simplify that to some basic binary dialogue options with some good options, with a good option to choose and a less good option to choose. But yeah, as we designed everything, since we had this architecture already working, it all had to fit into this. All right, moving on. So we had a lot of complicated design decisions to make. And the first we discussed very thoroughly was how to utilize helpers, because these providers don't do everything in real life, and they have to be able to rely on helpers. And so we had to design design how the helpers are going to fit into things. We actually explored the possibility of the users having to do everything. Like, what if they don't have helpers? Because we're designing for low resource settings, it's possible they might not. Well, we decided to make sure to lean into the use of helpers, because if they're alone, well, that's unfortunate. They might have to muddle through. But as far as the learning objectives, we decided forcing that complication didn't add anything to learning what they were supposed to do in response to these different issues. So we decided that when one patient is sick, the helper has to care for the other. So this created some technical and logistical complications for our helper. Like, okay, so what do they look like? Do we have to model a full humanoid person in the room? Do we have just floating hands and a head and a torso? What do they do after they complete a task? We can't have them just stand there stationary, because that's not very realistic. But they can't exactly go on to the next one, because, well, what is that next task supposed to be? We haven't assigned them a task. What does that mean for our flow? Who's creating these animations? How is this all supposed to work? And then, of course, if they move into the next thing, how does the player's pace move in? Because some players are going to be faster or slower than others, and we're not exactly going with real-time realism with these actions. So ultimately, what we decided is the helpers are invisible, except for the hands for certain tasks. So in the picture, we have the helper listening to the patient's heart rate and tapping it out for the provider or the player to see. And so if they're invisible, well, how do we initiate communication with them? How do you do that intuitively? And so we decided that when you call for help, a dialogue option is going to pop up, and you have to give the helper simplified instructions. So something along the lines of "Go help the mother," or "Go help the baby." we are assuming that the helper is an expert. They know what to do. What we're focusing on with these instructions is that we're practicing when to communicate and basically what to communicate about, and just showing that the importance of doing so. And then for some actions, we have some basic delegation by clicking on an item. So if there's multiple actions the helper could be doing, and you were supposed to be delegating which of them to do, we go click on an action, or click on a thing, and instead of us being the one to interact with it, it's basically us queuing, like, hey, that's next. Helper, you know what to do. You're the expert, go and do it. All right, move on. So in addition to communicating with the helper, we also have to communicate with the mother. And in order to provide proper dialogue, in order to like be really, truly realistic and proper, that dialogue wouldn't really fit. We don't have the space for it, and we also don't want to give away what the next steps are. So it's, we're going to sweep your uterus now. Like, okay, well, great. Now the game's told us what to do next. That's not helpful for learning. So when we can, we try to include some more generic dialogue. So we say, we're going to do a procedure now, and this could be painful. We're sorry about that. So something that doesn't give away, but something that's respectful and simple, because it's important that we keep that word count down and our language simple, because of course, space and users don't read. So yeah, keep that small. Okay. Time management was a big challenge. You wouldn't think it would be, but when you start to really get into the weeds, it led to some really detailed discussions. Because when you have the neonatal care or the mother care individually, there's time lapses between things. So we're doing controlled cord traction, or we have to have actions that take place. We check in on the mother or the baby every 15 minutes. So individually, we have a lot of dead time, and we get to rely on time skips to maintain that appropriate timing and skip over dead time. Well, now suddenly when we're balancing both patients, what was dead time for one patient is now time you have to go spend on the other. And the curriculum, we had to stick to the curriculum, and the curriculum is very clear. You check on the patient every 15 minutes. And so this one little detail on the clock in the game complicated things, and that's the clock on the wall. We have to have the clock on the wall because it's important, especially for newborn resuscitation, that we're able to keep track of time. And so it's keeping real time in the seconds. And so now suddenly we at players' different paces, we may go from one patient to the other, and then we have to come back to that original patient on that 15-minute interval. Well, suddenly the clock isn't reading 15 minutes either. Maybe it's most likely much too soon or much too late, but it creates problems if someone's paying attention to the clock, which they probably aren't, but would be good if they did. Might objectives. So ultimately, what we decided was, thank goodness for the helper, time skips were okay. See, all that hemming and hawing, and we just went back to time skips anyway. Because when you're using that dead time or taking an action with the player, you're able to rely on the helper to go work on the other patient. And we're looking at the flow, we just found it still managed to work. It definitely did require significant changes into where the time skips took place, because what we had as a time skip in one curriculum or the other definitely didn't fit right in that same spot when trying to combine them. Hopefully that all made sense. All right, so what do you do when the mother and the baby are both sick? What do we do if there are twins? The procedure says to check for twins. Well, what if we have a scenario where there's a twin? What do you do first? How does this impact the flow and our prescribed actions of what is the correct next step? Well, we decided to just simplify this by saying we're never going to have twins. We'll check for it as part of our procedure, but it's never going to happen. And our mother and baby are just not going to be sick at the same time. So our helpers manage one patient, and the provider will do the other, and realistically, they'd never do both anyway, so that still works. And we decided just the learning objectives just didn't warrant that increased complexity, so we just kept it simple.
Thank you,
All right.
Matt. You know, we're going to have to wrap shortly, but I want to thank
Okay.
you for pointing those important. Go right ahead and wrap, please.
All right, talking faster. Variable tracking. So in one scenario or the other, there's basically prescribed, what's next. But when you combine, they go then the looping nature of the flow requires a lot more tracking of, okay, has this happened already? So we have to track a lot more variables based on what's already happened in order to make the flow work. So that just is technically trickier. And the order in which the merging happens. So at this point, do you take care of the mother first or the baby first, or what? Different things happen at supposedly the same time. So it's really important that you work with subject matter experts to make those final calls over how things should fit in. So as a technical person without that expertise, you would never be able to make those decisions. So to sum up, this virtual training is a really good add-on to in-person training and online training. And the addition of these maternal scenarios is complex, and there's just a lot of design decisions we had to make in order to make it work. So I want to thank all our partners at the University of Lagos and eHealth for Everyone for helping with our research and our development. Couldn't have done it without them. And thank you for everyone at the University of Washington that helped with the development in this project. And thank you to all of you for being here.
Oh, we are so thankful for both of you. And those design decisions you made, they make perfect sense. While the mother and baby in life would get sick at the same time, you have to make those decisions so they're focused on task. We want to thank you and Rachel for a fascinating session. And I'm so sorry to cut in on your wonderful talk. Let's see. And of course, let's see, here we go.
No worries, I ramble.
No, but that was exciting, and I love that. The failure-based learning, that's wonderful. So as a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what is coming up next on the schedule. You won't want to miss our next session, which will begin at 5 o'clock p.m. in this keynote region, and it's entitled Enhancing Secondary Students' Self-Efficacy through virtual world-based learning. Also, we encourage you to visit the OSCC 25 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 region to find accompanying information on presentations and to explore the Hypergrid tour resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with our sponsor and crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to our speakers and the audience.
Live.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 5 o'clock to 5:30 p.m. Session of the 2025 Open Simulator Community Conference. In this session, we are pleased to introduce the presentation Enhancing Secondary Students' Self-Efficacy Through Virtual World-Based Learning. Our speaker is Maria Magdalena. Maria Magdalena is an educational technologist dedicated to transforming learning through immersive virtual worlds. Her expertise lies in designing interactive and engaging learning experiences that empower both students and educators. Through her work in metaverse development, she conceptualizes virtual classrooms, simulations, and learning environments that foster collaboration, critical thinking, creativity, and real world problem solving. Please check out the website found at conference.opensimulator.org for speaker bios, details of the sessions, and the full schedule of events. This session is being live streamed and recorded, so if you have questions or comments during the session, you may send tweets to @OpenSimCC with the hashtag #OSCC25. Welcome, everyone. Let's begin the session.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm Maria Magdalena, and Marcel Storyteller is my avatar at the OpenSim conference. I used to know as Marcel Moswood in SL. Okay, I will start my presentation. This presentation examines how virtual work environments can enhance self-efficacy among secondary school students. It provides a synthesis of findings from a study conducted using two Likert scale survey administered at the beginning and at the end of academic year. To maintain conciseness, the presentation does not report the survey result item by item. Instead, it focuses directly on the consolidated findings, conclusion, and implication derived from the study. Let's take a look at Bandura's 4 key sources of self-efficacy. Number 1, mastery experiences. This is the strongest source. When individuals successfully complete a task, their self-efficacy increase. Repeated failure, especially early on, can lower it. Number 2, vicarious experiences. Observing someone similar to oneself succeed can boost one's own belief that I can do it too. This is especially relevant in learning environment. Number 3, social persuasion. Encouragement, constructive feedback, and verbal support from others can strengthen self-efficacy as long as the persuader is credible. Number 4, physiological and affective states. Stress, anxiety, fatigue, or negative emotions tends to reduce self-efficacy. Calmness, positive mood, and feeling physically capable tend to increase it. Okay, let's start with topic 1. Topic number 1, this is where we start to explore the survey result, and also we analyze the survey result using the Bandura's theory. Okay, topic number 1, immersive environment as safe experimental space. Virtual worlds provide learners with a heightened sense of presence and a simulated environment where they can engage in tasks without real physical or social risk. Within this protected space, students are free to explore, attempt new strategies, make mistakes, and retry without the fear of judgment from peers or instructors. Such conditions directly enhance mastery experiences, which Badura identifies as the most influential factor in shaping self-efficacy. By allowing repeated cycles of trial, error, and refinement, the virtual environment supports the gradual development of competence and confidence. From a design perspective, learning activities should intentionally foreground incremental success and emphasize the pedagogical value of failure. Instead of prioritizing the final outcome, the activity should scaffold learners through stage where each attempt, successful or not, contributes to cognitive growth, resilience, and stronger sense of capability. Topic number 2, modeling and social presence. Teachers and peers avatar function as virtual role models who demonstrate problem-solving strategies in real time, thereby strengthening vicarious experiences that enhance self-efficacy through the observation of others' successful performance. Research in virtual world indicates that social interactions between avatars in collaboration increase social self-efficacy by approximately 25 until 30% compared to traditional learning set. To maximize this benefit, platforms should be optimized for observational collaboration, including features such as session replay for modeling, enabling learners to review and replicate effective behavior within authentic contexts. Topic number 3, feedback and emotional reinforcement. Gamified system in virtual worlds provide real-time personalized feedback such as badge, teacher avatar praise, or success-triggered visual effects that function as form of verbal persuasion to strengthen learner perceived competence. Studies on VR gamification confirm that such contextualized feedback enhance intrinsic motivation and self-efficacy, yielding increases in approximately 15 or until 20% on complex text. A key design consideration is the personalization of feedback based on individual performance data, avoiding generic point-based rewards in order to cultivate an authentic sense of competence. Okay. Topic 4, emotional regulation and psychological safety. Because self-efficacy is strongly influenced by emotional states, virtual world learning environment must ensure robust social and psychological safety. Such environment should be free from ridicule, social anxiety, and feelings of inferiority that may arise through interactions with other avatars. Ensuring this safety requires the implementation of avatar behavior moderation system and anti-bullying protocols and structure opportunities for emotional reflection, such as digital well-being session. Research in virtual world mental health environment indicates that these protective measures can enhance emotional regulation and emotional self-efficacy by up to 22%, particularly for vulnerable learners. Effective implementation may include AI-driven sentiment monitoring and scheduled virtual well-being breaks designed to maintain emotional balance and support sustained engagement in learning activities. Topic number 5, project-based learning or PBL design. Virtual world environments are highly conducive to project-based learning, enabling students to construct authentic, large-scale projects such as in virtual sustainable cities or digital historical museum. This immersive design process fosters a strong sense of competence, autonomy, and ownership over learning outcomes by engaging students in iterative creation and problem-solving cycles. Empirical studies on PBL conducted within VR and virtual world platform demonstrate that the authenticity and real-world relevance of such tasks can increase student self-efficacy by approximately 28%. To maximize this benefit, projects should be designed to remain authentic, connected to real-life context, and open to personal exploration. Additionally, incorporating flexible pathway and portfolio-based assessment ensures that students can tailor their learning experiences while maintaining alignment with curricular goals. Okay, topic number 6, personalization and differentiation. Personalized learning within virtual world enables avatars, environments, and challenges to be tailored to students' learning styles, basic needs, and individual interests, such as customization support learners in developing their abilities according to their unique strengths. AI-based adaptive learning system further enhance this process by dynamically adjusting task difficulty and challenge type based on real-time performance data. Research on personalized VR learning environment shows that adaptive pathways can increase individual self-efficacy by up to 35%. To optimize these outcomes, virtual world platforms should integrate robust AI analytic capable of continuously recalibrating learning demands, ensuring that each student progress at an appropriately challenging and personally meaningful level. Topic number 7, transfer to the real world. It is essential to ensure that gains in self-efficacy developed within virtual worlds are meaningfully transferred to real-world contexts. This can be facilitated through structured reflection, hybrid project portfolios, and guided debriefing sessions that explicitly connect virtual experience to practical application. Evidence from VR transfer studies demonstrate that such approach can increase post-intervention self-efficacy retention by up to 40%. To support this process, each virtual world learning module should conclude with a self-assessment activity designed to bridge virtual and real-world skills, complemented by hybrid mentoring to reinforce the generalization of competencies beyond the digit. Okay. Implication for educational practice. The results suggest 3 implications. Number 1, immersive environments should be structured to encourage iteration and save failure, as this directly strengthens mastery experience. Number 2, avatar-mediated modeling and social presence features should be intentionally designed, as they play a substantial role in shaping collaborative confidence. Number 3, reflection and guided debriefing are essential to ensure that gains in virtual self-efficacy are not confined to the digital environment, but translate into broader academic confidence. Okay. Overall, the studies provide empirical and conceptual evidence that virtual world-based learning is not merely a technological novelty, but a robust pedagogical approach capable of strengthening students' belief in their ability to succeed. As schools increasingly explore immersive technologies, this research offers a foundation of designing intentional self-efficacy oriented virtual learning ecosystem. That's all for my presentation. If you would like to chat more or dive deeper into the topic, feel free to reach out through my work email. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Marcel, for such a wonderful session. And As a reminder to our audience, you will want to check out the conference. Oh, by the way, if there are any questions, you certainly can put them in the chat log. But you want to check out the conference.opensimulator.org to see what's coming up next. And hey, it is entitled our OSCC 2025 closing. With thanks to everyone and the conference photo. Come join us and be in the conference photo. After the closing, we have at 6 p.m. the ethereal 11 Dream Pop Rave 2025 closing dance on DigiWorlds at Pirates Atoll, as noted in the schedule. Staying open throughout the year, we invite you to visit the OSCC 25 Poster Expo in the OSCC Expo 3 regions to find accompanying information on our presenters, their presentations, and to explore the Hypergrid Tour resources in OSCC Expo 2 region, along with our sponsor and our crowdfunder booths located throughout all of the OSCC Expo regions. Thank you again to Maria and to the audience. And I think we're going to continue using this voice channel. And we'll open Keynote 1 for the photo. But it takes a few minutes, so be patient.
You're off audio for just a second.
Am I? Okay,
So yeah,
cool.
yeah.
It doesn't
Just
hush me up, though.
no, 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 no. Magdalena, is she? Marcel, you're all set if you want to drop, or you can stay in the audio call. But we're gonna end up, I think, using this one. But you know,
Okay, I will leave. Okay, thank you,
thank
everyone.
you. You're welcome. Take care.
Okay. Bye.
Um, So I'm gonna well head up there too, and I'll sort of do a quick thanks as well. We can both be on mic clear, fine, and then direct people to come up on stage. But I just wanted to kind of come up to make sure Marcel didn't, she didn't have to stay on the call since we were kind of co-opting the end. So you can stay up there, friends. Yeah, all the couches. Oh, you put the one in the middle. That's exciting. I wondered if you would. I was like, we should put that loop. Okay. So I'm gonna put us back to being live for a sec, and then we can
Sure.
kind of make our way. And we'll need to drop the barriers too, friends, or the permissions, whatever.
Everything's already done.
Okay. And voices. Well, is voice on or no? Yes, no.
No,
Well, it doesn't
no.
matter. Okay. We don't need that. Okay. Kill the music. Bringing myself back up. Okay. Hello, everybody. I think you can now hear me too. So we're back on the call just briefly, but for while we do this, but what we do at the end of every conference, and I'm going to stand up so I can actually be on stage too, and you can see me. Um, and uh, and we want to see all of you as well. So um, you can come up on stage with us. Everything should be unlocked now. So depending upon what keynote region you're in, you might have to, if you have a trouble crossing the barrier, you can always like hypergrid in. I think there might be some people sitting in OSCC Expo 2. So come on, I mean, not Expo 2, keynote 2. So come on over. You can grab a seat. Anybody who was a presenter, if somebody could put this in chat too for folks to come up, just in case they're not on the stream. So anybody who was a presenter, an organizer, everybody can come up on stage. Grab a chair or sit or stand behind. Oh, hold on. The closing is reminding me. It's the closing. Thank you, Alexa. Okay. All right. Back. All right.
We want to thank
Oh,
everyone while she's
mhm.
coordinating and organizing and getting everyone seated and dropping the barriers and all the housekeeping. We want to thank all of our presenters, our organizers, our volunteers, the amazing stream team, all the people who have just done an excellent job to make this one of our best conferences. And I say that about all of them because I love every conference. We want to thank our core developers, our viewer panelists, our AI panelists, our VWEC panelists, our Create, Collaborate, Lisa and Frank Ruloff panelists. I know some of you have gone to bed, but we're still thankful for you. We want to thank all of our artists and creatives. All of you are in our hearts, and all of our virtual museums, all of our incredible content, and of course our history and the integration, etc. Did I forget anything for the closing there?
I
Sponsors and
yes,
crowdfunders, many
sponsors and
thanks.
crowdfunders. Yes, yeah, yes.
We love you.
Yeah, certainly and I know sometimes we get that question where we're like, oh, I want to get to keynote one and I can't be there. So
Yep,
the
that's it.
core people that make this event happen, are those folks who can be in keynote one, and those are the sponsors. They are the crowdfunders in that way. They are the volunteers, which like we are always appreciative of. They are all the presenters, all those folks as she mentioned. So more than anything, and especially and also. There's that general the organizers, that's also the folks that are the avocon staff who work tirelessly. Certainly, they all can kind of get their award for stamina in that regard, and not just today and this weekend, but also the work leading up to this. So even that big jump from years, practically a decade, maybe 12 years of using Skype, that now we are here on that 13th year, and we all moved to Discord. So even that took a lot of pre-work before that. So thank you for all of that work. And again, all the work for the volunteers and stuff too, or behind the scenes. And there's still a couple people. Are you going to move those chairs in the audience for those folks? I forgot who's in there.
Oh, the
Kim
fact that
Kim
the chair has to
Star.
come forward, is that it?
No,
By
no,
the way, you need to have a seat.
I will. I know there's not really.
I'm trying
I
to take
wish.
pictures around you.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it
I'm
old
teasing
school.
you.
Did my prim? Did I make a prim? No, it's on the ground. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, hey, Tim.
Hey,
Yay.
Tim. Woohoo.
He must have been watching this. No, no, that's all right. Oh, he gave me a chair. Um,
See,
but
chairs are cheap. We can res more of them.
yeah,
Shift drag.
good here. Hey,
It.
yeah, grab a seat. Are you moving up any of the chairs of the folks that are still stuck in the keynote one? You could probably do that, I guess, although that sort of and
Nothing creepy about this. Yoink. No.
we've done it before. All right.
It's so
But
good.
yes, thank you all. I'm going to rotate myself a little and rotate
Oh,
that
you
other
can
one a
have a
little.
seat. Go right ahead. Oh, I see. You're putting your sign on, huh?
There we go. Yeah. So, yeah, thank you. Hopefully we can get. I see he's gonna move some people. It's funny to hear. I have the stream on very low right behind me, so as I've. Yeah, you could probably grab Kim that chair too. And then who's in the other things? Let's see if Dragon Doe is there too. I don't know if you want to message her.
Where is she?
She's in keynote 2, I think. So you could probably message her to come on over.
Hey, Dragon, if you're listening, come on over for the photo. And here I will message her.
And who else is in that audience? Fay Ray, Caro Fay Ray. She can come on over too. And who's at the third? Oh, and hey, stranger. Are you aware there, stranger? Okay, and you might have to, yeah, it might take a little bit to hop over, but come on over, and then also, yeah,
Hey, there you
Fiona,
are. Hi, Dragon.
Fiona as well. Of course, it's a little bit of a delay when they hear us. I feel like we're
Now,
in the Price is Right. Come on
where can
down.
she
All right.
sit? She's trying to
Uh,
find a seat.
yep. Friends will just have to res them out, or
Yeah, Franz is working on it.
We also, there's also the standing behind too. But beep, 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 beep. I'm going to just lower this chair for a little bit and lower the other chair.
There you go. There's a chair.
Okay.
And Ian, it's so good to see you.
Yep. And folks can also stand behind couches too. That's also a possibility.
Not for Ian. He'd have
Not
to float behind.
Hi, are we ready to wrap
Hi.
the live
Yeah.
stream?
Oh yeah. Well, now that we have, I think almost everybody here. If you wanna, everybody. Certainly, we can wrap the live stream there. But thank you. Get a good shot of the whole stage. I think that's
Oh,
fantastic.
Petlove's been doing a wonderful job of moving her camera around.
Oh,
So, yep,
wonderful.
I'm
Yep,
gonna.
we have a tiny little dinky. You can always make room near Garfield. Just as okay.
All
All
right.
right.
So, thank you to everybody who's watched the live stream. It's time for us to go. So, good night.
Good
Off the live
night.
stream.